This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Great to have your company. It is the Super 5 stage of the European Cricket Series Portugal. Vinny Sander here with you on a beautiful Saturday morning here on the Algarve. The Santarém Cricket Ground, pretty as a picture, and we're heading into 5 more matches today. We're starting with a match between Oeiras and Fighters CC. We have 5 more matches in the Super 5 stage. Ultimately, we'll see how the final 4 looks at the end of the day. But first, let's go back to the first day of this Super 5 stage. And this was a really interesting day, I've got to say. Marlow versus Gamblers first up. This was a real kind of intense fixture, wasn't it? Marlow, the defending champions, ended up getting up by 15 runs. See there, Mian Shahid was a star with the ball, 3 for 14, 3 wickets also for Adnan Gondal in there. Kind of modest total of 116, but it stood up in the end against Gamblers SC. And then Fighters, well, they had a pretty tough day. You'll see why in a second. It started by them being 21 for 7 at one point against Punjab CC Amadora, the leaders in Group A. And Rao Imran made pretty quick work of that total of 75 that they needed to win. They chased it in just 5 overs. He scored 64 not out. Shout out though to Lalit Kumar and Bhupinder for Fighters CC because they were able to put on 53 for the 8th. We can at least get them to some kind of a respectable total. Then Gamblers versus Oeiras. Whereas previously undefeated in the series, they went undefeated through Group B, but they did go down by 4 runs to Gamblers SC. Karambir with 59 not out got the Gamblers SC to 142. Junaid Khan bowled really well, 3 for 14. So did Faf Stoneman. And despite the efforts of Wirrakun at the end, Oeiras not able to haul in the total. Karambir finished off his game with 2 for 22. So good all-round performance from the Austrian international. Marlow versus Fighters came next, and Marlow winning the toss, batting and putting a mountain of runs on the board. Amir Zaib, the Rock, with his first ever ECN century. It was a fantastic display of batsmanship. Imran Khan supported him with 47 not out. They didn't lose a wicket in their 162, and Fighters CC never really in the hunt, not able to take a point out of that one either. A few 20s in there. Adnan Gondal with 4 for 7. Well, I called him the janitor because he was cleaning up, wasn't he, at the end of that innings. Then the last match of the day. And it didn't get too much better for Fighters Gamblers. This time they won the toss and they whacked a bunch of runs, 194 in total. And Zain Naqvi with his 3rd ever ECN century, 127 on out off 36. Ankush Kumar with a pretty handy 40 in there as well. And Fighters, well, unfortunately for them, it was the day from down below, wasn't it? Because they ended up taking no points out of their 3 matches. And that's why you can see that although they're 5 points behind Oeiras have 2 games in hand. And so there's no possible way that Fighters can break into the 4. So what is today about? Well, Fighters, they get to have their swan song, I suppose. No pun intended. But the top 4, they're all very even. And they're competing for the double chance in finals day tomorrow. So still a pretty big day of cricket, if you ask me, because with these 4 that are still in the mix, you can throw a blanket over them, really. I think the double chance can be really, really important come tomorrow. So Oeiras winning the toss and batting first against Fighters in this one yet again. Fighters will have to be chasing. Greenshields at the top with Badenhorst. Remember that Greenshields scored his first ever century in ECN cricket earlier in the series. Badenhorst looked pretty good yesterday as well. Faf Stoneman listed at 3, but hey, Wirrakun really came out and whacked him yesterday. He was a star. Whereas 88% against Fighters. I think partly that situational supercomputer maybe can read feelings as well, because Fighters looked like a bit of a broken team last night. You can understand why. 15 matches so far in the series. This will be match number 16. Oeiras haven't got a win yet in the Super 5 stage. They have a big day. They play 3 times today. And a big day as well for Conrad Greenshields. You see him there at the non-strikers end on your screen. Today he'll play his 100th match on ECN. This is in fact match number 99. He'll play match number 100 later on against Marlow. Anyway, here we go with Sahota opening the bowling. And this is going to be a misfield for 4 to get us going. Well, the Fighters were hoping that they were going to turn a corner this morning. This isn't a great start. It really should have been fielded. Badenhorst off the mark with 4. You see, he thinks this is going to be a 0, but he just pops past the fielder. There's your first boundary. So Hotta's made a remarkable recovery. He was struggling last night. Now, this is short and it's wide, and that's going to be another 4. So Fighters, they actually went through a period yesterday when they conceded over 300 runs without taking a wicket. A few people noticing the YouTube thumbnail today. Conrad looks like he's about to take a catch. It's like he tries to hit that ball with another ball as it comes through. Well, now it's a funny one. It's going to be called a wide. I mean, it is technically on the artificial pitch. I don't mind that being called a wide instead of a no ball. I feel like it's very harsh to have a free hit after a ball like that. But anyway, started getting some good movement there. Now, this is short wide. This is hit even further. Maximal! Not great signs early. Fighters, probably just a tough game for them to rock up for here, knowing they're out of the picture. They're going to finish in 5th no matter what. I mean, still, credit to them. They'll finish 5th out of 14 teams in this tournament. And we know every time in Portugal there's been more teams, there's been more quality. This is a better ball from Zahota, forcing Badenhorst to check his shot. Will bring Green Shields on strike for the first time. Good morning to some of our online chatters. I see Dave Bees in there bright and early. I saw Caleb Langford in there from the Isle of Man. Rob Thompson from New Zealand said he's looking forward to maybe a few earlier starts. That suits his time zone in New Zealand. First one kind of ties Conrad up. Not really coming on from Zahota, who's battled bravely in the competition. And Fighters, they were the wildcard team. It meant they were already kind of playing from behind in the Super 5 stage. It just hasn't been their day of cricket, day and a bit. A little bit short, Conrad, he'll be able to punch it in much a similar fashion that Badenhorst did earlier in the over. The first one goes magical. Zahota, none for 20. That's the score, 20 without loss after 1. Good morning to everyone watching on Fancode, of course, in the YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network. A few numbers here. We went past 1,000 sixes and 1,000 fours yesterday. We're 2 wickets away from 700 in the series, and today also, I imagine, potentially in the first game, we will reach 15,000 runs. 11.9 runs and over is the average, but I just feel that that's going to go up. I feel that 130 is probably your past score here when we get into the last weekend of action. Apart from that, wicket rate's about average. Maximum rate, probably about average as well. This is hit straight, Badenhorst. He's got a very good bat. And unfortunately for the bowler, Parvinder, he's come on. He's been struggling a little bit with his shoulder. That won't help because that has been absolutely tattooed out of the ground. Straight over centre field. Badenhorst looking in dangerous touch this morning, 21 off 5. Now short, wide, hit, 6 more, Maximal. Now Fighters, if this first bit doesn't go to plan, and so far it hasn't, then you just worry about where this might end up. Because they're kind of in that situation where there's not really too much for them to play for, and the fatigue factor is real. Badenhorst, I've liked his decision making. He's not going after absolutely everything. If it's in his zone, he will. That sounded like Junaid Khan. They're saying sweet and delicate, showing that Badenhorst has gears to his game. He could be on for a big one here. Already expected 176 on the computer. Green Shields, 4 off 2. And that'll be 6 more. Maximo! Can you see, even a fraction short, it's not getting away with it at the moment. Green Shields goes large. And Werash, well, will be stung by the fact that they did taste defeat for the first time in the series yesterday. They're out for a big day. 3 matches the Swans will play today. Oh, now, you can hear that. Oh, no. It came into Green Shields, who got a bit of a leading edge, but he'll get away with it. He'll get a single. It's one that he just didn't quite judge the timing. Didn't really come through to him at the pace he was expecting. Oh, a little bit of a French cut here. That'll probably roll down the hill for 4 more. So Badenhorst, bit of luck here. Wasn't quite as wide as he thought it was, but the edge going into the ground past the keeper, Mohamed Bilal. And no chance, really, of stopping that. End of the second over. It goes magical once again. So 44 without loss after 2. Beautiful. Fine day here. 20 degrees already. Expecting a maximum of, wait for it, 30 degrees today. You heard me right. 30 degrees. Looking at the Super 5s. Well, no prizes for guessing who's going to miss out. Unfortunately, the fighters, they'll be out of here after this game. But the top 4 are competing today for that crucial double chance. So expect some really, really tense matches here on day 2 of the Super 5 stage. With them being so even, I think it's important. So Hotta gets a second over. Just trying to bowl out here. He's getting some good swing. Obviously just locating it's a bit of an issue. I think he's struggling with a bit of a groin complaint yesterday. Saw him retiring hurt at one point. Fraction short. Green Shields doesn't time it. We'll just get a single. Here's Gulal Singh, who's into the side. I know that I'm sure he'd like to make an impression. For fighters, I suppose playing for pride more than anything. They're a proud team. Can swing out. Clever bowling from Sahota. He's a good cricketer. Actually hits Green Shields as the throw comes in, but he won't take any overthrows or anything like that. Fraction short. That hasn't been working too well. Green Shields goes large. Vale, vale, vale. Manos arriba. Arbitro porque eso es 6 carreras. As a shout out for Rico, who is preparing. Only a couple of days away from the first match in France. He'll be travelling tomorrow. First game Monday morning. That decision making from Green Shields. Thinks about it. Thinks he's not quite there. Not worth playing a rash shot at this stage. He feels he'll get another opportunity. Yeah, being selective and decision making is so important. Yes, he's going down the leg side. I think that's missed the pad. Yeah, watch that. Just over the top of the pad. Bent back leg and they normally sting a little bit. But cricketers, they're pretty tough. They're used to it. And have padding absolutely everywhere. Fraction short. And you can set your watch to it. If it's halfway down, the ball's going to disappear over the ropes. Maximo. And that one, not going for quite as many, but still 15 off that over the 50 partnership. And the 50 came up during that third over as well. End of 3. And Werash, 59 without loss. Warm welcome to Juniors Cricket, who's in the chat. Hello to Ian as well. Good to have you as well. As Ian supporting Werish. Where are you watching from, Ian? Great to have you. He's enjoying the big hitting so far from these Swans openers. So, just trying to find the answer here, aren't they? Fighters already chasing a bunch. It's going to be Gurulal Singh. And he gets the first one very, very wrong. Gurulal does have a magnificent moustache. We haven't really seen too much of him in this series. In fact, it's the first time we've seen him on the park in this series. But now he's got to deal with a free hit. First one just not getting the release point right at all. He's bowled, but it won't be out. So Bardenhorst getting done by the lack of pace there. Gurulal is a guy we've seen before, but not for a while. He's played 10 matches on the network. But he hasn't actually bowled before on ECN. With the bat, he has a high score of 18 against Lisbon Capitals back in the 2021 series. He'd probably have a few nerves around getting this responsibility. You can understand the fighter's just going to be trying a few things today, especially if the game's running away from them. Well, this is another one, would have been a big wide, but Bardenhorst hits it down the ground. He's going to get 4. Just got the placement absolutely right. Hits this quite inside out rather than trying to hit across. He likes hitting with a straight bat, Bardenhorst. Trusts his technique. You'd see long on there. A long way around. That'll be another boundary to us. This time Bardenhorst plays it off the back foot and just get a single. Rob asking, is it an ice bucket day? Well, probably not that hot. We'll go up another 10 degrees, and that's probably the temperature that we were dealing with in Rome back in July 2022, of course, when we went past 300,000 subscribers. So, as promised, we did the ice bucket challenge. Gurulal, you can see why they like him bowling here. They'll get 2 here if they want. They'll get it fairly easily in the end. You know, once he's settled in, it's actually, I mean, he's hit the stumps once, which is always a good sign. But it's a lack of pace actually forcing these 2 batters into some mistimed strokes. Got a piece of that, didn't he? That's Harpreet Singh there, slowing it down to an extent. See, once again, not too much pace on that ball. Just be a single. Ground still looks in great shape. Obviously, we had those issues with the weather in the first half of this tournament, but no problem since. This one is pitched up. It's kind of in the slot, and it's going to fly. Maximo! Bardenhorst to 38. And he's certainly a guy we're still relying on, especially with no DDC. He's away on national duty. He's taking part in the first part of this series. Bardenhorst has even more to do at the top. That's the end of the over. End of 4, 74 without loss. Again, not the worst over ever from Gurulal. Goes for 15 after a bit of a shaky start. Bardenhorst with a high score in the series and all-time on the network of 92 not out. And that was against the Fighters earlier in Group B. Green Shields Bit of a quiet achiever so far. This one won't be able to be hit. And pretty well done by Bilal behind the stumps. I've liked his keeping. And now he's bowled. That's the lack of pace that does Greenshields. Comes walking down the pitch. But credit to the bowler because they haven't had too much to shout about so far. Govinda comes on and he gets one to go across Conrad Greenshields. Again, kind of draws Conrad forward and into an error. You see it here, trying to shorten the pitch, but feeling for it, plays down the wrong line. Again, it's just ball never quite arriving. So actually that lack of pace has been pretty effective so far. And fighters are able to break the opening partnership finally. The score 75 for 1 at the start of the 5th over. Greenshields departs for 27. Mentioned a little bit earlier, in case you missed it, Conrad will play his 100th match on ECN later in the day against Marlow. It's pretty fitting, I think, that he'll play against Marlow, who he did play for as a kind of like a wild card, I suppose, back in the 2022 edition of the European Cricket League. There's a healthy rivalry domestically here between Marlow and Oerash. That should be a really cracking contest that's coming up in the 3rd match today. Right, here's Rahul Vishwakarma coming out at 3. And around the wicket is Govinda, but he gets it very, very wrong. Yeah, I suppose Russell asking, do they have a fielding coach or bowling coach, fighters? But what I will say is, you got to realise this is match number 16, and they pretty much know they're out of the tournament. So, I mean, these things are unavoidable sometimes. But coming off a really, really rough day yesterday, this one would have been a wide. Instead, Vishwakarma turns on it and puts it over the fence. Maximo! Good start for Rahul. Just pretty much gets down on one knee and sweeps this one behind square. So I suppose a little bit of the walking wounded about fighters having to fight their way through one more match. Also want to say very happy Vaisakhi to everyone that is celebrating it today. Time Vishwakarma probably makes the wrong choice trying to go leg side. Hey, that Vaisakhi holds great religious and historical significance amongst the Sikh community. It's a happy and joyous festival marking the start of the Punjabi New Year and the onset of the harvest season. As Vishwakarma goes bang, Maximo! Up and out of here. Here's 2 sixes. Does like to go leg side. Probably the ball before is the one that he didn't need to go. If it's on the stump short, yeah, at a pace that he's comfortable, maybe dragging it from outside off isn't the play because he can go the other way, but that was a powerful strike. Yeah, so I know we have a pretty large representation among the Sikh community here on ECN and in the viewership, so happy Vaisakhi, everyone. All right, this is another one that he tries to grab from outside the off stump. I think he learns the lesson there, Vishwakarma. I know he gets a couple out of the screws, but yeah, holding his shape a bit longer required. And I wonder if some of the other teams are taking notes here with Oera struggling against some kind of slower bowling. No disrespect to Govinda, but he's slightly pace off and forcing the batters to lose their shape. And that was a nicely judged catch there. Harpreet Singh, well, he's a member of the Sikh community. Happy Vaisakhi to him, and he's got a fair few teammates as well. Would be celebrating, I'm sure, today. Faf Stoneman comes out at number 4. Now, Faf's a little bit of a sleeping giant in the batting lineup for Oerash. Started the series away in South Africa, so when he saw him come in kind of this week, he just looked a little bit out of touch. I think in in their lineup. He's probably have him at 3. Maybe Vishwakarma, they like him at 3 because he's left-handed. But if it wasn't for that, I think Faf's your 3. Got Miguel Stoneman again, who's had a bit of a breakout series. I still think he's probably your number 4 or 5. First one pitches outside leg. I won't get a leg by here. Preet jumps all over it. I know we always get a lot of who will win comments in the chat. I will say, I'll direct your eyes to the screen. You can see right now, Erish given a 95% chance of taking the points in this one. End of 5 overs and the score 88 for 2. Well, the ECC is something we're looking forward to as well. And you can see there that this year, it's a bit of a groundbreaking year because it's gotten so big now. It has been split into 2 divisions. So the ECCX will take place in the first 10 days of the 4-week ECC window. You can see the 11 teams on the left. That will be competing for 2 promotion spots. And, of course, that ECCX trophy, the first ever here in 2024. On the right, we have 4 groups of 5. The top-seeded 21 countries, or top-ranked 21 countries, will be competing for the Premier Trophy. Anyway, Badenhorst is going to reach his 50, and he's going to do it in style. Maximo! And he'll bring up the 50 off 15 balls he's looked on this morning. That one has cleared the rope comfortably. Brendan. Well, he's kind of in the mix for a you-know-what. Got pretty close earlier in the series. He scored 92, not out against the Fighters. I think he'd love 8 more than that minimum. Gorilla does get a second over. This is hit straight and good placement as well. It's going to be 4 runs just inside. We haven't seen too much of the dead straight fielder here. We see it sometimes. And Brendan looks on a bit of a mission. Love a big day. Gulal ready to come back, and the message gets through. Badenhorst has reached his 50. Maybe a ball too late from the bench, but he's going at a cracking pace this time. He'll just get a single over to Faf Stoneman. This is a great opportunity for Faf to find some touch, I think. Heading into 2 big games in Awarish. They do have a big day. They play Fighters here, of course. They'll play Marlow in match 8 a little bit later. They'll play Punjab CC Amandora later in the day as well. So no easy games at this stage of the tournament. Faf drives this down the ground and finds the fielders. Verinder Virak. Again, quite a popular figure. Fighters, like I said, they'll be really disappointed with the last couple of days, but remember they had quite a battle to even qualify for this Super Fives. They had to edge out their natural rivals, Friendship CC, and also Lisbon Werewolves to get the wild card. As this is a hanging full toss, Badenhorst puts this away. Maximo, 6 runs. Gulal, sometimes he's been accurate, sometimes he hasn't. When he hasn't, typically, he hasn't had good results. Yeah, but Fighters managed to edge out those teams. And also Gorka, who finished 3rd in the other group, 25 points. Fighters had to outdo their points total if they were to qualify from 3rd. Well, this is in the air and gone. So Badenhorst won't get close to the ton today. Jinx executed, and he's a bit frustrated. He's a pretty unselfish guy, though, Brendan. You'll know he's done his job. He's done it very well. Gives Faf a little wink and says, right, you go on with it. Probably not the best choice that time. Hanging edge, well held there. And Gulal will get his first ever ECN wicket, so a nice moment for him. His captain, Harjot Sahota, takes the catch. Yeah, so Fighters ended up scoring 29 points in 3rd place, doing the 25 that Gorka scored. Into the over as well, 106 for 3. Miguel Stoneman joins his brother at the crease. It'll be Faf who is facing up though. And before all the messages flood in, yes, I know, I've probably jinxed Brendan there. Got to do my bit for the fighters. They've had a tough run over the last couple of days. Here's Lalit Kumar. Starts with a wide, but he was kind of a shining light for the fighters yesterday on a pretty tough day for them. Kumar, only one side of the wicket. Faf Stoneman trying to establish himself here. Pretty well located delivery. Straight to the field. It bounces off his kneecap. Runs away for 4. Well, that's the second one we've seen this morning that fighters haven't been able to deal with on the ground. So compounding their problems here. And that'll just give Faf Stoneman a bit of a boost as well. Kumar goes straight to this time, and Faf gets a good swing on it. Up and out of here, Maximo. That's his shot. And we've seen sometimes the ball not really coming through or coming onto the bat this morning. But that was a really nice shot by Faf Stoneman. I'd love to have him up and ticking. Now, this one's a fraction short. Tries to pull it. It's going, and it will go. Maximo! Over the fence and far away. Was just a little bit worried there, Faf, that he didn't make the right contact. You saw that in his body language after he hit the ball. So it wasn't that short. Kind of a straightish pull. But you can see, got the journey pretty comfortably. Kumar's gone for 17 the first half of his over. Just what the doctor ordered for the Swans first up this morning. Now, a bit short. Hits it over cover. That's going to go as well. Maximo. Well, there's Paolo. Oh, pockets out for the weekend. And Stoneman using both sides of the wicket. Paolo is the spiritual leader of this Oerash club. More behind the scenes these days. Ball retrievers being kept busy here. I think field hadn't quite settled down before the bowler started running in. So we'll go again. It will be a wide. It's an interesting one because he kind of came down the wicket slightly outside the off. Mr. J. Grant saying he's just finished his 30-kilometre run. Well done, John. He said he finished in 2 hours, 20 minutes. Still needs to walk the dog, though. Any takers? And thanks for the donation. Yeah, it was a good cause. He was running around all the cricket grounds in Scotland. I think there were 11 of them. Well done. Nice way to start your weekend, I'm sure, and a good cause. Harpreet's been busy. Just concede a single here. Right, Miguel Stoneman, he'll get a go for the first time. Kumar's over has gone magical, and he has been one of the better performers for fighters with the ball, but I just feel he's run out of gas a little bit as well. Trying to find something here. That's a good start for Kumar against Miguel Stoneman. But that's all they'll get to bowl to him because that's the end of the over. 25 come off that one. And the score is 131 for 3 after 7. Looking at the run rates. Yesterday, 12.4. I've got to say, fighters probably dragged down that average a little bit. But I just got a feeling that today and tomorrow, if you look at maybe the last 4 games today and look at tomorrow on finals day, I feel like about 13 and over is going to be the average. I think it'll be up about a point, of course. We had differing conditions over the first week and a half of this tournament as well, as the rain played havoc. Also, if we look at back in 2020, the run rate was 9.4. So if you have a look at that, so for example, yesterday was about 30 runs per innings, more on average. Right now, Faf Stoneman, he's up and ticking. This is just what he needed. This one's pitched up and disappears out of the ground. Maximo. Govinda's come back. See, technically, he's pretty well put together, isn't he? We've seen him playing a lot for the Portuguese national team as well. And doing very well. In some key batting positions also. His bowling's come a long way. Faf, since when he first debuted on ECN. Now, this is a nice shot. And you can see there, technique really good. Kind of stays side on. Looks like Cambosh is doing the substitute duties today. That one screamed away to the boundary. Computer giving fighters a 1% chance of coming back and winning this game. Geez, if you could go to the alternate universe where that happens, that would be a cracking game, cracking comeback. This is a really nice shot as well. He walks at this and crunches it all the way along the carpet. Stoneman looking very dangerous. Govinda pitches up against not the worst ball. But Stoneman's moved to 38 in only 10 balls. Yeah, well, Mr. J. Grant saying now, after the 30K run, he has the perfect excuse to sit down and watch ECN all day. Happy to have you, John. Right, this is a hanging edge, and that's going to fly over the fielder. Well, not too dissimilar to how Badenhorst went a little while ago. But this time there's enough bat to get it over the infielder. And Stoneman moves up and into the 40s. Hello to Martin Foster as well, congratulating Mr. J. Grant on his efforts. Very late pull this time, ends up on the offside. This will just be a single. Question, how come no Parminder Singh or Rahul bowling in this match? I suppose the thing with fighters, they have kind of been put through the ring a little bit. And this is a game, even with a win, they wouldn't be able to qualify. So I think maybe some of those sore bodies being given a bit of a rest. As Miguel Stoneman will just get this away. And it just carried the rope. Maximo to finish the over. This is probably catchable height, but it's just around the fielder. Check it out here. Just carrying that rope for 6. And so 150 comes up during the over, and the score at the end of 8 is 156 for 3. Yeah, so John was doing that 30-kilometre run this morning around those Scottish cricket grounds for Chest, Heart and Stroke Scotland. I know I tipped in £20 as a little incentive. I want to know though, how is the weather? How did the run go? Give us more information. How many layers were you wearing? Anyone cheer you on? All right, here we go with over number 9. It starts with a blast down the ground. Maximo! And see Faf, he's hitting the ball in the correct areas most of the time. Get a little forward press, pitched up. Loses one hand in the follow through, but yeah, that was the correct shot to that ball. Now he's probably thinking next one might not be quite as full. Getting ready to pull, I think. He's pretty full. Actually a good ball from Lalit Kumar when he has been successful in this series. And to be honest, he has had his moments where he has been very, very good with the ball, Lalit. In this series, he has 6 wickets and a best of 2 for 7. Economy of 11.3, not the worst either. Played away, and Stoneman reaches his 50. Stoneman brings up his 50 and 15 balls. Pretty rapid 50 as well from Faf. 15 balls. Miguel I'll be happy to give the strike back at the moment. Reads the room. Miguel Stoneman scored his first ever ECN 50 the other day. 55. In the same match that Girish Singh was able to get his first. Mallet looking for the answers, trying to stay out of the naughty 40s. 33 conceded off 10. This is going to get around the fielder, and it'll run away for 4. So Stoneman, I wouldn't say he was completely in control of this shot. It was pretty well bowled by Kumar. Good length, but yeah, even when they get it right, not too much going their way. To be honest, Faf kind of almost yorked himself there. Last ball of the night. This score's climbed to 168. Now this one ties him up. Faf's keen for the run. Big brother says, you've had your go. Now it's mine. End of 9. 168 for 3. Kumar will end up in the 30s. None for 37 off 2. Last over coming up. You can see Barton Horse 61 at the top of the order. Francois Stoneman with 54 off 17. Maybe go past Barton Horse in this over, but still batting to come. That's the thing. When you got 3 genuine hitters as well, if they were to lose any wickets here. So yeah, the batting depth looking reasonable for Werras. Here's Miggy to face the last over. It's a thick edge. It's going to pitch just in front of the fielder, Sahota. Couldn't do too much about that. Does well to make the stop. That brings Faf back on strike. Hello to John Gray. Good to have you. And he's on a train. Is that what you're trying to say there, John? Still not that familiar with the French transport system. I'm sure I will be when I travel there on Monday. Another incident serve. The fielder's just still getting settled while the bowler was running in. Goes straight. Probably needed to go offside there, but he's going to get away with it. You can see the power there of Faf Stoneman. If he had his time over again, I think this is a ball he should be hitting over cover. He almost cross bats it straight, if that makes sense, like a flat bat. And Virik just had to watch it fly over his head. Maximo up into the 170s now. Now tries to get inventive and actually diddles the keeper. And you wouldn't read about it. They're going to get an unhit 4 here. Kind of sent the keeper the wrong way. And 4 more to the total. Nothing going right for finders this morning. All right, Stoneman. To be honest now, he's just kind of crossed the line into the, what's the word? Over-aggressive or the over-ambitious, but I think they've got the runs on the board, don't they? Poor fighters. They're stuck in like a cruel version of Bill Murray's Groundhog Day at the moment. Now lifted up over the leg side, gets a fair piece of wood on that. That's going to be 6 as well. Maximo. It's been a good exhibition of hitting from Oeras. In fact, that is the 19th six in this innings. That's 114 in sixes alone. With one ball remaining. Staring down the barrel. Potentially of 190 chase here. Drags this leg side as well. That's in the gap. That'll be 4. So 189. That will be the final score. Stoneman will finish on 70, not out of 22. Faf Stoneman, that is. Miguel Stoneman, most of the time, just watching his little bro do the business as the Swans put on a monster total here. He matched 6 of the Super 5s. And well done to Faf Stoneman. With that boundary at the end, he passes his previous high score on ECN of 67 against Czechia. That was back in the ECC in 2022. So a nice moment for him as well as the two Stoneman bros walk off. Well, when the fighters read the newspaper this morning, the forecast was sunny with a chance of pain. And it came, didn't it? They lost the toss again. They had to bowl. And guess what? The balls were flying thick and fast. The Werash have plenty to prove today after dropping their first Super 5s match. The Werash have been here before as well, topping their group before in the ECS and not able to raise the trophy. So Greenshields and Bardenhorst went out there. Greenshields made his way to 27 before he was bowled by Govind, a ball that never really came on. And Vishwakarma, he was able to hit 2 sixes, but also just kind of looped one to Harpreet. He was gone for 12, but Bardenhorst was very good in there. 61 off 19 for him. Hit 6 large ones in there and 5 fours. Misfields not really helping. They started with a misfield either. That's another one that just got away from the fighters. Ball retrievers kept pretty busy, but Bardenhorst and Faf Stoneman built a bit of a partnership here. Bardenhorst made 61. Faf Stoneman kept going after he was out, ending up with 70 of 22 balls. And that's how it ended. Stoneman's walk off and Werash pretty chuffed with their work, finishing at 189 for 3. And for fighters, well, 190 will be the target. And even to keep their point, they'd love to walk away with at least a point out of this Super 5 stage. They're going to need 133. So, look, that's not going to be easy. Werash got that killer instinct this morning, you feel. Faf Stoneman with his all-time best 70, not out of 22. Backed up, of course, by the half century from Bardenhorst, who finished on 61. Greenshields with 27. Vishwakarma 12, but I think the 12 they can probably learn a bit from. A couple of his shot selections. 2 for 39. Govind picked up a couple of wickets. 1 for Gular, seeing his first ever ECN wicket, so a nice moment for him. But you can see all the bowlers pretty consistently expensive, ranging from 33 to 41 off their 2 over spells. We'll take a break and we'll be back pretty shortly. It'll be 190 the target for fighters. Can they get in the 130s maybe and at least keep their point and take something away from the Super 5 stage? Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll be back shortly with the chase here in Match 6 of the Super 5s, live from Europe's SCG in the European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back to the Santarém Cricket Ground, the SCG here, just outside Lisbon in Portugal. And now we are getting ready for the second innings of match 6 here in the Super Fives between Oeiras, the Swans, the host club here of this European Cricket Series, and the Fighters. Now, Fighters have had a pretty tough Super Fives to say the least, and once again they're chasing a huge target, 190 required to win. Now, what that basically means is Oeiras, they can take all 4 points out of this if they can keep Fighters to 132 or less. Now, Fighters, win, lose, or draw here, they'll be out of the series. But 132, I think it is actually pretty important for Oeiras to aim to restrict Fighters to 132 or less, because with a very even top 4 at the moment, I think grabbing the 4 points is essential for Oeiras if they have the intention of qualifying in the top 2, which of course will get the double chance tomorrow. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying the action so far. I know that I've got viewers all around the world on ECN every day. If you'd like to jump in, you can always get involved in our live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Almost ready to go. So Hota is opening up, and Gurlal Singh getting an opportunity at the top of the order. So obviously Gurlal coming in as a bit of a replacement player. So he gets a chance. Junaid Khan opens up. It's called a wide. It's an example of a ball that I think next week, when the regulations are tried, that basically gives the line back to the bowler, but the line never moves. It means that even a ball that just gets some of the line won't be a wide. It'll be interesting to see how that works out in practice. The theory's solid with it. Pretty good ball, this one. Gurlal thinks of the run, and it's a tight one. Having to get back to the non-strikers then. Oeiras, well, in their mind, they've got 132 on the board. I think in their mind, that's what they're thinking, which is more or less a par total, I think, in the Super Fives. Sahota, he's hit this and he's hit straight to point, so he's going to have to go. Faf Stoneman takes the catch, and Junaid Khan has another wicket. He's a guy, one of the few that have 100+ wickets on the network. Junaid will get another one here. Sahota knew as soon as he hits it, it's down too far towards the bottom of the bat. And there's your first wicket. Sahota, well, he pretty much started walking, had a little cursory glance behind to see if it was what he thought. And guess what? It was. There's Derek, second bowler for Harjot. Unfortunately, ends his series on a sour note, and the first wicket has fallen. It is 1 for 1. You see, Oeiras desperate, I think, to get these 4 points. As Govinda is going to come in the number 3 spot. He just steps away and helps it on its way, and this will be another one. And would you believe it? 2 in 2. Almost like catching practice. He's hoping this goes a bit further, of course, with the pace of Junaid. And often you're not really thinking about where the fielders are early in the piece, but Govinda, he's also going to go for a duck. That'll make it 1 for 2. Junaid on a hat-trick. Just guided it down, didn't he? And so Taj Muhammad, could see him back in the side for Oeiras as well. He might make a bit of a difference if he gets given a bowl. Golden Derek for Govinda, though. He's had some bright moments in this series. He's going to have to join the Duck Club here in match 6 of the Super Fives. And the score's 1 for 2. Well, still waiting to break this hat-trick hoodoo. We're getting up to, I actually think it's getting towards 4 weeks. I think it's 4 weeks tomorrow since we've had a hat-trick. That's far too long on ECN. Could Junaid do it right here? Parvinder comes in. Hat-trick ball for Junaid. As Parvinder plays the role of party pooper to perfection. Just keeps this one out. In the air. Can anyone reach this? Probably not. Oh, almost. Let's bounce away from Macy. Well, watch out. You don't want to be the grass right now. Fair chance it's going to get a few bunches of fivers from Alex. We saw him pounding the turf the other night after a misfield. I don't know, it's a bit of a tough one. You never really know which way these are going to bounce. Gets near. He's basically hunting the catch. When he can't get there, he can't deal with a slight Tortuga. 4 runs. Big swing here. That'll be the end of the over. As fighters lose a couple in the first. Junaid does it again. The score is 5 for 2 after 1. And this one, I don't really think it's a chance of a golden ball, but we did go past 100 matches without a golden ball yesterday. I just feel with 4 tight contests to come, every chance that we might have the golden ball drought broken today. Guess we'll find out. Yeah, once we get into 3 figures, the spider senses go up, don't they, for a golden ball? And actually, we had a bit of a run of not getting to 100. In fact, the last time we got to 100 matches without a golden ball was October last year. So we're talking about 6 months since we've seen the golden ball tick up at 3 figures. It's been broken before the 100 in the last 6 golden balls. Taj Muhammad gets a bowl. Good to have him back. He does get him through, doesn't he? Good movement first up as well. He's a big addition to this bowling attack. Again, if you're going to win this tournament, you need your bowlers to be firing. We said this before, the batters might win your games, but bowlers win your tournaments. When it comes to the business end, you need to be able to keep the opposition at bay. Loses this down the leg side. Don't think that gets any of the pad. It will be called a wide. This one gets a bit of bat. It runs down to Macy. This time he does make the stop. Again, a pretty awkward one for him. Taj, though, he's pretty pacey, isn't he? Let's see how Parvinder goes. That's well bowled. To be honest, it's exactly where I wanted to bowl it. Maybe not exactly, because I think I would have gone at the stumps, which I think he was trying to do. But that late swing, he just takes it away. Got to say, if he does get on target, it's hard to see Parvinder dealing with it. This time it just kind of goes out a little bit and pretty well hit. Parvinder will get 4 here. This is quite a remarkable shot because, I mean, the last one came in. This one, if anything, just leaves him a little bit. Pretty nice shot, really. Little inside edge this time, Girish. He's been very good behind the stumps, I think, for Awarash in this series, Girish Singh. Taj still searching for his first wicket. 133 looks a long way away for Finders at the moment, doesn't it? This is on the stumps. Parvinder gives it both barrels, and he's going to get 6. Maximo! That's a nice shot. Way to take him down there. Having said that, that over only goes for 12, which is less than what they need even to grab a point out of this game. The score at the end of 2 is 17 for 2. You can see that Fighters just not able to get anything going here in the Super 5s. They are here because they are the 5th best team based on their performance. That's out of 14 teams. So certainly something they can be very proud of. It just hasn't happened for them really. Oh, his first one actually gets up and rattles the batter on the helmet, Gurulal. He actually hits the grill. Nasty one for Gurulal to deal with. That'll be the one for the over. Probably get a little bit of a concussion test. We'll get the express test. What's your name? Where are you? Gets those right. He gets to keep going. It's just a glancing blow, really, but still. Junaid softens him up a bit. Now, edge just off the outstretched glove of Girish. Great fielding from Macy down there. Now, Girish, to be honest, got a good jump at it. Slightly wrong-footed. Just couldn't get the middle of the glove near it. So technically it goes down as a drop, but I don't think Girish could have done much differently that time. Great fielding by Macy down there. Probably see him bowling before too long. Now this is lifted up, and that is huge. Oh, what a shot by Parvinder. Just what the doctor ordered there. Really nice hit. He strikes it well. Remember, he struck that 89, didn't he, Parvinder, and then ran himself out trying to steal the strike back towards the end. Now the next one is hit and hit hard. Wow. That's done the fence some damage. Oh, booyah. Massive hit. Smacked away. And just have a look at that. Smacks into the fence. And the camera shaking there. Shaking with a bit of fear. Goes to well again. This time he misses out. Junaid copping a bit back. That's the thing about fighters. You know, they're always going to attack. Obviously hasn't worked out too well in the last couple of days. It's a great contest this at the moment. I know. It's been fun, but we're not going to see that one-on-one anymore because that's the end of Junaid. He'll finish 2 for 18, and Fighters are 30 for 2 after 2. Looking at the Manhattan there. You can see 5 magical overs. In fact, their lowest over was 12. And that shows you that it's going to be a pretty healthy total. Hello, Martin Foster. Great to have you too. Richmond is in there as well. Great to have your company as always. Rattle and roll here as we'll get into over number 4. You can hear a lot of chat out there. Here's Faf. First one down the leg side. Doesn't get anything. So that's going to be a wide to get us going.
Keep going, man. Keep going, man. Please, energy. Energy. Let's go, Lucky. Let's go, Junaid.
Just trying to find something a little bit extra here. Faf has been swinging the ball a lot early in the piece. Typically bowls one early and then one a little bit later. This one picked up by Lucky, who actually gets a good shot on the stumps, and if that had hit, would have been a dramatic run out. Anyway, Parvinder, no guess what he's going to try and do here. And he has hit it, but end of the bat. It doesn't quite carry Naseem. Gets told he should have caught that and has a quick response saying, well, it was nowhere near me. Still, you can hear the energy. It's a big day for Warish. I know that Fighters, their Super 5s campaign's coming to an end here, but for Warish, it's only beginning. Yeah. Not going to let this one go.
Keep working here, Mana. Keep working here, Mana. Let's hear it, please. Let's go, boys. Let's go, Lucky. Let's go, Junaid.
This one slightly errant from Faf Stoneman, and that's going to run away. Yeah, nice shot. So, yeah, Gurlau had a bit of a torrid time out there, but he makes good contact on that. I can understand him coming in for his first game, so wanting to give him a bit of an opportunity to show what he can do. The other guys probably suffering from a bit of fatigue at this stage. He's not quite getting that outswing at the moment, is he, Faf Stoneman? Disappointed. He hasn't been able to quite get it right.
Come Fafa, bounce back here, boy.
This one gets big and actually rattles the fingers of Gurula. We'll get through for one. And Faf off to play club cricket in the Netherlands over the northern summer. I think that'll be a great thing for his development. Round the wicket, gets absolutely hammered. What a shot by Parvinder. Well, there's an opportunity for these fighters batters to have one last chance at a bit of personal glory, although a couple have missed out. Gurvinder, well, he's certainly enjoying himself out there. What a brilliant shot that is. He just played into his hands a little bit. I think Faf is going to go over the wicket again now. All right, see if the change of angle works. All right, he's going to stay around, actually. Change his mind again. This is up, and that's over the top. Maximal. Well, Parvinder showing he's not just a one-trick pony. Stoneman's over goes off the rails a little bit. Just doesn't get that natural swing there, does he? That's the difference, I suppose, between him bowling in the first half this game compared to some of the others. And at the end of that over, he goes for 21, and the score's 51 for 2 after 4. See, they're up now towards the rate required for their point. Oh, it'd be nice for fighters to at least take something out of this. It has been a bit of a horror show. Taj comes back for over number 5. Again, this will be a good chance for him to warm up a little bit. Have a big role to play later in the day, you'd imagine. That one gets up round about the shoulders. Maybe it's the one for the over. Taj, he's a guy I've seen playing previously for Lisbon Capitals. I think he might have even played for Friendship CC a little bit. This one's on the stumps, just whipped away. And that's going to get over Wirrakun out there. Maximal. 6 carreras. Nice shot. Just kind of uses the pace of Taj against him there. All right, this one, he hits across a little bit. Hang in there, that's a simple catch. Budenhorst takes it easy as you like. And so it was an entertaining innings from Gurulal. Got his opportunity, but he'll fall for 14. The third wicket falls now, and the score is 57 for 3. Nice little bit of variation. That one might have just straightened down the line a little bit. Budenhorst, well, he wasn't going to miss out on that, was he? Steve mentioning in the chat, and he's exactly right. Whereas they'll want to get a wicket or two, make sure that they get all 4 points, because that could be very important in determining the top 2. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Also, you just want to be playing well, don't you, going into finals day tomorrow? Lalit Kumar gets a hit at 5. Makes sense, he's a bit higher. Wow, how's that for a swing? First up. That is one of the all-time great bat swings, I think. Giant from Lalit, but you wouldn't expect anything less. Oh, Jesus, well bowled. And no prizes for guessing what Lalit Kumar's thinking. He wants to slam this ball as far as humanly possible. I don't think you could even swing any harder than Amit Kumar at the moment. Good to see Helix in there. Barry's asking, when will ECN go to Spain again? Well, I suppose next time we'll be on the calendar would be the ECC. And ooh, that was missed by much. So Taj will get 1 wicket, that's all. 1 for 18, his figures after 5. Fighters are 57 for 3. Yeah, Spain, so the next time we're scheduled to go there would be for the ECC in September. But we do have another ECS, which is scheduled for November. Oh, perfect timing, because there we go. There's the projected schedule. You can see that 23rd of September will start the ECC, which includes the ECC X this year. And also, we have a 3-week European Cricket Series listed to start on the 18th of November. Slight change there, Malta, because we had to wait so long to get there. That's now listed to be a 4-week series starting immediately after the European Cricket Championship. Stay tuned, and for the latest, you can always go to our website, europeancricket.com. All right, shake, rattle and roll. And the first one is going to be a nice shot by Parvinder. He'll get 4 runs. This is Miguel Stoneman, who's come on to bowl. That hanging full toss, drag to the leg side. The result's going to be 4 runs to the total. Let's see what they need for a win there. So Kumar entertained us by swinging the bat as hard as I think I can remember. Let's see if Miguel Stoneman can get it right here. Oh. I'm a bit worried he's going to put his neck out here. That's aggression. Oh, yeah. If he connects with that, that might end up in downtown Santarém. He does hit one. And not quite the middle, though. Just get a single here. Right. Here comes Parvinder then. He's moved to 44 off 16. And has had that innings of 89 where it was just really, really on. Still feel for him, actually, the way he got run out. It was his own fault, to be honest, but now he's going to be gone. So that's the end of his series. Stoneman hits the target. Maybe took a little bit off that one, but Parvinder gets castled for 44. End of the road for him. But you got to say, he's always a fun player to watch. Has an attacking outlook in the game. And I hope he has a great season. But right now, he's going to go for 44 and fight a 63 for 4, falling behind in their quest for a point. .190 target, obviously long way off, but if they could make it up in the 130s, they could keep their point. Now, how does that matter? I suppose it's just pride, isn't it? Also, you might be able to affect the standings above you. Sticks down the leg side. This is Mohammed Bilal, who's coming in at number 6. Another one from Stoneman. doesn't get hit, so Bilal will not be able to score off that ball. And at the end of 6, Fighters 64 for 4. Whereas the way it's kind of worked out, it's kind of, I won't say warm-up game, but has that kind of feel, doesn't it? Because they've got a couple of really tough games coming up against Marlow and then against Punjab CC Amadora. All 4 teams that remain in the competition after we say goodbye to Fighters at the end of this game, they'll have visions of getting that top 2. Macy gets the ball here in over 7. Leading wicket taker in the tournament, Alex Macy. Fancy another couple here, the way things are going. I'm loving the swinging of Kumar. I know it's not really working out for him, but it's kind of must-watch TV at the moment, isn't it? One thing's for sure, Death Taxes and Kumar's going to swing hard at this one. Unless it's a wide. That's one that he can leave alone. Macy, popular with his teammates. An effervescent character off the field. Kumar, there's the swing. No contact this time. Great to have Monica watching from Italy. And Monica, you know we're heading to Italy soon, right? So we'll be in Brescia at the Gina Brescia ground, actually. I believe they have 3 cricket grounds there. I haven't actually visited that ground before. We played the Jandra Brescia ground before. There's great things happening in that town. Don't think that's hitting, but it will be a top ball. Well, hoping he'd get a wide, but just misjudged the line of the ball. Probably cops in the back of the leg. That's not too pleasant either. This is a fraction short, and it's going to go the journey. Maximo! Well, the irony here is that Kumar actually watches this ball. It doesn't swing as hard, just makes good contact. So rather than trying to hit a world record 6, he just plays the right shot. And that's more like it. Well struck. Drags this leg side, and Fafstomer, that's where he's fielded since he's come back into the side. Could see Diego Mendonca in there, saying, hope it's been a good morning so far. Well, it has, no doubt. I just think, like, you know, we saw a jump in intensity from the cricket on Thursday, the last day of Group B. We saw a bit of a jump in intensity to Super 5's day yesterday. I think we're going to see a bit of another jump in intensity after this game. Macy gets in a pretty good spot, just dragged away for a single. Bilal's off the mark. And at the end of 7 overs, Fighters are 73 for 4. And even that point looks a little bit out of sight at the moment. They need to go at 20s to do that, but you never know. Yeah, so yeah, looking forward to those locations. Being told, hey mate, what if we go to Malta for 4 weeks? So we should set up camp there. Yeah, so coming up, I think things are going to go up a notch because Marlow taking on Punjab CC Amadora. Those teams went through undefeated yesterday. Marlow winning 2 games, Punjab just their 1. Punjab CC Amadora winning the top, selecting to bowl first. All right, Sazar Shah. See if they stick with him at the top of the order. I have a feeling that Ray Imran might come at 3, considering how well he hit them yesterday. So That game's coming up starting in about half an hour's time. And really, the last 4 games today are too close to call for me. Very, very tight. Vishwakarma gets a bowl here with his left arm as this just evades the fielder. 4 carreras. And probably just on a length there. I think you need to try and draw the batter forward. He's able to kind of settle his crease and whack through it. Trying to keep it up to the very end here. Awarash, who we'll see play the following match after that Marlow versus Punjab CC Amadora clash. They'll play Marlow in the 3rd match today. Then they'll play Punjab CC Amadora in the 4th. As this is lifted up leg side, and Wirakun does well down there to keep it to a single. Marlow listing Amir Zaib at the top of the order. And Imran Khan listed as his opening partner. Shazad at 3, Amandeep at 4. So get set. If you've got a bit of time on your Saturday, you can settle in. We still have 8 more hours of cricket to go here on the network. Day 19, the second day of Super 5s. Too short really, but he hasn't timed this. It'll just be a single. Whistles it in, looking for a cheap run out, but only get a single. See the irony, Kumar obviously trying to be hyper aggressive, but he's actually going at less than a run a ball at the moment. 9 off 11. This is lifted up in the air and will be taken. Green Shields will cause Vishwakarma to get in the wickets column. Bilal goes for 6, and Fighters, story of their Super 5 so far. They'll lose the 5th wicket here. 79 for 5. I know Ian's in the chat. Maybe let us know where you're watching from, Ian. I know that Macy splits his time these days. Originally in New Zealand, born in New Zealand, but splits his time between Portugal and Australia. Are you potentially watching from Australia? Let me know. Bilal, I liked his keeping. I've liked his series. I know it's a bit tough. It ends on a slight downer, but he can be really proud of what he's done. He's pretty much done the job exclusively behind the stumps for the Fighters as well. Harpreet Singh gets a bat, and he won't be able to score off that one. So Vishwakarma's over is 1 for 6. Decent result for him. Just went for a 4 and 2 singles in there. And the score after 8 is 79 for 5. So just 2 overs to go in this one. Let's see who gets the overs. Imagine Macy would get one. I think, yeah, he's going to grab the 9th. It's got a bit of a theory with Macy. Maybe you don't want to bowl him too late against some of the big hitting teams. You feel like he's your ideal, maybe 5 and 7, 4 and 6 around there. You feel like he's better when they've got something to lose. This is lifted up in the air and out of the ground. Maximo! Yeah, once again, Lalit not swinging quite as hard, but just playing the right shot and timing it well. Well struck. And just nicks inside. Well judged by Macy. A lot of these guys do take kind of step outside leg and make it hard to access those offside deliveries. With this slight different interpretation that's going to be trialled from Monday. So even if that hits the line, it's going to be, say, it's fine. I just think it's going to force batters to reassess their footwork and maybe try and get it across close to the ball rather than stepping away. So even this one's pretty tight when we're judging these wides on Monday. Does this miss the line completely, or does it get a little bit of the line? What do you think? Probably that's a wide for me. Misses the whole line. But you can see it's going to be a different judgment point. It's not harder or easier. It's probably just a bit different. Slower ball. Kind of diddles Kumar, but he adjusts his shot, get a single. Loving this weather though. Yeah, a lot of people were a bit disappointed. I'm the same. I think everyone was the same, that the weather had such a big bearing in Group A. But since it's come good, it's come really good. This is more what we'd expect at this time of the year in Portugal. That's another ball that's going to sneak inside. So Macy hasn't got a wicket, but he has been pretty tight here. Morning to Kroom. Great to have you in the chat. Do you have some cricket on the cards today, Kroom? Girish comes up, maybe hunting a stumping here with a couple to come in the over. This is in the air, but just wide of Bardenhorst. That'll go for 4. It's kind of catchable height, wasn't it? But wasn't straight at the fielder. So Harpreet gets off the mark. Nice little moment for him. Again, you're only really playing for personal highlights now. Fighters have had a... running out of superlatives, really. But they've had a very, very rough road here in the Super 5s. And by Mace gets that through, but he doesn't take a wicket in this one. Still decent economy. None for 21 off his 2, and Fighters 91 for 5 after 9. Leaving 42 to even get the point. I don't think that's going to happen. Macy going wicketless. Faf Stoneman. It's probably the one I'd bring back here just because his last over didn't go too well, unless you want to go for a kind of different option. And it looks like Vishwakarma, he's going to get a second over instead. That's fair enough as well. All right. Shake, rattle and roll. Vishwakarma comes back. First one's hit straight at cover. No run there. Kumar has stayed in a while, hasn't he? It looked like he'd lose his poles a few times early. Yeah, he's lucky to get away with that, if I'm honest. I reckon that hits a bit of the line, but gets it back. Just gets on with it. Again, decent location there. Getting the batter to reach, and there's the Tortuga. So, I suppose given the situation, maybe we'll see the funny side of it, but whereas they keep the standards pretty high regardless of the game situation. Miguel Stoneman. Bit of egg on the face there. And that's a really nice shot as well. It shows Kumar, it's not just a slogger, it's a proper shot. There's probably a bit of fatigue creeping into his batting as well. Nice shot through the offside. Just a couple to come in this one then. As this is lifted up, and that will be out of the ground. Maximo! Well, there you go. Nice bit of hitting. Vishwakarma, I think he hasn't quite got it right in this spell. There's no doubt about that. That brings up the 100 for Fighters. At least they'll end up with that to their name. First time they've brought up the 100 in this Super 5s. Here's the last ball of their campaign. And this is hit pretty well as well. That'll be 6. Maximo. So they finish on a high, but unfortunately for the Fighters, they're not able to take a point out of the Super Fives campaign in any of their 4 matches, so they will bow out in 5th place. So now it's just a matter of who will manage to get in the top 2 at the end of the day. Oerash, they get their first win in the Super 5 stage. It's a pretty comprehensive one. The final score here in match 6 of the Super 5s is Oerash 189, Fighters 111. And yeah, I think that Oerash, it's as good a performance as they could have hoped for in this match. Heading into what's going to be a big couple of matches to come to finish off their Super 5s leading into finals day tomorrow. So coming up next, Marlow taking on Punjab CC Amadora. Punjab CC winning the toss, selecting to bowl first in that, so we'll get to see Marlow with the bat. And Zaib listed at the top with Imran Khan. That looks about right, that batting order. Stay tuned for that. First ball in about 20 minutes. Let's go back and have a look at the second innings highlights. Well, it was always going to be tough, and that's the way it panned out with Harjot going for a duck. He was followed soon after by Guravinda at number 3, who just poked one down to Taj Muhammad for a golden. So that was a rough start, to say the least. They were 1 for 2. Parvinder and Gurlal came together. Gurlal given an opportunity at the top of the order, but Guravinda, after he left, Parvinder came out and hit a few really nice shots. 44 off 17, of course. High score of 89 in the series. Hit 5 6s, 3 4s in there. Gurlal got a couple away as well. The Fighters, even that kind of the 130 plus to get the point looked a long way off, didn't it? So they're kind of playing for pride from pretty early in the piece. Eventually, Gurlal would hold out to Badenhorst, who picked him up off a skied ball behind point. Parvinder would get bowled by Stoneman. Lalit came out and bowled some and actually hit, or attempted to hit some of the biggest 6s that humans have ever attempted. He swung and missed pretty hard early, but to be fair to him, got a couple away in the end. He ended it on 36 not out off 20. Bilal was there for a while. He went for 6, caught by Greenshields. Harpreet was able to score a boundary in the last over. Then some big hitting from Lalit in the 10th saw the Fighters up to 111. So the margin of victory in this one is 78 runs. And ready, it puts Oerash up equal with Marlow on points in 2nd and 3rd place at the moment. But still, the next 4 games ultimately with 4 teams so close together will determine who gets that crucial double chance tomorrow. Parvinder came in after the first 2 were lost very, very early. He scored 44 off 17. He was the top scorer. Lalit Kumar trying to set some world bat speed records early in his innings, but ultimately he'd hit a few in the end. 36 off 20. Apart from that, Gulal reached double figures as he was asked to open the batting in this one. Fighters 111. As far as the bowling went, well, they knew pretty early in the piece they were going to get the points. So I think Junaid with a couple of early strikes, but got it taken to a little bit in his second over. 2 for 18, his figures. Wickets also for Taj Muhammad on his return to the side as well as Miguel Stoneman with 1 for 7. Vishwakarma 1 for as well. No one really letting their side down there, although Faf Stoneman probably would like that over back. Didn't quite get it right. The ball wasn't moving for him when he was asked to bowl early-ish in the innings. We'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 15 minutes with the second game. It'll be Marlow versus Punjab CC Amadora. One of those teams will just taste defeat for the first time in the Super 5s. Finney Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Back shortly here at the Santarém Cricket Ground in Portugal with more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the SCG, and yes, there's more action on the way. Still 4 matches to go in the Super 5 stage, and I think we're going to have some real tight contests from this point forward. Of course, these are the top 4 teams remaining, and they're fighting it out for the double chance on finals day tomorrow. Coming up next is match 7 between Marlow, the defending champions, and Punjab CC Amadora, the leading team of Group A little while ago. Tyrone Peters was with the 2 captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
They are going to bowl first.
Punjab CC electing to send in Marlow, which certainly has a few risks, but I do think that they were good on the chase yesterday. Punjab CC Amadora just playing the 1 game and blowing fighters out of the water, really. Adam 21 for 7 at one stage. So I think that's why they like the idea of bowling first and chasing. But Marlow, they actually put on some big scores batting first as well. They showed that they were the masters of defence when they overcame Gamblers SC in the first game of the Super 5s by 15 runs after only posting 116. I've listed at the top of the order with Imran Khan. I do feel like that's probably the way they'll go. Amandeep comes back in for Marlow. He's a handy batting option, and also his off-spinners are providing some variety in the attack. Gondal and Meisim in there, very, very handy as well, particularly at the end of the innings with a ball. Marlow, slight favourites over Punjab CC, 53% to 47. I think that tells you all you need to know. This is going to be a pretty tight contest. Remember last year, Punjab CC Amadora, they just missed out on the final stages on net run rate, finishing in 5th and missing out the top 4. So now that they're in the mix, I want to make sure that they can put in a good showing, and obviously we know they're going to make it to final stage. They'd love to lock up a top 2 and a chance to push for the trophy. Fazal Mushtaq there behind the stumps for Punjab CC. And it is The Rock coming off his first ever ECN century yesterday. To get us going, Imran Khan is his opening partner. Ranasawa will open the bowling. Welcome back to everybody around the world. Here we go. Starts with the ball that kind of cramps. The Rock. Amir Zaib. Mentioned that Zaib's the kind of guy that he saves his best for when they need it. And sometimes against the opposition when maybe they're not quite as evenly matched. Sometimes he's probably not quite as focused as he is. Now goes back and just guides this one behind point. That'll be 4. Really nice shot selection from Zaib. Ranasawa and Amir Zaib, they played a fair bit of cricket together for the Portuguese national team. And first points to Amir Zaib in this contest. Marlowe expected to get 149 here. That'd be a pretty healthy first innings. Does the same shot again, and guess what? He gets the same gap again, and guess what? He gets 4 more. 4 carreras más. As Zaib opens up a bit more poise and power early on. Ranasawa, not the worst deliveries really. He does typically move the ball into the right-hander. Hello to Steve McVeigh watching from Portugal. They pace off to start. I mean, Rana does like to bowl the first over, we know that. Oh, wow, Zaib tries to launch this over the leg side, but again, the pace off kind of worked in the last game, didn't it? And have a look here. Ends up having to hop around his stumps. This time he is able to get it away. Not quite out of the middle, but it will run away for 4. So a 3rd boundary in the over. Marlowe. Out of the 7 ECN domestic series in Portugal, they have won 6 of them. The only one they dropped was the 2022 night series to Gamblers SC. There's a list of some of the upcoming events. I'll come back to that in a second, but right now, we'll see if Zaib can get another one away. Rolling off cutter this time. Misfielded initially, but it'll only be a single, so Zaib, probably not a bad thing that he keeps the strike, controlling things at the moment. Apologises to his partner, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to have one batter up and ticking in the power play. 13 without loss after 1. So yeah, we've got France starting on Monday. Rico Full will be there. Travelling tomorrow. I know he's very, very excited to see how that goes for the first time. 11 teams there in France, and then we'll finish in ECI, 3-way ECI. Brescia in the north of Italy, our next destination, but we also have some T20 international cricket coming up involving games in France as well as the Netherlands and Cyprus going into June. We have our first ECS in Estonia since the 2-dayer back in 2020, so our first kind of full-length ECS there, and also England for the first time. 5 days at the end of May. Stay tuned, and you can always go to EuropeanCricket.com as those series approach to check out the teams and the squads that will be taking part. All right, second over now. Parveen is going to get a wicket first up. Zaib just loses his shape there. It's a ball that slants across him. It's a healthy edge through to the keeper, Fazal Mushtaq, and there's your first wicket of match number 7. The Rock has to go for 13 In fact, all 13 so far have been off his bat. And Marlowe 13 for 1 in the second. You can see there, probably just trying a bit too much off a ball that he probably could have given a bit more respect to. You can see a huge edge there, and Zaib doesn't even wait for the umpire's decision. He knows that he's nicked that one. That'll bring Najam Shazad to the crease. He's a guy who's played a lot of cricket at a high level here in Portugal. Be interested to see what he delivers over the next couple of days. Very powerful striker of the ball. He'll be important with the ball in the second innings as well. Parveen, very handy left armour. And gets it spot on to Najam first up. Imran Khan at the other end hasn't had to do anything yet. Marlowe, you can see we started, what was it, 53-47. More or less the same. Najam, false shot here, slices up in the air. He's concerned, but he's going to get it up and over the boundary. Oh, up and over the infield. It bounces to the boundary. And he's off the mark. We see straight away he's a bit worried about this one. It wasn't quite out of the middle. It was high on the bat, but he saw pretty quickly that because we're in the power play, it was going to at least get over that circle. Now goes on the charge, and this one is close to the middle. And it's going to fly over the fence. Maximo! Our first one of match 7 here in the Super Fives, and the race is on to grab that double chance on finals day tomorrow. And I said it before, say it again, with these 4 teams so even, the ability to be able to have an off game and survive in finals day is worth plenty. Oh, well, it's a slightly dodgy run. Probably worth a pop. I reckon if that hits, it's probably out. Imran, I'd be keen to get in on the action. But just have a look at this. I have a feeling if this had hit the stumps, I think he would have been gone. Would have been close at least. Wasn't really on target. Leg side. This one will be a wide. We'll have to be bowled again. Welcome back to everyone watching on our YouTube channel, ECN, European Cricket Network. We passed 388,000 subscribers not too long ago. What are we going to do for the 400,000? Do you think we just go ice bucket again, or do we have other ideas? And just kind of catches him run on the crease. First ball he's faced. Give us your ideas. I'm happy to be going with the ice bucket again. Hopefully it's summer when it happens. Anyway, at the end of 2 overs, Marlowe 25 for 1. Pretty even start. Something for everyone here. Well, fighters, unfortunately, they're going to end up with a bag of donuts here in the Super Fives. But that does leave 4 teams that are competing for 2 spots in the double chance game tomorrow. And really, it's too close to call at the moment. Gamblers a point ahead of Marlowe and Awarish, but they have played an extra game. Each one of these games will be crucial in determining who will get that kind of insurance policy tomorrow. Rana bowls out and he gets whacked by Shazad, or does he? No, he's gone. He was keen to get down the pitch and try and hammer it over long on. And he did get to it, but he didn't get it over Parveen Singh. So Rana gets a big fish of Najam Shazad, and Marlowe in a bit of early trouble here, having lost 2 wickets now, is 25 for 2. Najam, no news straight away, didn't make the contact that he wanted. Has been a bit of an Achilles heel for him. That attempted shot over long on. sometimes he's been searching for it when it hasn't been there. That time I think it was on, but he just didn't get it out of the screws, and Parveen does the rest. 25 for 2. Marlow do have a long batting lineup, we know that. Punjab CC Amadora looking on a mission at the moment. Amirikram comes out at number 4. There's Lorenzo Cascais in the background showing off the guns. We'll tell everyone that we're 25 degrees at the moment, and they're saying we're going to get to 30. I don't think I've seen 30 in Europe where we've been this summer, or this year yet, I should say. Not quite summer. Oh, Ikram goes for it straight away. This hangs up in the air, and that's going to be out as well. Sawa's on a hat trick, and Marlow lose another one. It's 25 for 3. And, well, Marlow swinging for the fences, going hard in the power play. Amirikram will be the next one to go. Again, waste no time on the charge. More of the inside half of the bat than anything. And fairly simple catch taken out there. So unfortunately for Ikram, he goes very first ball. Ranasawa being brought back and getting the double strike here. And an alley with a fairly simple catch out there, though he did have to make a bit of ground to get there. Could this be hat-trick number 10 of the season? Not really, but still decent one. Amandeep Singh comes out at number 5. He struck his highest score ever in ECN cricket just the other day. 73 not out versus Precious. He's playing his 89th match on the network, so he's played a lot of games. As this will be cut away, slight misfield, and that's going to go for 4. Just giving up the pressure there. Punjab CC. Amandeep has also played some cricket for Marlow before. Also has played for Gawker 11 Indian Royals as well as Gamblers. But yeah, currently for Marlow, coming in the middle order. This one's just bounced on the pitch. Yeah, I think just trying a variation. And Ranasawa gets it slightly wrong. That was that kind of tipped it off cutter. Marlow just fallen behind in this game now, according to the computer. It's a genuine leg glance here. That's going to roll down the hill, and that's going to be 4. So nice shot by Amandeep. Almost entertaining the keeper with that leg glance, though. Marlow trying to recover. I suppose against this lineup that is a very strong, long batting lineup, you need your bowlers to be able to handle themselves as well. And not just 1 or 2 bowlers, but at least 5 minimum you have to use. Last ball of the power play. You see big hoopers from Rana, but swinging from the hand, Amandeep will push a single. He has 2 4s and a single to his name as we get to the end of the power play. Even Stevens here at the Santarém Cricket Ground. Marlow 35 for 3. I would say, I think with the 3 wickets, that Punjab CC Amadora win the power play, but given that Marlow started slight favourites, that's why it's more or less a 50-50 from here on in. 3 double-figure overs, but also 3 wickets in the first 3 of this one. We've got some really great games coming for you today. Parveen will bowl out in the 4th. A bit of a false shot from Amandeep, but that could run away for 4, and it will. So luck's a fortune for Marlow there. And they will get 4 runs to start the over. And when teams are evenly matched, that luck factor is pretty important. Often can be the difference. I wonder if the viewers out there, do you have a favourite out of the 4 teams still in the hunt? This one just holds its line a bit and will be called a wide. (50-50). That's the way we like our games here on ECN. Hasn't always been that way the last couple of days. As Amandeep pulls this away, and a bit of work has to be done down there. It is. Simranjit Singh does the fielding. Hello to Jeff Mobs. Great to have you as always. Yeah, pretty interesting run home now. We have 8 games left, including this in this series. We're tracking for 3 weeks in Portugal, over 100 games in total. In the air, but not hit very well. It's going to be all over. Simple catch down there for Mubin Tariq, and Amandeep. His innings will come to an end on 15. Parveen with the second wicket. It's 42 for 4. Mubin Tariq, pretty good inclusion into this side. A bit of an off day with the ball yesterday, but I think he's a pretty important component for this side to provide some variety in their attack. You can see Amandeep knew straight away that he's hit this straight down the throat of Tariq. Takes it clean as a whistle. And now Marlowe, 42 for 4. Funny thing is, just the way it's gone, Imran Khan's opened the batting. He's only faced 1 delivery in the whole innings. Good question in here. Marlowe, yeah, in Spanish it basically means bad. But I'm not sure if it's that way in Portuguese. That was Dave's question. They're anything but bad though, Marlowe. 6 ECN trophies. Be hard pressed to find another team in Europe, and I actually can't think of one top of my head, that has 6 ECN trophies. They have 4 ECS trophies and 2 Night Series trophies. Actually, don't rack my brains, but I don't think there's anyone close to that. Any team close to that. Sawa comes in at number 6, and he starts with a single. In Portuguese, I've got the direct translation as evil. Oh, that's pretty sinister. That's a slow ball gone wrong. But we'll be caught. Now we're going to have to look at the height. I mean, it's going to be an interesting one, put it that way. Now, what's happened here as well is the ball come back in. Well, I just think that they might have run him out here as well. I mean, my eyes went straight to the screen to see if it's going to be caught. But here, I mean, it looks like it could be a no-y. And yeah, you can see he runs him out. So, I mean, one way or another, Imran's out here. Probably wasn't smart cricket. So now they're going to have to decide, is this a no ball or not? Probably because of the trajectory and he's a metre out of his crease, it's probably going to be a legal delivery. So Imran is going to be gone. Still waiting on confirmation about how that's out, but that'll be a 5th wicket gone. Just couldn't get any of the strike. When he did, he wasn't able to score. He'll go for a duck. Imran disappointed to kind of be left on the shelf there. Still waiting on confirmation of how that was out. Okay, it's caught or he's run out. I have a feeling the ball was legal. But again, probably should have run it out in case it was called a no ball. There's no free hit signal or anything, so I think it was out court. Ooh, it's pretty close. And he's gone. So can you believe your eyes here? Parveen will get 3 wickets in 4 balls to finish his spell. Now, where does this bounce? That's one question. I felt it probably bounced on. It does. It hits him on. And where's it hit him? It's going across. Okay, bounces on middle and leg, hits him on off. Is it missing the whole of off stump? I don't know. It's not plumb, but I mean, it seemed like it fulfilled the criteria on first glance. And so, Mian Shahid, he'll have to go first ball. The other thing was, it's very hard to tell with the front on, but was there a little edge on it or not? Certainly wasn't one you'd want to be missing. So unfortunately for Mian Shahid, he has another ECN duck. And unfortunately, he's had too many of them. It's his 13th duck on ECN. Maybe he needs to settle into being a bowler. You don't have to worry about that kind of thing. All right, into the over. So 43 for 6. And they've actually lost 5 wickets in the last 12 balls. It's just gone right off the rails. They've lost 6 wickets in the last 18 balls. Parveen finishes with figures of 4 for 20. Kasim Anwar is going to start with a big full toss. Kasim being unleashed into the series. This one round about the waist. Kroot says, no, not happy with that. You have to bowl that one again. Free hit coming up. Hazim Sawa being joined by Said Meister at the crease. It's a swing on this, but doesn't beat Rahim Imran. That square leg. Yeah, Kasim. He comes into the lineup for Punjab CC Amadora. Pretty handy option to have up your sleeve. Meister getting a hit here at number 8. Batting in the 5th over, so still not quite at the halfway point of this innings. Gets it up in the block hole. Good location. Just dug out for 1. Marlowe's still given credit for 106 here from the computer. Feels like there'll be a bit of a rearguard action, considering they still have batting to come. Still got Gundal to come. Roshan Singh, he's won games off his bat before. Asad Mahmood listed at 11. Nice little flick away from Sawa. But straight to the fielder, just a single. Punjab CC will really be sensing an opportunity here. Because when you adjust for the actual amount of games played, because they only played 1 yesterday, they're actually in prime position to top the table here in the Super 5s. Oh, gee, that could be gone as well. It is. It's a very good Yorker from Kasim. It angles in. It catches him on the crease. And really, it was hard to see what that was missing. Catches him right in front. And look, there's a couple of things here. He's going wide of the crease. He is swinging the ball in. But hard to see that missing. For me, it's taken a piece of the leg stump. Umpire thought the same. And really, it's been good length. Unfortunately for Meister, he'll have to go for just 1. It's another wicket down for Marlowe, who are now 47 for 7. Yeah, it was an interesting one, that one. I think it hits him in front. It's not necessarily plumb. The question is, is the angle going to take it down the leg side, or is it going to take a piece of leg stump? Just my instincts there are that if you took the batter out the way, imagine just visualising that ball with no batter in the way. Hard to see it missing. Roshan Singh then gets the hit at number 9. Chance for him to shine. But right behind the 8 ball here, Marlowe. That one is going to miss, but we'll get through for a leg bite. And have a look at how much the expected scores come down. Even with that 7th wicket, the expected score dropped by about 25 runs. That's the value of wickets at this stage. And you've got a chance to rock and roll a team. Steve McVeigh saying this is carnage. Yeah, sure is. Wickets falling. Regular intervals. Quick intervals. Almost get an 8 there as the angle takes it past the bat of Sawa. He's on 3. Roshan yet to score. And at the end of the 5-over mark, it is 48 for 7. Here in match 7, in-game analysis. Well, what I will say is when you have evenly matched teams, anything's possible in ECN from game to game. You might have one team thrash another. And the next time they meet, there could be a thrashing the other way. That's the nature of the format. But I suppose when you're here, if you're Marlowe, you're still thinking this is a winnable game. You've got 2 guys at the crease that are very comfortable with the bat. And I think they could still put together 5 overs where they score, say, 2 a ball, 108. It's not too far from what they defended yesterday. As Roshan clips this away nicely, and he'll get 4. He gets it just away from the outfielder. Roshan's a guy who could be batting a lot higher. He's made in this team just to keep. But remember, last year we saw him come out and win a game pretty much off his own bat. That's when he was playing for Gorka 11. Came out late in the piece and did the business. Having said that, his highest score on the network is 16. Another thing about Roshan, he's taken 19 stumpings as well, which is a big amount. Punjab CC, no Marlowe are dangerous. They don't want to let him off the hook. Here's Adnan Ali. Slides into the pad, won't be out, but another leg bite. It's almost like in those James Bond movies when they've got James Bond kind of tied up in the corner. It's possible that he might just sneak loose and find a way to fight back, and you don't want Marlowe to be able to do that. This one is a wide. Now, when the regulations get changed, would this be a wide? It'd be close. Maybe gets a tiny bit of the line. Maybe not. Maybe benefit of the doubt. Started just trying to recalibrate my eyes for when that interpretation comes in. Well, that one is in the air. It's laced to Parveen on the bounce. Not a bad shot though from Roshan. Yeah, so trialling the regulation with the wides on Monday, from Monday in France, that the line on the offside won't move. I mean, we really like that. The leg side wides are very clear. The height wides are very clear. But the offside, still, it's putting a lot of pressure on umpires to judge has the batter moved early or not. Meanwhile, they're meant to look at the bowler's foot. Hit down the ground, and that gets past the fielder. He just crept around to his left there, Mubin. And he won't be able to stop that, so Sawa gets his first boundary. Marlowe. Yeah, there's a lot of fight in Marlowe. Don't you worry about that. Yeah, so with the new interpretation, the line belongs to the bowler now instead of the batter. But that line will not move. Even if the batter gets all twinkle toes. Pretty good ball. Well, this could be out if he hits. And he has hit. That's a needless one, really. It was pretty good composure from Adnan Ali to pick it up, sum up the situation. Had an opportunity and he made it count. He hits the middle stump with the throw, and Marlowe, a self-inflicted blow to cause the eighth wicket. The score now 60 for 8. Roshan. It's one of these ones where I think he was keen to go. The batter, to be honest, didn't really lead him on, Azim Sawa. And pretty good throw because, okay, took a little bit of a look. Didn't have time to really set himself. And Roshan hurls the bat to the turf in frustration. Because he looked like he might be able to turn things around, but now I'll have to watch the rest of the innings from the sidelines. And at the end of 6 overs, the score 60 for 8. Just an error in judgment. Roshan keen to go. You can understand that, but the run was never really there. And I feel if it wasn't Roshan, it would have been Sawa that was run out, because Adnan would have had a pop at the stumps anyway. Start of a new over. And it is going to be a bit of a squeeze shot for Gondal, who comes out, does face the first ball. The run out was on the non-striker's end, but because of the change of over, he's facing 8 wickets in 6 overs so far. So it's Kazim Anwar who's coming back to bowl his second. Bit of discussion about Charlie. I'm not going to say Charlie. He's into his last, was it 3 weeks, I think, at his university. Then we'll probably see a bit more of him on the network. He's very popular with the viewers. A little bit short, top edge, hanging in the air, doesn't carry. There's a wicket now, it's worth plenty. Now they think of a second, it's not quite there. If you get a 9th wicket, then you're really on your last legs. And you're really second-guessing every aggressive shot you play. Gondal, he can handle himself with the bat. Not necessarily called on very often. Happy enough just to get out the way and get a single at the moment. Yeah, Gondal actually has a 50 on the network. Scored 56 not out against ORS back in 2020. Averages more than 20. Strikes at 173. So, I mean, bats low only because of the composition of this Marlowe lineup. Sawa on strike now, though. That looks like a big wide over the head. Gondal, though, known mostly as a bowler, and he has 50 ECN wickets. Miles over the head. In fact, it's off the screen. 1 bouncer allowed per over. That bouncer must go over the shoulders. Can't be above the head. This one fraction short. Finds the gap. Finds the boundary. Sawa flying the flag. Marlowe just looking for like an ugly 100 here. They're going at the rate to get 100. But their biggest problem is they've lost 8 wickets along the way. Yeah, plenty of chat out there for Punjab. I want to say happy Vaisakhi as well to everyone today. Big day on the calendar. Gets lucky here. French cut, and that'll run away for 4. So if you can't be good, be lucky, as they say in the classics. And this is a thick inside edge. It's going to run away. Normally, when you get these innings, there's some sort of resistance somewhere along the line. Not always, but normally. Kasim has 1 ball left in his spell. He's done a good job, 1 for 16, his figures. That's not a good ball. That's going to go to the boundary as well. Lets himself down. 4 carreras más. 76 for 8 then after 7. But yeah, didn't get that right. Needed to pitch up. test Sawa outside the off stump. Hey, looking forward to Monday. The Grinny Vipers and the Villeneuve Super Kings doing battle in the first ever match in the ECS France. Rico will be there, 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India. So come Monday, just 2 days away, of course, we'll start an hour and a half earlier. That's because we're migrating over to France. Also, we'll get to see Balmenians and also Royal 94 in the first ever day of ECN cricket in France. Looking forward to that. Some familiar faces on day 2 as Paris University Club and Dreux are involved in those matches. For more information, you can always go to our website, europeancricket.com. Back to the action here, and here's Gurjit. That's going to be a no ball. It'll be caught, but I'm sure this isn't out. That's very, very high. Gurjit gets it wrong. Free hit to come. Have a look at it on the replay. Gondal does well to get some willow on it, I think. Last thing you're expecting. And so they get a no ball +1, means Sawa, who's running hot at the moment, gets to face the free hit. Oh, another one. So that's a horror start from Gurjit. He's trying for the Yorker, but gets it wrong badly twice in a row. So that's his second and final warning for those as well. If he bowls one more, he'll be barred from bowling for the rest of the innings. Oh, this is hit straight. Still free hit, don't forget. That'll be 4. So his first ball goes for 7. Yeah, you can see it happen sometimes. I mean, when Punjab CC Amadora were bowling this time yesterday, they were really all over fighters in it. Not too dissimilar fashion, but Mubin Tariq on that occasion went for plenty of runs. But I thought he'd be a good option here, especially with the left-hander at the crease. His off-spin might be handy. Yeah, but it was 36 of the 74 runs that fighter scored came off the 2 overs of Mubin Tariq. And at the moment, Gurjit having a bit of a rough time. Well bowled. Good comeback. Be a bit more comfortable to the right hand, although did bowl the first big beamer to Gondal. First ball of the over. Well bowled again, end of the bat. Well, they're going to go for the keeper's end. Both ends were on, really. Can understand why you'd go and try and remove Sawa, but the throw never had a chance. It bounced over the top of the stumps. So even if it was on line, it wouldn't have been out. Sawa was a dead man walking if that had hit. Missed opportunity. Getting some good late swing there. It's into the pad of Azim Sawa. I mean, it hasn't been a pretty innings, but just have a look at what they're on track for here. 105 predicted. They're on 108 pace. I mean, if Marlow could get to that kind of 110, they'll feel they've got the bowling to defend it. It's just going down the leg side. It's good umpiring. Umpires have been great in this series. I think it's the late movement is going to take this past the leg stump. Just watch the late little bit of curve on it. That's definitely missing. End of the 8th over then, 86 for 8. Marlow fighting on. The whole batting unit getting tested here. Just have a look at those wickets. They just keep on falling. They've done pretty well to recover, even with 8 down. Only Asad Mahmood to come. Yeah, he's a guy that doesn't really bat too much at all in ECS cricket. Sawa swings and misses through this one. And then Ali bowling this 9th over. Interesting they haven't bowled Tariq after he had a bit of an off day yesterday, but he's a good off spinner. Lefty at the crease. This is lifted up and out of the ground. Maximo! Well, this is an innings that's not going to win too many beauty contests, but it might just do the job. Waits on the slower ball there. Sawa picks it, puts it out of here. To give you an idea about Asad Mahmood, who's still to come. He has 40 runs on the network in 77 matches. 40 runs, but he has 65 wickets in those matches. So whenever you see that guys have got more wickets than runs in their career, you know they're an out-and-out bowler. There's 6 more. Things are turning. Marlowe finding a way. That's into the trees. Maximo. SOS on Maximo Grande in the slot again. If they'd been watching last over, if Ferdinand had been watching, it was a full delivery, the kind of block hole delivery that had Sawa struggling for answers, but he puts a couple in the slot and gets summarily dispatched over the leg side twice in a row. 116 predicted now. That's exactly what Marlowe were able to defend yesterday against Gamblers. Better length. It changes the angle as well, but it's more about the length there. Stops that one flying out of the ground. Here's Rao Imran. Wasn't he amazing yesterday with the bat? Punjab CC Amadora played only 1 match yesterday. They play 3 today. Marlowe played 2 yesterday, so they'll play 2 today. In fact, they're back-to-back, playing here and then also playing Oeris in the next game. Gondal has done his job pretty well. Hasn't soaked up any balls. Gets off strike this time again. Sawa probably wants to have a dip at this, you'd imagine. It's taken him twice. And he won't. Oh, gee. I actually think it goes through his legs. I actually think it would have been out if it had hit. And anyway, it takes it into the over. 100 even now. Marlowe wasn't always certain they'd bring up the 100, but they do. It's 100 for 8 after 9. I just got a feeling that when this passes the stumps, that he might have still been out. Look at the athletic work there. Maybe he was back. Hard to say. Anyway, back when Marlowe were 47 for 7 and then 60 for 8, they would have loved the thought of having triple figures on the board. They'll do it. Now and over to make a few more. 113 predicted. Let's see how this over goes. Gurjit comes back, so they don't use Mubin at all. He gets the first one right. I'm feeling Gurjit probably benefit from getting a second over. Interesting that Sawa's been the real thorn in the side, and you've had the off spinner all along to break things up, break up the rhythm. They've never used him. I'm guessing just because he had a bit of an off day yesterday. Full toss, that's going to fly away for 4. Not a good ball from Gurjit, who just gets 2 full once again. Marlowe taking a bit of momentum into the second half. I still think Punjab CC Amadora got to be favourites here, but it's not going to be a cakewalk, put it that way. And don't forget 4 points on the line here. Gondal, he's going to hit this down the ground. Takes a bit of a Tortuga on the way to Tariq. Handles it pretty well, just a single. Ugly 100 plus. Good teams, they find a way to win. Even when the odds are stacked against them. Well, that one isn't a good ball at all. And Sawa happy just to take the one wide. See the swing he's getting though, but Gurjit struggled a little bit with the left-hand, right-hand combination here. Well knocked down behind the stumps by Faisal Mushtaq. That one's on the stumps. He goes bottom-handed, and he's going to find the gap. He's going to find the boundary. So Sawa, what an important innings this has been. He moves up to 42 off 23 now. Towards the bottom of the bat, but the placement was there. Outside chance of a 50 even. 2 to come. Hits this straight. How far has it gone though? Up in the air and it's out. So Sawa will fall right towards the end. But what a good knock. Well taken down there by runner Sawa. But Marlowe gets some fight. In fact, it's a 50 partnership for the 9th wicket. Those two came together at 60 for 8. And they'll depart. The score 110 for 9. The resistance was strong from Sawa and Adnan Gondal. Now Asad Mahmood will come out and just face one ball. He will be on strike, of course. Can't cross on a catch anymore. Asad expecting to open the bowling. All right. Time for Asad to be a hero. Big supporter of cricket here in Portugal. His last ball. Misses. Probably run. And they're going to get an extra run. To be honest, they could probably go again here. Why not? This is a bizarre 2 runs. Have another go. Well, this would have been out as well. And they'll get an unhit 2 to the keeper. Unfortunately for Mushtaq, he throws a gutter ball. But then, I love that they actually were waiting to see, look, if this would actually hit the stumps before he takes off again, because it hits the edge of the pitch. And another chance, sidearm from Parveen. I won't say the wheels fell off Punjab CC Amadora in the end, compared to where they were, but they were certainly rattling a little bit, needed a wheel alignment. 2 byes will take the score in the end to 112 for 9. Off the 10 overs. Just 4 less than Marlowe defended yesterday against a pretty strong Gamblers SC side. Well, no signs of this early as Amir Zaib, the Rock, was able to hit 3 boundaries in the opening over. But he got out and it just kind of set off a chain of events. That was pretty disturbing for the Marlowe supporters around the world. Because he went first ball of the second. And then in the third, we had back-to-back wickets at the start of runner Sawa's over. We had 3 wickets in Parveen's over. And this was a proper collapse job, really, because they lost 7 wickets for just 34 runs in 3.3 overs. So it was a horror kind of a run there. A credit to Punjab CC Amadora. They had a way of creating chances and taking them. This one looked fair enough to me. It was pretty full and straight. Mysom had to go on that occasion. So when he left the party, it was 47 for 7. But then a bit of resistance. Azim Sawa digs deep. He finds 42 runs off his stick. 6 boundaries, 2 fours in there. A few interesting moments while he was there. Roshan Singh was a pretty good ally for him as well. Just for a little while and steadying things. But Roshan, the keeper, in the 9 position, would end up kind of falling on his sword for 6. He was run out, and then late in the piece, a few extra runs for Sawa before he holed out, and then Asad Mahmood, the old-fashioned 44-yard dash. I tell you what, if there's 1 run in this game, we'll go back and remember those 2 runs that shouldn't have happened off the last ball. But instead, Marlowe get the 2 byes off the last. They'll finish 112 for 9. Do pretty well to bat out the 10 overs after they lose 7 wickets in the first half. Clear standout there is Azim Sawa, 42 of 24, but I think shout out to Amandeep Singh, who scored 15. Saib 13 at the top, but Rushan and Gondal just kind of stuck with Sawa and allowed Marlowe to drag themselves out of the mud. And in the end, a fairly competitive 112 on the board, just a handful short of the past score throughout this ECS Portugal. 4 for 20, Parveen was amazing, wasn't he? 2 wickets also to Sarway in consecutive balls, 1 for Kasim and 1 for Gurchit. Adenali pretty tidy as well. So no one really going the distance. In fact, everyone went for between 19 and 25 in their 2 overs. So pretty consistent work. If you offered Punjab CC a target of 113, they certainly would have taken it. But having said that, could have been a lot less. Mubin Tariq not used, interestingly, for the Punjab CC Amadora bowling lineup in that 10 overs. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, 113 the target then. Clash of the Titans here. They all are as we continue our journey through day 2 of the Super 5s after this. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Back soon in Portugal with more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back to the SCG, Europe's very own, here at the Santarém Cricket Ground, just outside Lisbon, the capital of Portugal. We're getting ready for the second half of what's been a pretty interesting game. One thing about these ECS matches and matches on ECN in general, you never quite see two the same, and it was an interesting trajectory in the first half of this one. Marlow, at one point, they were 47 for 7, then 60 for 8, but a rearguard action from the tail, assisting Asim Sarwar in his 42 to a score of 112, and that'll actually win you quite a few cricket matches here in the European Cricket Series. 7 overs, what's possible? Probably need 16 and over to do that, but that won't be too easy against the Marlow attack. That is very confident. 78 or less if Punjab CC Amadora get rolled. Well, then Marlowe will take 4 points from a seemingly hopeless position. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with you on a bright Saturday. As we'll get ready for the second innings. There's Ranasawa getting ready to get us going. 26 degrees currently and climbing. Gotta say, I'm loving the weather. Asad Mahmood, fresh off his 0 not out, but a partnership at 2 off the 1 ball he faced. And he's going to start by bowling one that's too short in at the hip, and Ranasawa just swats him away dismissively for 4, and we're underway. Kind of ball you like to get first up. Assad mentioned he has plenty more wickets than runs on the network. Now, right now, speaking of runs, there's 6 more of them. That one was tattooed by Rana Maximo. 6 carreras. Now, one thing here, if these big top order boys from Punjab CC get going, they could take the 4 here. Malaysia fighters kind of doing their best to stay alive in the game yesterday when they were 21 for 7. They ended up making 74, and you felt, oh, you know, they've recovered. They've got to something. And then Punjab CC just pretty much shut the gate. It was Ravi Imran on that occasion, whacking 64 not out off his bat. Rana wants to get in the action here today. Now lifted away again, up and out of here. Maximo! Well, Asad Mahmood, known for his accuracy, but he's just kind of erred into the legs of Rana a couple of times. And that one, adios pelota. Couldn't hope for a better start, really. Bit of chat there, I think. So, Sawa. Wait again. 113 to win off 10. There's 16 already. Make that 22. As another one has lifted out of the ground. This one has gone magical. Maximo and abracadabra. His target shrunk to under 100 already. A little bit of excitement there off the field. Punjab CC Amadora. I won't say they're the forgotten team, but they did top Group A. We only saw them once yesterday. Now, this one isn't going so far, and it's going to be gone. So Sawa, cameo from him, but no more. He'll go for 22 off 5. Said Meissen takes the catch. Asad Mahmood gets, in theory, the last laugh, but I haven't seen the frown turned upside down just yet because Marlowe a long way behind in this cricket match. Punjab CC, Amadora, 22 for 1. Just mishit that, didn't he? Knew it straight away. But still, productive innings. Like Corey says sometimes you can't expect your openers to get 50 every single time. So, Ravi Imran will come out at number 3. Got Aitzaz Ashad at the other end. 104 matches since the last Golden Ball, which was actually between 2 French sides, but it wasn't in France. It was at the Carlton Oval between PUC, Paris University Club, and Dreux. Those two, put it in your calendar. They'll meet on Tuesday in the first ever ECS France. Right, still a ball to go in this over, so Imran will face up. And he's going to go very bottom-handed here. Back to the line, and it's going to be, I think that's 6. I think he touches the ground. It's a great catch, but then he had visions that he could maybe throw it back or, I don't know, reverse his momentum. Does well to take it, but then have a look here. Does he touch the ground while he's contacting the ball? And I think the answer is a resounding yes. There, the left hand goes down first. Even the right hand goes down. So, bit of luck for Imran. He'll get the Maximo, and things not getting better for Mahmood. I think he knows that as well. Meissen was trying to kind of process a plan where he could maybe hand it off, but he needed to use that left hand for stability. So 28 for 1 after 1. think you take the trade-off if you're Punjab CC Amadora to take 28 and lose a wicket, especially because you've got Imran coming to the crease who could easily have been opening. PUC, though, and Dreux, they'll meet in match 8 of that ECS in France. That's the middle game on Tuesday. I'll be there for that. First day I'll be travelling. Second I'll be there with Rico Full. Here's Najam Shahzad coming in off the thigh pad. It's cramps. Arshad for room. They keep persisting with Aitzaz Arshad at the top. Looks like he can handle himself. Maybe they just think the combination of Ranasawa and Imran is just a bit too volatile. Like when you mix dangerous chemicals, if they lose them both early, they worry that they're a bit thin underneath. And now it should be out because Roshan's called this and he'll drop it. Well, you wouldn't believe it. Maybe he's got flashbacks to yesterday under the high ball. He crashed with his captain, Mian Shahid, but really not too many excuses. He just half a step too short for where he needed to be. You can see there, into the gloves, out of the gloves, and Roshan will be very upset that one doesn't stick. I'm not even sure they ran there because he was so certain that he was going to be out. Imran probably should be on strike, but Punjab CC dodge a bullet. Shahzad, well, no body language expert, but I'd put him under the category nonplussed. Well, now he's got a bit out of the pitch, but that's not the way God intended it. Hits the edge and away for 5 wides. I think that'll be called wides because it is on the surface. Only just. Roshan, things not getting much better for him either. That was uncatchable. That's expensive. After they get that wicket of Ranasawa, everything turning against Marlowe. Imran gets caught, but nice and forced to put his hand over the line for 6. Then a dropped opportunity, then the minimo. It's only wide, so it won't be a free hit here. Walks at it, drags it to the leg side. Just a single though. There's Amandeep Singh. Wonder if he'll get a bowl. We didn't see the off-spinning option used in the first half. Mubin Tariq. Not required to make an appearance. Here's Imran facing up to Najam Shahzad for the first time. And he's just going to drop kick him away. And there's the power of Imran. The pitch is just inside. Well, will be a boundary. I had this as 4. Let's see. Maybe it's gone all the way. Going, and 4 runs. Pitching just inside. Away from the fielder, though. Shahzad with a comeback ball. Steps across, goes offside. I like that shot. I think it's a good option. Shows he knows where the outfielders are, and more importantly, where they aren't. Shahzad not wanting to get clipped leg side again. Goes wide outside off, and just an ease with which Imran caresses this away over cover for 4. Cuatro carreras más. Good power play batting. Shahzad should really have a wicket, doesn't. Magical start for Punjab CC Amadora. Last ball the second. Short, hit away. More or less off the end of the bat there of Imran, who will stay on 14. But a very good start for the men in red. They're 42 for 1 after 2. I wonder if the back of their mind, they still think they might be able to chase it down in 7. Look at the table. I kind of mentioned this already, but the top 4 are neck and neck. Every game will change that top 4 composition. Finals, we know they're out in 5th place. They can be proud of their efforts to finish 5th down to 14 teams, but the race is on Today's all about the top two, and when it is so even, having that double chance as an insurance policy is invaluable. Whichever team wins this game will go to the top of the table. Marlow finishing their Super Fives campaign with this game, and then they'll play Awarash in the middle game of the day. Here's Mian Shahid. He's been a bit of a revelation with the ball. Innocuous, but accurate, and not really giving the batters a lot of pace to work with. He's wily. Oh, French cut. No luck for Mian Shahid. This is deflected away past the stumps and 4 runs. Wasn't the plan. 4 more runs. Anyway, Shahid gets comeback ball. He drags this leg side as well. That's going to cover the rope in the end. Shazad was hovering. But you see the strong bottom hand there of Aitzazar Shad. He'll get the result. Maximo! Seis carreras. CC Amadora well in charge of this game. I'm told they can't lose right now. I'm not so sure about that. We saw a collapse in the first innings. Who's to say it won't happen in the second? Good location from Shahid. That's his office. That's where he lives. I was thinking about kind of walking away from the game 12 or 13 times, but keeps on coming back. They can use him. Popular character here as well. Anyway, in the air, Roshan. Oh, shades of high balls past. This one will be taken, though. And good news there is Shahid was well out the way. They had a nasty collision yesterday. This time they come together in celebration as Aitzaz, I suppose, does his job at the top of the order. But he's going to have to go for 11 off 9. And the score is 52 for 2. End of the third over. Mian Shahid flying the flag. He takes 1 for 10 of his over. So into the power play. They put a big dent in this chase already. And there's Imran. Doesn't look too bothered, does he? Been joined at the crease now by Parveen Singh. Will be Imran facing up though. Side Maisim gets over number 4. Good battle this, 1-on-1. Lifted up, a lot of bottom hand, a lot of height. And I mean a lot of height and the distance to get all the way. Maximo! Right, Imran. A strong bottom hand again. He's not the only one. But that one covers the ground fairly easily. Tailor-made for this form of the game, isn't he? Right, Imran. Now, just respects this one. He knows Meister's a good bowler. These two have played together a fair bit. for the Portuguese national side. Gets this wrong, even though it's a slow ball. It does drop, but at what point does it drop? Actually, overspinning, kind of back of the hand one. Oh, you know, it's probably okay. I actually think this one's just okay. I guess it's well judged. Now, I suppose that Imran had an inkling that it wouldn't be two slower balls in a row, and he was right, and he slams it halfway up the hill. Maximo! He's on a rampage at the moment. Bit like yesterday. This is dangerous stuff for some of the other sides watching this that still have to play. Punjab CC Amadora. $49 off 20 for the bonus point. This could be on, you know. We put Punjab CC Amador in a great spot for that double chance. Could come back from Myson. Forces a different shot. And Imran misses out on the cut. Sayed Myson. Very talented cricketer in all aspects of the game. Can Imran keep going on this assault? Well, there's this slow ball again. This time he chases it and drops just in front of the fielder as well. Bit lucky to go away with it. And would you believe it? They'll get an overthrow. Well, maybe at this stage it keeps Imran off strike because that's the end of the over. But Myson, not much to show for his over. He goes none for 14. And at the end of 4 overs, it's 66 for 2. Bowls that one very well, doesn't he? Well ahead of where they need to be. Have a look at the amount of wickets, though. Looks a bit like a 13-and-a-half-year-old going through puberty. Those middle overs of Marlowe. Lost 7 quick wickets. Mount Shahid is going to come back, and he's turned out to be quite a vital component of this Marlowe CC bowling lineup. And kind of preferring himself to Amandeep Singh, for example, at this stage. Different sort of pace-off option. Here he's bowling to Parveen, facing his first ball. Has turned down the leg side, but they won't get a run here. Moun's normally pretty good at adjusting his line to the left-hander as well, with left-hand, right-hand combination at the crease at the moment. That's a pretty good swing from Parveen, who's going to lift that up. And that one's gone pretty agricultural towards the farmland. Maximo! Just keep an eye on that bonus point equation. We saw Marlowe actually take a 0-pointer out of one of their group games against Awaras. Fun fact. Marlowe, all of their wins, I think there were 8 of them in the group stage. They were all 4-pointers. Didn't get one 3-pointer at all. Now, good decision to go back and cut this, and somehow it's going to get through, and that's going to be 4 more. Parveen playing his role to perfection. Now Shahid will not be impressed that that gets through either. There's the puppy doing the fielding off the field. And they're in reasonably good shape for this bonus point, aren't they? Needing under 15 and over to do that. Big. Really, really big. Don't even bother running for that. That's 6 on any ground. As Parveen enjoying his opportunity. Shahid just kind of getting in the slot and paying the ultimate penalty. (31 of 14 now. It's good adjustment though. That's what I mean about Mian. He seems to have really good control. So he knew he got a bit too full, got drivable. So he forces Parveen to play a different shot. And gets him reaching, but this is going to be crunched. That's going to be into the gap as well. 4 carreras más. Punjab CC, they are the form team at the moment, aren't they, in Marlow? Okay, they did have 2 wins yesterday, but they are really pushing it uphill against Punjab CC, who could take them all here. It's 86 after 5, 86 for 2. Just needing 27 runs off the next 2 overs to take all the points out of this one. Well, time for some in-game analysis. I suppose what we're finding here is that it's one thing to win the group games, but you need to have your players firing against good opposition if you're going to make it through the Super 5 stage and ultimately raise the trophy. Marlow are one of those sides. They seem to be able to get themselves out of tight spots. We saw them do it in the first innings, getting to a reasonably competitive 112, it looked. But Punjab CC Amadora missed out on the finals last year by just net run rate. So the fact that they are in the mix, and not just in the mix, kind of top of the pops after this game, I think gives them a lot of confidence they could lift their first ECN trophy. Time to get going, and it's adios pelota. Gondal, they go to him a bit earlier, given the game situation. This one's in the slot, step hit from Imran. Again, powerful bottom hand comes into play. And it is absolutely smashed out of the ground. It's kind of like a bullet out of a gun there. That one will be a wide. That's a fair bit of the tram line. Gondal, well, he was pretty useful with the bat. Had a tough situation when he came in, but did pretty well. Gondal actually has a half century on the network, but you have to go all the way back to season 2020 to find that one. Against Oarash, 56 not out. And touch and go whether it's wide, but he's able to carve this away through point. And nobody back there, even close to be able to cut that off. Have a look at the footwork here. Big stride. Just kind of frees the arms enough. Nice comeback from Gondal. Marlow, okay, they'll have to pick themselves up. Don't have too much time to worry about it because they've got a big game against Suarez coming up. Again, if they would lose that, they go back to 2-2 in the stage, in the Super 5 stage, and probably pretty tough for them to get the double chance from that position, you'd imagine. Wild swing this time from Imran. Gondal gets one past him. And not that you can't win from outside the top two, but I think when it's so evenly matched, you're going to have a perfect day. You're going to have to win 3 matches on the spin. That one pretty close to knocking out the off stump. If there was a 4th stump, I think it would have knocked it out of the ground. Imran just going off the boil a bit, maybe getting a bit greedy. Because you look at that bonus point situation, 16 off 7. Still afford to play the right shot. That'd be such a big boost for Punjab CC Amadora if they could do it. Last ball to 6. Probably the last ball for Gondal. Gets it about right and just jabbed out. They won't get a run here, so Parveen probably the hotter of the two at the moment, given the last couple of overs. And at the end of the 6th, it's 97 for 2. 16 required off this over for the bonus point. Another great advertisement for the bonus point, bringing games to life. There's something quite tangible on the line. It would be an extra point for Punjab CC, but also takes a point off Marlow if they're able to get 16 off this over. Mysam. Looks like he's going to bowl over number 7. So yeah, let's have a look at the table. And at the moment, Marlow on 9 points. They'll stay right there unless they can defend this 16. Punjab CC Amadora 8 off their 1 game essentially before this. They would rocket up to the top, either on 11 or 12. If they're able to get this target in the 7th, they'll go to 12. Mysam trying to defend it. Nice hands there from Parveen, but it's quite clever bowling. He just gave himself a bit of room, and intentionally or otherwise, Mysam follows him with a bit of movement. Let's see if Ray Imran can find his mojo. 15 off 5 to scoop the points. This is the battle that will decide. 2-point swing here. Mysam. Slower ball, picks it, hits it okay. Amardeep has a bit of work to do to keep that to 1. Brave bowling by Mysam, but he does bowl that one pretty well. Kind of lost the handle on it a couple of times, but puts Parveen back on strike. From Parveen here, not backing away. It's not the odds. Stand your ground. If it's outside your legs, let it go or have a swing at it, but don't get your body in the way of those. And just keep going with what's been working for you. Hit the ball straight and true if it's pitched up. It's a pretty true, doesn't he? Stands, delivers. Maximo! Well, might need to knock on next door to get that one back because that's out of the property. Huge hit. 116. 8 off 3 required now. Mysam goes the distance. Steps across, throws the hands in it, but doesn't quite get the journey. It'll still go for 4. How's the wrist work here from Parveen? Gets it down to 4 off 2 required for the bonus point. 2-point swing on the line here in match 7. Kind of backed himself into a corner, but nurdled his way out. So look at those hands, the way he just creates pace. Now 1 boundary away from getting it in 7, and everyone knows it. 4 required off 2 for all the points. And he misses, so he's going to need to hit a boundary here. It's boundary or bust. Could come back from Mice and put the pace back on. All right, well, simple. You keep the ball on the field if you're Marlow. You walk away with the point out of this game. If it goes over the rope, one way or another, you're walking away with just the dust in your pockets, heading into a tough clash with your Werris Swans coming up in about 35 minutes. Here we go. Boundary needed for a clean sweep. He misses, so there you go. They will get a point out of this. The rest of this game's a foregone conclusion. Now, we get to have a look at what's coming up. Marlow will have a 2-1 record in the Super 5s, heading to that clash with Werris. Coming up in around about 35 minutes, we'll have the first ball. Marlow winning the toss and batting first in this one. The batting did fall over a little bit, didn't it, in that last game, batting first, but they did back themselves out of that corner. And look, Marlow, depends which way you look at it. If you take the fact that they were 47 for 7 in the first innings, the fact they get out of this with a point, maybe that's a positive. But Werris, a strong 4-pointer over Fighters, finishing their campaign off earlier today. They'll be keen to get a win over their old rivals. When they met in Group B action, Werris took 4 points out of that completed game they played. The other one was a washout. Right, so 4 required, 3 overs to get them. Imran will get a chance to finish it off, and he will. So 1 more ball required, Maximo. And maybe slightly disappointed not to take the 4 points out, but still pretty comprehensive victory for Punjab CC Amadora. And Imran finishes it off in style. He'll finish 45 not out, Parveen with 31 not out. And Punjab CC Amadora will finish it off with 17 balls to spare. Very good advertisement for ECN cricket there as well, with that game still very, very exciting despite the margin being pretty significant in the end between the two teams. Plenty of handshakes there, and there's every chance those two teams might meet again before this weekend is over. Let's have a look at the chase, and Ranasawa, he started in crazy fashion, didn't he? As he went pretty big in the first. He took 22 off the first 4 balls. And that was a signal of intent, wasn't it? The Punjab CC, they were going to go after this and try and do it in the 7. His 5th shot was a bit of a false shot, though, and it was a nice catch by Mysam to finish things off. A wicket for Asad Mahmood, but didn't get too much better, because then Imran Rao's first ball was caught, but actually forced the fielder Mysam to touch himself over the line. Then we had a drop catch. Imran was pretty impressive the way that he went about his business in trying to keep them on track for the 4-pointer. Roshan did manage to gather this one, though. I know he was disappointed and he missed out on that previous high ball, but succession of big hits and a few balls getting through the field as well, keeping Punjab CC Amadora on target to chase it in the 7. Marlow had to dig deep. They had to find something. They did in the end, despite the big hitting of Imran and Parveen, putting on decent partnership of 63 undefeated. They couldn't quite do it within the 7 overs to take all the points. Just 1 more ball than that was required. They're on 160 pace, but they'll just walk away with the 3 points. Punjab CC Amadora, still a very good result from them. They'll finish with 115 for 2. And they're able to overhaul that target with 17 balls to spare. 45 not out for Imran. Hit 5 large ones in there. Parveen with some big hits of his own. 3 Maximos in his 31. Good cameo from Ranasawa as well in there. 22 off 5. As far as the bowlers, well, they do enough to at least get out of it with a point. But Marlow, they'll know that wasn't really the performance of a premiership side. They'll be back to prove a point, I think, against Owearash, who beat them in the group stage. When we return, and we'll take a break. So we've got around about 25 minutes, so we'll be back about 30 minutes to the first ball. It'll be Owearash who are taking on Marlow in match 8 of the Super 5s. Marlow batting first in that one. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying the action so far. Super 5s action continuing after this break. Live from Portugal, you're watching the European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back to the SCG, the Santarém Cricket Ground in Portugal. Out of the lunch break and into the action now. It will be the hosts who are back on the park. It is going to be Marlow versus Oerash in match 8 of the Super Fives. A little bit earlier, Tyrone Peters had the two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Marlow the call.
Yeah.
Tails is the call. Tails it is. Of course. In the bat.
Tyrone Peters not in any doubt, and Jahid wasn't either. I think both teams wanted to try and put a score on the board here. Marlow will get the chance to do that. But don't forget, in the last game, they did bat first, and it kind of went awry, didn't it? At one point, they were 47 for 7. They did recover to 112 for 9 off the 10, but it wasn't enough to defend Punjab CC Amadora chasing it. But Marlow did hold their point in that match. That means they're actually level with Gamblers on their points total of 9 at the moment. Oerash have got Greenshields and Bardenhorst at the top in the second half. Faf Stoneman listed at 3. Vishwakarma listed all the way down the bottom. Interesting that. Taj Mohammed comes back in for Oerash today as well. Very talented pace bowler. Marlow have Zaib at the top, who scored a ton yesterday. Imran Khan with a top score of 93 in the series. Shazad at 3. Some good bowling in there as well. Mihan Shahid, the captain, has been brilliant with his little wobblers. And you've got Meisom and Gondal, who are pretty handy down the stretch. Roshan behind the stumps. Hassan Mahmood likely to open up with his left armers. Ikram was brilliant in the last game as well. Razim Sawar, I should say, got them out of a jam. 42 off 24. Oerash with a 66% chance here. Well, the computer likes their chances. And it's actually the third time these two have been scheduled to meet each other. They did play one game in reality in the group stage. That was because of the rain that came in. But Oerash actually kept Marlow to 92 when they met back in match 45. Oerash then chasing it down within 4 overs. But that seems a long way in the past now. Faf Stoneman is going to open up. A slight change here as well. As the Rock faces up Amir Zaim. Here we go with match 8. It's a pretty good ball first up. Bit of zip. I actually quite like Faf bowling with a brand new ball, because he has been swinging the ball a lot. Notable exception last game. Have a look at that. It's a dangerous sort of delivery first up, isn't it? If you're going to trouble good batters, I think you have to move the ball off the straight. That's a good location there from Stoneman. This one's a bit straighter, doesn't bend as much, and Amir Zaib gets off the mark. Brings Imran Khan on the strike, so a fair bit of Portuguese national team talent on show in this game. These two did actually meet back in the 2022 edition of this European Cricket Series. They met in the final. Oerash topped the table on that occasion, but wasn't to be in the final for the hosts. Cracked away by Imran Khan. But they only get a single here on that occasion. Marlow scored 99 for 7 off the 10 overs. That did look chaseable, but a good defence from Marlow held Oerash to 85. I have mentioned before, Marlow have won every single trophy ever offered by ECN in Portugal, and that's except one, because Gamblers SC won the 2022 Night Series. Apart from that, the other 6 have gone to Marlow. Hand set by Girish behind the stumps. Never really got up from Stoneman. So looking for the pull. It wasn't the right shot. Slightly too full to pull. Nice to see Terry Richmond watching from the south coast of New South Wales in Australia also. Hello to Wazza, who's popped in. Always nice to see you. Very good ball. Very, very good ball. And actually lures Zaib into thinking this is hittable on the leg side. And just leaves him late. Have a look at how much this ball moves. Lures it thinking it's on the stumps, and then just that bit of movement. Whistles past the off stump. Doesn't miss by much. This is a great opening over from Stoneman. Hello to Bruno Cavalieri as well. Diesel has tuned into the chat. Hello to Trip from the USA. Great over. To be honest, I'd give him another one. I know you want to keep him for the end, but strike while the iron's hot, as they say in the classics. Just 2 come off that opening over. It's 2 without loss. Coming up on Monday, we'll be in France for the first time. And we'll be at the Dreux Cricket Ground, of course, the home of the 2023 ECL champions, Dreux Cricket Club. They're also joined by 10 others. We'll see 4 new teams to ECN on Monday. And I actually don't know if there's another day this year that we'll see 4 brand new teams to the network on one day. So that'll be a big day. Rico Full will be there to take you through it. Starting a little bit earlier, 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India. The Grigny Vipers versus the Villeneuve Super Kings. Très bien. We'll be there for 2 weeks as we start. And it's going to start with a wicket. Junaid breaks through straight away. Imran tries to caress that through cover, but he doesn't keep it down. Greenshield's hovering, takes the catch. And Marlowe having an average start to match number 8. Nice hands by Conrad, the captain. And the score 2 for 1. You can see there, not really going under it, not really getting over it. And Conrad Greenshields, well, a bit of a fun fact here for all the fans out there. It's Conrad's 100th ECN match. And what a way to get it started. He actually said he loves that his 100th match is against Marlowe, who, of course, they have a fierce but friendly rivalry with. And he gets in on the action pretty quickly.
Keep going, Jay.
There is Conrad. Game number 100 on the network. Not many have the 100 games. A fair few of them are in Barcelona, that region. We do believe he's the first Portuguese player to bring up 100 matches on the network. Here's Junaid. Knocked away to the leg side. Feel he's in here, but Shazad was a bit slow to get going. Replay will tell the story. Good pick up and throw. There we go. I think he's in. Trust my eyes. Just in, I think. Anyway, they'll survive, having to work hard for the runs. There's a 3rd run. Now, the Rock is going to go hard over the leg side. In fact, it's flat, but it's going to cover the rope. Maximo! 6 carreras. Junaid just getting a little bit short. I guess he would have been watching last over and saw where Amirzad was troubled. It wasn't in that kind of a length. Nice shot. Bruno, I think, will be at the ground tomorrow, so I'm told. That jump Shazad. To be fair to him, I just looked up his stats. He's actually played 105 matches now, so he brought up his 100 during this series. Right, in the air. It's a leading edge. Should be taken, and it will be taken. Well, he made it hard for himself there, Conrad Greenshields. And in the end, Saab's going to have to go. It'll be 6 and out. Like, making and taking opportunities so important when we get to the business end of the tournament. Big leading edge. And to be honest, he's been out in that region a few times in this series. Conrad spotted it. Basically got told it was his. Everyone else cleared the region. Two very important catches for Conrad Greenshields here in his milestone match. And Marlowe in some early trouble with the score at 9 for 2. So some of these milestones actually creeping up. So Shazad, congratulations to him as well. He's at the crease right now. He's playing match number 106. Also, it's not too far away from 2,000 ECN runs. Anyway, Junaid doing the business here. I got a feeling with these two ticking so well, I think I would stick with Faf Stoneman in over 3. I just think he's a good chance to pick up a wicket, and wickets are worth so much at the moment. Amandeep Singh batting 4. This one's climbing over the top, I think. Still pretty dangerous areas. The other thing is, you look who's your opponent. So Najam Shazad has been a bit troubled in that kind of outside the off-stump region during the series at times. So I think Faf Stoneman is a pretty good matchup for him early in his innings. Big in-swinger from Junaid, but worked away nicely. So Amandeep will get off the mark and he'll retain the strike. Solid start from the Swans here. Marlowe on the back foot. Losing 2 in the over. It is 10 for 2 after 2. Table is pretty interesting at the moment. So yeah, you've got a 4-way battle for 2 spots. And got to say, Punjab CC Amadora, they're actually in the box seat now to probably finish top. But they still got to play 2 more games. And I suppose anything can happen in those 2 games as well. Fighters, we know they're out of the picture. You just feel this game could have a big bearing on who finishes in the top 2 and who doesn't. Going back to Faf Stoneman. See how that works out. Amandeep Singh facing. Okay, still getting that ball to talk. And this is why I think it's worth the gamble to bring him back now while the ball's still swinging around. Good, solid outswing action. And you've got other options you can potentially use at the end. So you might be looking at bowling out your openers, which has certain risks, but I think it's probably a risk worth taking at this stage. And trusting your other bowlers down the stretch. You know, like Macy, maybe Miguel Stoneman, Vishwakarma with maybe some left-armers. Don't forget Taj Muhammad. He's a guy I'm sure could do a good job closing out as well. And I've carboged the right arm offie. Not in the 11 for this game. Listed as 12th man. So lose this run there. But this is one time that Stoneman, to be honest, he doesn't need to try anything different. Sometimes we talk about variations and all these things, and they are important. But this is one point where your stock balls is your most dangerous ball. He's getting it to curve a lot right to left here. Well, it does go for something a bit different with the bouncer. Amandeep misses out. Also has the effect of keeping the batter a bit honest, so they're not getting too front foot conscious. You see Amandeep there, kind of sneaking onto the front foot, knowing like everything's pitched up here. He's looking to swing it, so it just kind of gets in the batter's head a little bit. But you just don't have too many balls to kind of set too many things up in the 10 over format. Now it doesn't quite get his length. That's going to go for 4. Little mistakes. Nice shot by Amandeep though. Hangs the bat out, times it really well. There's our first 4 of this contest. Amandeep Singh coming off his best ever ECN score the other day. He was able to score 73 not out against Precious. He is a guy, though, with 5 ECN 50s. So pretty handy off spinner in his own right. It's more the length. It'll be wide, but I think he's got the right idea there. And to be honest, they've got the 3rd up in the circle. And they've got a kind of floating slip as well. I'd be tempted to have one of them back for a flying edge here, considering what Faf Stoneman's bowling. One doesn't actually go anywhere, and Amandeep has to pump the brakes pretty quickly, looking for the run, but it was never there. He looked up at Najam Shahzad, who just gave him a look that said, I don't think you should take another step. Just looks pretty rhythmic here. Half Stoneman. And Amandeep had to stop by any means necessary. Been a really good spell. Doesn't have a wicket though. None for 7 off 10 balls bowled. Put that in context. Imagine if there was a batter out there and he was 7 off 10, you'd be saying, that's a bit slow. Stoneman, for him, 7 off 10 is a good result as the bowler. Bit of bat on this. Amandeep will be forced to run it out. I'll get an overthrow on the direct hit. Just kind of almost goaded into a throw here. Amandeep. See how he slows down the middle? So he's forced to work for it. I think he does get home. Good bat slide. Saves him, although off the pitches. A little bit risky. We know that. In the air, and not quite carrying. Now another free shot of the subs. Oh, I feel like this would have been out if it had hit. That'll be the end of the power play. Check this one. It'll be 18 for 2, but this one, if it hits, going, would have been gone. So, Amandeep living dangerously, and at the end of the power play, Marlowe 18 for 2. And look, I think even though Faf goes wicketless still, I think it was a good decision to bring him back. And now we'll head into over number 4. So obviously you're tempted to bowl Junaid Khan out here. But because they bowled out Faf, they're going to say, no, we're going to go to another option. It's a pretty good option in Taj Mohammed. The first one's a bit of a loose nut from Taj. Not really well located. It'll be 4. Turned around the corner by Amandeep Singh. Taj, one of the quicker bowlers going round. That probably wasn't his quickest delivery first up. It means you've got Junaid to come and potentially bowl maybe even the 10th over. Wait and see what happens. Taj yet to really hit his straps today. This one's a nice looking drive. A little bit of out movement from Taj Mohammed, but it's a handsome stroke from Amandeep Singh. Maximal. Really nice shot. Just look at how he holds his shape. And that's why I think sometimes I rate Amandeep very highly compared to some others because of his ability to hit through and over the offside as well. It was neither one nor the other there from Taj, was it? Wasn't really a Yorker. Wasn't really a good length delivery, looking to maybe get the batter in 2 minds. That's the kind of length that I'm talking about. It's not easy to go forward nor back. You see there, kind of shuffles forward, but it's no position to take it down the ground. Good comeback from the bowler.
How many dot balls, Connie? Got 8. 8 dot balls.
Well bowled. So yeah, the last 2 he's hit the 2 lengths I mentioned, which are probably good lengths for Taj Mohammed. Terry's come back. He said he's come back from karaoke. Well, Saturday night, I guess, in the east of Australia. Tell us your go-to songs, Terry, in your karaoke. Maybe that's a good random question early in the piece. What's your go-to karaoke song? Well bowled. Taj is kind of gotten into his work now. A couple of little errors. I mean little errors, but the margin of error does get smaller the deeper you go into this tournament. Not too much you can do with this. Just jam the bat down. Can't really get the middle of the bat on it because by definition it's going to hit down the bottom.
Keep going, Tash.
Amandeep kind of yorks himself here, but carves it away. Just a single, though, out to Badenhorst, and we'll get to the end of the fourth over. It was the best one so far for Marlow, but I think 13's about a par over. That's what they get off the fourth. The score is 31 for 2. Yeah, I don't mind a bit of karaoke. I do have my theories with karaoke, though, that no matter how good or how bad you are, probably 2 songs is the max you should do before you threaten to overstay your welcome. Because even if you're good, everyone's like, wow, you're really good, that's great. Second one, they're like, hey, you're pretty good. Third one, they're like, all right, give someone else a go. And even if you're terrible, first one, everyone will love. They'll say, ah, good on you for having a go. Second one, they'll be like, okay. Third one, they'll be, okay, give someone else a go. That's my theory anyway with karaoke. Junaid, they don't leave him on the shelf for too long. They bring him back in the fifth, and the first one, he just worked off the hip. This is a really good counter-attacking knock from Amandeep Singh at the moment. Maximal over the leg side. Straight over the head of Lucky. Junaid has to try and draw Amandeep forward here. Draw him into an error. Hello to Steve McVeigh as well, watching from Portugal.
Keep going, Jade.
Steve McVeigh is quadruple screening right now, he's saying. And Kroom, why aren't you at cricket? Is the cricket season on? Saturday. Uh-oh. Big trouble because that's short and it's not a great idea to bowl there to Amandeep. He pulls him out of the ground, this time in front of square. Maximal. Say smart. Marlow recovering.
Take a deep breath, Jade.
I don't even know if that's meant to be a bounce or it's just dragged down by Junaid Khan. Terry is said, karaoke-wise, anything from the Bee Gees is a go for him. I mean, that's a solid kind of catalogue you've got to work from there. Now he pitches up, and that's going to go as well. So Amandeep probably knew it wasn't going to be short again. Again, it's kind of in this slot. Junaid's an experienced campaigner. This over's gone a bit off the rails at the moment. Take nothing away from the hitting, though, from Amandeep Singh. He hasn't always been in the lineup, but that's a very, very well put together shot. Lifted up over long on for 6. Fighting back here, the defending champions. Slow ball. Pretty well fielded actually as well by Vishwakarma. Could have easily gotten through. He might go to his left arm spin potentially. Guess we'll see which option they go to. Macy's an option here as well. Too short again. This time it's Shazad who jumps all over it. And this has gone magical now. 4 sixes out of 5 in the over. The jump Shazad lifts that up and over the leg side. The 50s come up as well during this over for Marlow. Didn't have to move the feet too much. A jump. Big play here in Portugal. Hasn't had to do too much in this inning so far. Just the 3 balls faced. Actually came in above Amandeep, but Amandeep had the lion's share of the strike. Last ball driven away. And that should be stopped. Ground fielding's been pretty good here from where us so far. Pretty entertaining start of this one. 5 overs in with 57 for 2 in match 8. Marlow fighting back after losing a couple of quick wickets, losing their openers early doors in the second over. Amir Zaib went for 7 and Imran Khan went for 1 soon after. The ECC is the Euros of cricket, and it will start on the 23rd of September, running for 4 weeks through September and October. This year, for the first time, the 32 countries have been broken up into 2 divisions. The ECCX is the second tier competition that will feature 11 teams in 2 groups that you see there on your left of screen, Group 1 and Group 2. The top 2 performers in the ECCX will be promoted to the Premier Division in 2025. This year, the Premier Division contains 21 teams, 4 groups of 5, and England 11, the defending champions. That will go straight into Championship Week. Join us for the Euros of Cricket, the ECC, live and exclusive on ECN. Here we go with over number 6, Miguel Stoneman gets the nod. Thought they might go for Macy here. It's the 6th over. They've used 3 bowlers, and now Miguel is a 4th. And I know they want to get another over out of Taj Muhammad. That's going to disappear. Shazad absolutely pounds this one over deep mid-wicket. Maximal. Stoneman not quite getting the zip to be able to get away with that length. You see Cam just short enough that Shazad doesn't have to move the feet too much. He kind of keeps his balance back and then unleashes the wrists. Got to go block hole, I think. That's your only real option to Shazad. Almost does. This is slightly fuller. And they'll run hard here. Very nice stop out there. Almost dropped back over the line, but Wirakun could have easily let that one slip by him for 4. So 2 runs saved. They will run 2.
Keep going, Mix. Good stuff, Mix.
Have a look at that. Now this one, I don't think anyone's fielding this. Maximal! Marlowe fighting back, and expected score. It's now climbed up to 130. Still climbing. Not the right length or line to bowl there, Miguel Stoneman. Shazad puts him away. And the way things are going, it's probably Stoneman's only over he's going to get. Miguel Stoneman I'm talking about, of course. He's just got to try and execute 3 times. And probably step aside. If he not go to the boundary again, he can probably keep it unmagical. But the way things are going at the moment, there are plenty of balls getting hit and hit hard, and that's one of them. Maximal. It does go magical. Hasn't quite ever got the Yorker in here. Or even kind of overcorrected going for a Yorker. Shazad kind of in the zone right now, isn't he? Bowled to his strength. Sprays it down the leg side. That one will have to be rebowled. So yeah, favourite karaoke songs for me? Let me have a think. I quite like, what's it called? Don't Stop Believin'. That's one of my favourites. Mustang Sally's always a good one, I think. 2 to come in this over. And just slices this one. That's also going to travel Maximal. Marlowe just snuck ahead on the percentages for the first time in this game. And it's off the back of a very good partnership. These 2 came together at 9 for 2.
It's okay, Mickey. It's okay, Mickey.
And now they've put on 76. In just 25 balls. They're going better than 300 strike rate in the partnership. Miguel Stoneman, 28 off the over. Could go supersonic here. And it will. So 1 bounce, 432 come off the 6th over, and Marlowe, the over that turns their innings around. They're in a great position now. They're 89 for 2 after 6. Beautiful day here in Portugal. Thought we might hit the magical 3-0. Currently 28 degrees. Pair of 39s there. Shazad didn't have a lot of the strike, but when he did get it that over, certainly made the most of it. Racing to join Amandeep Singh on 39. This is where the game's pretty evenly poised now. And again, they're still searching for this fifth bowler. They're going to go to Badenhorst now in the 7th. Kanawarish rest the momentum back. That's well bowled. He's knocked it down the ground for 1, but that spot's been missing in the last over or two. Junaid went for 26 in the 5th. Miguel Stoneman went for 32 in the 6th. So that's 58 runs in the last 2 overs. Yeah, they're only 31 after 4. Now they're 89 after 6. But this is what happens when the Yorker is overcooked a little bit. Shazad swings freely at that and gets 6 runs. Maximal. The right idea there from Badenhorst, but not the result he wanted. Ends up round about a knee-high full toss. Just hits the rope, actually. Now, thick inside edge. Worked away for 1. Marlow might be favourites, but this game's far from in the bag. It's one that I think Shazad just kind of loses his shape a bit. Probably should hit it a bit straighter. Slow ball, takes it on and dropped. And I actually think that could be 6. It goes kind of bursting through the fingers of Naseem, and I actually think it takes the fingers and then hits the rope on the full. The replay will tell the story. Let's have a look at it here. Slow ball, create an opportunity. Naseem would come in a little bit and then bang. I think that hits the rope on the full. You can see it with the bounce. I think that's pretty clear to me that it's going to be 6. The question is, does it bounce just before it hits the rope? No, I don't think so. No, I think that's 6, and it's called 6 now. The smallest possible Maximo. Now lifted up, leg side, and 6, and that'll be 50 for Amandeep Singh. What a partnership. It also brings up the 100 partnership, but Amandeep brings up his 50 in 20 balls. And now Badenhorst has had this over go magical, so it's been 3 overs to forget, really, for Oerash after being in a commanding position. 18 for 2 off 3. It was 31 for 2 off 4, but then overs of 26, 32. And that one will finish at 20. So that's a big 3 over period with 78 coming off that 3 overs, and the score 109 for 2 after 7. Coming up, plenty of action on the European Cricket Network with France, the next in line, but just going down the bottom. Cyprus will be quite an interesting one. We were in Cyprus earlier in the year. This time we'll have kind of regular ECS cricket, and then a combined men's and women's ECI, and then a combined men's and women's T20 International Series after that as well. That's going to take us through a fair bit of June. Stay tuned on ECN for more. Here's Taj coming back, try and stop the bleeding. And straight away, he's going to disappear, and he's going to go over the rope as well. Maximo. And these two batting a bit like twins, aren't they? Shazad brings up his 50 now. And that's a quick one. 50 off just 13 balls. Taj Muhammad just whipped away over the leg side for 6. The Warriors do work really hard at trying to stay positive and staying vocal, but right now the momentum is certainly pushing against them. And now it's good old-fashioned draw shot. Accidental though it might have been. Tries to glance. He edges it straight through his legs. And that's going to be 4 more. So Shazad takes the lead now in this partnership. Just watch where this one goes straight through the legs. Taj can't believe it. This might show it as well. Straight through the legs, Shazad. Pretty happy that he doesn't edge it into his pads. He edges it right between. He ends up racing to the boundary. 119 for 2. Hey, look, they're on for 163 now. You wouldn't have picked that when they were 18 for 2 at the end of the power play. Oh, bold. Taj is getting a bit angry that he hasn't had things going his way so far. Awarish have a 3-game day today. They played Fighters, beating them comprehensively in the first game of the day. They play Marlow here. They have to back up against Punjab CC Amadora in the next game. There's no easy games at this stage of the tournament. Backs away and hits inside out, and that's going to be 4. It's a very, very good shot from Amandeep to do that against the bowler of the pace and class of Taj Muhammad. This is one time where the backing way actually works because he's in, he's seeing it well, holds his shape well. I mentioned yesterday as well, his offside shape is very, 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 very good. Copybook stuff. This innings is a runaway freight train now for Marlow. Where I need a turning point. This partnership worth 115 now. Lifted up, and there's the wicket. Well taken by Vishwakarma. Taj Muhammad does draw Amandeep forward this time into an error, and Vishwakarma did well to take it low and to his right. So Taj Muhammad picks up his first, and Marlow have that partnership broken, but not before. It's done a lot of damage on the scoreboard. Amandeep Singh departs for 56, and the score is 124 for 3. Well taken, and good technique there as well from Vishwakarma. Taking it in 2 hands, just rolling, making sure that he keeps those hands and elbows off the ground. He impacts with his shoulder. Is there another twist here? Because, I mean, if you can have a really good couple of overs here, maybe you can keep it kind of 140 or so. Cherry was calling the draw shot there between the legs a tweener. That's a tennis term for when you hit it between your legs. Kroom just mentioning there have been some matches with very low power plays, but they're massive scoring the rest of the innings. That's true. Partly it's about the quality of the bowling and the fact that it is doing a bit early here in Portugal. Last ball of the 8th over coming up. Amir Ikram will get a bit of a bat on this, and 1 will be scored. So with 2 overs remaining, Marlow 125 for 3. Taj Muhammad will finish with 1 for 29. Ikram coming off a golden duck in the last game, so he'll be pretty happy to get off the mark, I'm sure. That's what the worm used to look like when we just tracked runs, not run rate. And you can just see how they've been able to go from where they were in the 3rd over, where it was about 7 and over, and they've just been able to just smash everything. Macy will get an over in the 9th, and this could go one of 2 ways. Backing Macy is the leading wicket taker in the tournament. We say it all happens in the 9th. Actually, also that Girish wants to go up to the stumps to Alex Macy. So just trying to create a bit of pressure. Thing is, for Shazad at least, I wouldn't think, he's not really a charger. Most of the time just likes to kind of stay in the crease, but sometimes it's just about kind of making the batter feel a bit choked up. He has its risks keeping up, of course. Here's the puppy in over 9. Oh, and he's done everyone. I think that's going to run away for 4 byes. And Macy pretty animated there. It's a good slower ball. I don't think anyone picks it. Girish, you'll see he just doesn't move to his left. Just stays for too long in that starting position. He might think it's going to hit the stumps, but need a little shuffle left. Macy won't go against his figures, but he was visibly upset with the result. Another slower ball. That's good location from Alex that time. Batting's going to have to fire for Weras. Don't count them out of it. Shazad gets the strike back. Girish staying up. To Najam Shazad. Macy coming in. And now this is a little bit too straight, and Shazad is going to just twist it down to the ground. Maximo! Macy just showing a bit too much of the ball to Shazad. He needed to get him stretching outside the off stump. That has been where he's been undone a few times in the series. Shazad up into the 60s. Now this goes very wrong. Girish actually gets a glove on it. And so that's why it doesn't go to the boundary. That makes a decent stop. It's going to be called a no ball. So it must have been called a no ball for height. Yeah, and I think it was. It's about waist height. Malik calls it on the field. So free hit coming up. Slow ball goes wrong. So if there's any consolation, it won't be Shazad facing up because they take the extra. Very harsh bye. It's going to be lifted up and out of the ground. So Marlowe continue to tick. Maximo. Macy's been expensive. They've just struggled to kind of sort their bowling out. The other thing is who's going to get the last over. Maybe you just might as well just go for Vishwakarma because they've had their three spearheads kind of bowled out. Faf Stoneman done for 10 off 2, Junaid Khan 2 for 34 off 2, and Taj Muhammad 1 for 29 off 2. But Miguel Stoneman's gone for 32, Bardenhorst went for 20, Macy at the moment, he's gone for effectively 11 halfway through. Obviously he can't bowl out again. Now this is high, and it's going to go right back to the line, and it's going to get over the fence. Maximo! So Ikram, he's ticking as well. Whereas going to have to bat very well to get out of this situation. Remember, they did carry 4 points in as the top of Group B. Faf had the right idea, bouncing away and over the fence. 6 runs. Now another one that's going to go out of here. Maximo. And I hate to say it, but it's another supersonic over. Even though he'll get credited with 26, but you add the extras in there, it's 31 off the over. And Marlowe up and about 156 for 3. That means in that last 5 over period, they've actually scored 125 runs. So 250 pace or 25 and over. Honestly, I would consider going to Vishwakarma, unless maybe he's got a slight injury problem. Because I see they've listed him at 11. They're going to go to Bardenhorst. He went for 20 when he bowled earlier on. $156 for Marlowe, plus whatever they can get off this over. Well, this one is hit pretty hard, but it's well taken on the boundary. Vishwakarma will rob Najam Shazad of that Maximo. So Najam's going to have to go for 63. Bardenhorst breaks through with a wicket. And it's 156 for 4. It's certainly a challenge sometimes to kind of stay positive and keep that team spirit going through the tough times. They have been a real tough 5 or 6 overs here for Awerash. But Shazad, he'll get a good ovation from his teammates as he walks off for 63. The team in pretty good shape. Sawa will get a hit. He was kind of the saviour of their innings. back in the last game. Forced to bat with the lower order, but responded pretty well with 42 off 24 right now. Doesn't have too much time to get going. Well bowled by Badenhorst. So they kind of catch a break. Obviously, it's a false shot in a sense, a miss-hit, if you like, from Shazad. But now they've got an opportunity to get into the new batter. There's a miss. Can they kind of keep it in the 150s? Well, they might, because it's going to be a chop on. Badenhorst gets another, so fighting back at the last. And they will have to bat very, very well, but they have had some players batting very, very well. Brendan Badenhorst is one of them. Greenshield's likely to open up, you'd imagine. We saw some good things from Faf Stoneman in the last game as well. That's just challenging the new batter with a ball on their stumps. He misses out. 2 and 3 balls for Brendan. The score is 156 for 5. Hasim Sawa. A bit of company there in the dugout. Mian Shahid then comes out at number 7. Well, you've got ears. Bit of chat out there. Well, apparently can't hit offside, and perfectly executed square drive there from Mian Shahid. A few mind games out there. Shows the competitive spirit.
Keep going, Mana. Keep going, Mana. Head up. Keep going, boys. Nice deep.
Now this one is hit. Now 1-2 here. Might as well take it on at this stage. And they will, and it might bring another. In the end, they'll be happy with the 2. Okay, last ball saloon. 159 for Marlo Ikram to add the cherry on top. Misses. So, no chance of a run. 159 for 5 then. What an over by Badenhorst. After all of the madness and that 5-over period that went for, wait for it, 125. He only concedes 3 runs off the last over, picks up 2 wickets. So just listen to this. The top 5 overs, they're actually the 5 middle overs, which were 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They went for 125. The other 5 overs only went for 34. Now, you talk about your Jekyll and Hyde performances, but when it's all said and done, they're going to have to pull off probably the biggest chase we've seen here in Portugal. If they're to win this game, they'll need 160 off the 10 overs here in match 8 of the Super 5s. As we go back and watch the start, I've got to say it was a very different feeling of a game early because Faf Stoneman, he was swinging the ball around corners and causing a lot of trouble for the openers. Junaid Khan, well, he was able to get Imran before too long. In fact, he would strike twice in the second over, getting both openers in single figures. At that stage, Whereas were all over their opponents. Junaid, very, very good at picking up these early wickets. Half a chance here for a run out, but the throw was beaten home. That was Shazad early in his innings. Seen it would be 2 though. Another leading edge. Bit of a blind spot for Zaib. Caused him problems. Nice running catch by Conrad Greenshields there. He'll get the right of reply in the second half of this game. But then this partnership blossomed. Coming together at 9 for 2. Amardeep Singh joined Najam Shazad and they managed to put on 115 for the third wicket. Doing it in 37 balls. So they're striking it better than 3 a ball in that. No shortage of effort though. I love that one from Wirakun just to keep the ball inside the rope. But things did get a bit ugly. So after the 3 power play overs went for 2, 8 and 8 and the fourth went for 13. These 5 overs just got out of control. From 5 to 9, Marlow heaped on 26, 32, 20, 16 and 31. So 2 Supersonics, 2 Magicals and a 16 in that period. 125 runs in only half of an innings. It was almost like Najam Shahzad and Amandeep were racing each other, and I just loved the ball striking there. Nothing was going Oeris's way. Tough one for Naseem there. Took his fingers on the way to the rope on the full. And you can see having a bit of fun out there as well. Eventually, Taj Muhammad would manage to get the breakthrough, helped out by Vishwakarma taking a nice catch to his right. Didn't see him with the ball during this 10. Maybe he'd be an option. Amir Ikram came out and there was more pain to be had. Macy went for 31 in the 9th. Badenhorst, though, came back and he was able to get Shahzad and actually shut things down in the 10th, even though the damage had been done. But he took 2 for 3 in the last over. Vishwakarma, again, solid pair of hands. He's a good cricketer. And Badenhorst rattled the stumps here of the left-hander, Azim Sawa. That wasn't to be for him this time, but really, when it's all said and done, they've set 160, and you don't see that chase too many times in ECS cricket. However, I'll stay positive about this. I'll know with a good start that they're capable and they have the batting lineup that can do this. But Marlow, well, I think they're the more confident of the two teams, searching for some revenge after Warish didn't let them get a point out of their only completed fixture in the group stage. Najam Shahzad with 63 off 18. Really good innings. 8 Maximos, 2 4s in there. 56 from Amandeep Singh. Again, his counter-punching really started the resistance from Marlow. Amir Ikram with 22 not out in there as well. No one else scoring too many. But 159 looks pretty good on paper. 2 wickets for Junaid Khan, 2 for Badenhorst. Both coming in the last one for Taj Muhammad. Stoneman, I think, was the best of the bowlers, though. Kept things quiet, but couldn't get that extra crucial breakthrough. And then it was carnage in the middle overs. Time for a quick break then. Back in just a few minutes. 160 required by the Swans to pull off a big chase. Marlow, though, hoping to finish their Super 5 campaign with a win. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Back shortly in Portugal with more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company as we get ready for the second half of this one. With Marlow, 159, 160 will be the victory target. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you as we get ready for this one. Having a look at the bonus point situation. Not sure about the 7 overs, but Marlow might feel they can keep Awaresh to 1-1-1. And looking forward to seeing how this works out. They'll need a big chase. Comrade Greenshield's coming out to open the batting in his 100th match. There is Badenhorst getting ready to get things going. Assad Mahmood to open the bowling. Need a good start here. Well, I say that, but I mean, Marlow did this without having a good start, so might be one of those myths. Just need the 160 somehow. However, otherwise, Awaresh, they're 1 and 2 heading into a tough one with Punjab CC Amadora. It's going to start with Badenhorst going over the top and getting 4 runs. Not quite the 6, but I just feel this is a momentum game. Badenhorst himself actually grabbed a little bit of momentum back for Awaresh in the final over, only conceding 3. Otherwise, it looks like they were chasing 175. That 160 is a bit more reasonable. Mahmood. Kind of challenge delivery, that first one. Tries to frustrate out batters. Now, this one is a thick outside half of the bat kind of shot, but it's going to be back-to-back boundaries for BB. 8 off 2. How do you get 160? Well, it's not easy. It looks like a bit of a mountain, but just try and stay on the rate. 16 and over. Good shot selection there. Now fraction short and turns on this. It'll be yet another boundary. Boundary 4. So 4-4-4. Badenhorst ticking early. Wins the first half of this over. That goes straight. And that's going to carry, I think it does. Maximo with 4, 4, 4 and 6. The pick up sticks and Awaresh getting the start they wanted in this chase. Badenhorst generally makes good choices when he's out there. He's got the full range of strokes. Tripp was hoping this would be a cracker of an innings. Well, right now, Awaresh, believe it or not, they're up to 49%. Uh-oh. That's trouble with the capital T. It was dragged in and it was sent out of the ground. 5 balls, 5 boundaries. And Mahmood being taken to the cleaners here. It's gone magical, 24 off the first 5 balls. And with that, amazingly, Awaresh are actually favourites in this game. 54%, now back to 52. Computer just correcting itself. It goes after a 6-1, and we're going to get a 6 boundary. Well, what a start for the Swans. And you can hear it, they're going right off at the moment on the bench. Because there's been a fair bit of this game that they've been on the other end of it. But right now, they've got the bats in the hand. They've got the task ahead of them. But at the end of the first over, the score is 28 without loss. 105 matches since the Golden Ball. The highest ever scoring Golden Ball. For all you buffs at home, 167, 167. That was in Cyprus back in 2020. And that golden ball actually went for 6. No surprises there. All right, well, Badenhorst, that was a pretty impressive first over. Side Meissen going to open up here. Thought maybe they'd go for Najam Shazad, but got a lot of options, Marlowe. Those percentages are fascinating, aren't they? Seeing how they can go up and down, ball by ball. Green Shields faces up to Side Meissen. The wild one, and that's going to be handy. That's going to be a minimo. 5 wides. And you might as well call it 33 off the first over now. So now they've got it down to, I mean, it feels like you're chasing 140, not 160 now. See that. Russian Singh. Okay, it's a tough one. He'll be disappointed he can't make the ground. Starts of overs. It's going to set a feeling in place, or set a kind of tone where I often say either the bowler's in charge of the game or the batter's in charge. And right now it feels like the batters are in charge. Now Greenshield's experience knows he doesn't have to go at a crazy rate. Just have a look at that run rate required at the moment. 14.2 and over. So yeah, if it was a 142 chase, you'd say, okay, almost 50-50. I have a feeling that 130 or so is par for me today and tomorrow. Badenhorst, 6 balls, 6 boundaries so far. These two have such a great rivalry. Fantastic to watch from a distance, safe distance. Marlowe defeated Warash in the 2022 ECS final. Warash have never been able to pick up an ECN trophy despite representing Portugal in the 2023 ECL. Right now, though, it's going to be the first wicket. And that's well taken down there by Imran Khan. So Badenhorst just loses his shape. It's probably one time that I think he makes a poor choice, because he tries to take this from outside the off stump and pull it away. And a kind of hanging leading edge is well caught by Imran. He made it pretty tough for himself. But Badenhorst does get his team off to a flying start. You see here, just trying to pull a ball that's very cuttable, or at least, you know, you can kind of bang it over point. Ends up at point. Great fielding there, Imran. A few issues fielding into the sun yesterday, so I think he's found a home on the other side of the field at the moment. Well done to Said Meissen, who breaks the partnership, and the score is 34 for 1. Faf Stoneman comes in at 3, and I thought we'd see this. I think this is typically how their top 3 is going to look from this point going forward, all things being equal. A bit like, you know, Marlowe, they experimented a bit with the batting order. They've kind of settled on Amir Zaib up the top with Imran Khan and Najam Shazad at 3. But Badenhorst couldn't do a lot more in his 7 balls. Let's see if Faf can keep the chase alive. A nice shot. That's getting through. That's 4. Oh, it was only a push really from Francois Stoneman, but he got the timing. And as we know here at the Santarém Cricket Ground, when it gets through that infield, it is lightning fast. It's a little push. Safe shot as well, and Shahid, he's never going to be able to chase that down. Don't forget Greenshields out there playing his 100th game on ECN. This time he goes to pull, and he'll pull out of the ground. Maximal was probably what Badenhorst was thinking. I think a couple of little things here. I think Stoneman gets his head a little bit closer to the ball, so he's not reaching quite as far. It's a tough shot to play, but he gets it and gets plenty of it. Maximo Warash comprehensively winning the power play here compared to what Marlow were able to do, which was not very much. And he scored 18 for 2 in the power play. It's a long way across, but there's an element of doubt there. Leg by signalled. Green Shields will face up. Only faced one legal delivery so far. Couple to come here in the second. Meiser. Love the big wicket of Green Shields. Instead, he gets too short. And, oh, that's a nasty one. Well, Cascais has just worn that on the thumb. Well, we did see him on the field the other day. And, well, that'll be 6 end of the over. 51 for 1. The 50 comes up. And, well, had the right idea there. I don't know if he'll be giving the double thumbs up too easily after that. Lorenzo Cascais. Anyway, end of the over, and the score's 51 for 1. You see why this game's so important. Awerash still have a game in hand on Marlow, but if they could push above them here. I mean, Marlow, put it this way, if they don't win this game, don't really see them getting that double chance. I don't think 2 and 2 is getting the double chance here. Hello to Dave Bean, welcome back. Great to have you with us, as always. Here's Najam Shazad bowling the third. And this one is short, poked away, but poked away successfully. In fact, it will go all the way. Maximo didn't really look comfortable playing that shot and was a bit concerned because not sure that Faf knew if there was a fielder down there or not. As it was, if there was a fielder right in the boundary, it might have been catchable, but it'll be another 6 to the total. You can see there, didn't bounce that high. Actually cut into him a fair bit off the pitch. Says Carreras. Najam Shazad does jump wide of the crease and angle in to the right-hander. No, just played away. Well, might have a mix-up here. Green Shields has to get back and does just in time. This would have been an absolute disaster. See, last moment they think, okay, there's 2 there. Conrad likes him. He gets over rules, gets a big stop sign, has to go back, throws over the top. And you just see they are forced to agree to disagree at the end. I think all's well that ends well. I like that urgency, but can cause problems as well. Watches this one. Pass harmlessly for a wide. That run rate required down to 13.2 and over. I reckon that 13's about evens here. But because of those 9 wickets in hand in this partnership, who they got left? Awerash given a 2 out of 3 chance of chasing this 160. It'd be a colossal chase if they could. Uh-oh, that's a great stop by Roshan. Could have easily got past him. He had 5 written all over it, but the keeper, it's a very good keeper, Roshan Singh, is able to make the ground. It's actually his feet that get him here. Let's have a look at the steps here. 1, 2, and the full dive. Not helping him out too much, helping themselves out too much with extras either at the moment, Marlow. $146 required. This one is going to be driven away square. I don't think Green Shields wanted it this late, but it works out nicely because it gets away from the field. Another 4. Now it's Marlow who was searching desperately for a wicket. You see there, he got a bit bigger than him. The Rock watched that one fly past him. Cuatro carreras más. One's not going anywhere. As Faf's looking for one. Greenshield's not interested. These two, remember them having a very important partnership at the ECC for Portugal. Trying to replicate it here. Plenty of their Portuguese national teammates on the opposition. A little bit short. Greenshields hits it hard and Tortuga's Amandeep. So that's going to be for... It was belted. Amandeep, who's a very good fielder, and he kind of does everything right here. But sometimes you can do everything right and still not stop it on this ground. So he gets down towards the ground. That last bounce just lifts the ball over him. Have a look, this last bounce here. A little bit of right to left as far as he was concerned. So Greenshields catches a break and gets 4. Still a long way to go on this chase though. I mean, put it this way, they're not even halfway there yet. Oh, he's dropped. I'm not sure if there's an edge there or not. But Roshan, he said he's dropped because there was such a big appeal. Now, whether it was a genuine appeal or just a bit of overexcitement, I'm not sure. Can't say I saw the edge myself. What does this show us? Maybe. Not so sure. We'll never know. Roshan certainly acts like he's dropped something pretty significant. End of the power play. It's a big power play for Oeiras. The Swans are 68 for 1. Have a look at that power play. 28, 23 and 17. Marlow at those 5 monster overs. Have a look at those towers. After being 31 after 4, they put on 125 in the next 5 overs.
Come on, Roshan. Reset. Come on, boy.
Now Mian Shahid's going to bowl, and no one seems to be able to get him away. A lack of pace. Kind of did a couple of the Oeiras top order this morning against fighters. Faf Stoneman gets a bit of bat on this. Thinking of 2 here. He's going to take it on. That's actually very good running. Stoneman is very quick, and what I like about this, he knows he's running to the danger end, so it's completely his responsibility to decide. So you don't have to worry about Conrad too much. He says, look, okay, he's in, makes a quick turn, and then Greenshields, he knows. Faf will decide. Faf gets there. Very good running. Well, now I think this is a no ball. And Conrad wears it on the way back in. But it's an outswinger that swings too far. Ends up getting Conrad in the chest. So free hit. I wonder what Conrad's tactics are then. See, this one's off the pitch. You see the puff. It's in front of the stumps. That's why. And Conrad wears it. Short, and Conrad doesn't get this at all. Be disappointed, I think. Doesn't get more than 1 for that. Mian Shahid gets himself out of a tight spot. Shahid against another teaser. There you go at the other end. Fantastic bit of fielding. Safely home. See the difference the little things make, especially when teams are quite evenly matched. Kind of pure cricket skills-wise, but yeah, just the running between wickets here. The urgency. Even we've seen guys get run out this way before. He's very aware of where he needs to be. Faf slides that bat in time. But Shahid still has been hit to the fence. This is a bit of a flat bat, and he's going to be gone. So Shahid does it again. Greenshields will have to go. Najam Shazad takes the catch. And I think Greenshields, he's disappointed with himself. He tries to flat bat this straight down the ground, but there's a little bit of slice on it, and Najam is waiting to take the catch. So Conrad goes before they could even reach the halfway mark, and it's an important one straight into the breadbasket of Najam Shazad. Mian Shahid, you beauty, does it again. And Warash lose their skipper. The score 74-2. Rahul Vishwakarma comes out at number 4. Still a lot of runs to get here. Let's see the percentages, and that's going to take a change, I'm pretty sure. It's up at 67%, but I think probably brings it down below 60. And I'm not so sure they're even still ahead in the game, to be honest. With that wicket, certainly brings it back in the balance. Vishwakarma, whacked a couple of sixes this morning. Yeah, and Shahid ready to wobble a couple of balls into him here. So we thought maybe Greenshields was dropped behind. In the end, it doesn't cost them too many. Marlowe, if it was a drop. Well bowled by Shahid. There's a bit of emotion at the moment. It's always a good game when these two are against each other. One's well taken by Roshan, but no edge on it. It's hit down the ground. Pretty good shot choice by Vishwakarma to get off the mark, although Meister makes sure it's only one as Shahid's over only goes for 6. With the big wicket of Greenshields in there. It's captain getting captain in the 4th over. And at the end of it, it's 75-2. They're ahead. They're still ahead. But can they stay ahead? As far as the Greenshields dismissal, I actually think he kind of makes up his mind almost in a premeditatory way that he wants to hit the gap down the ground. So he's going to whack it straight, and he's not really going to worry about keeping it on the ground. So he might get 6 or 4. But in the end, because he's a fraction late on it, ends up kind of slicing. A bit like a golf shot on the tee. I know plenty about slicing off the tee. And that's why Najam Shazad comes into play. Amandeep Singh gets a ball like this. Offie to the left-hander. Be smart from Vishwakarma because I think they situationally brought Amandeep on to bowl to him. So he says, okay, I'll take 1, and now you can deal with Faf. Faf is in and has 20 off 8. Got to keep attacking. 14.4. The required rate. Whereas down to 56%, but still slight favourites. Doesn't really feel like it at the moment, I think, with that big 159 on the board. It's a pretty imposing total. Hit down the ground, and it won't quite carry this time to Shazad, who backs off and just makes sure it's only a single. Kind of carom ball there around the front of the hand of Amandeep Singh. Well bowled. Just turned that one slightly away from the left-hander. Just watch that percentage take a dive in this over for Awerash. Marlowe storming back into contention. It's been a topsy-turvy game. All right, now this one is in the air, right back to the boundary and out of here. Maximo. Vishwakarma, you know he likes to hit in this region. Just as Awerash fell behind in the game, he gets him back on track with 6 of the best. Slightly risky shot as well after he was beating the ball before. And then Vishwakarma lifts this one out of the ground. Now gets another one that he can swing on, but he's going to be dropped. Oh, well, Imran Khan doesn't drop too many catches at all. Thought this one had disappeared into his hands, but it gets away, and Vishwakarma gets a life on 8. He thought he was gone there, didn't he, Vishwakarma? But got low on Imran and he ended up bouncing out of the hands. It's been a good over, though. Just 9 off it so far. Asking rate is about 15. Get a boundary here. Probably call this over a draw if you don't. I think Marlowe win this over. Goes straight and goes long. Maximo! Faf Stoneman coming good at the pointy end of the tournament. Amandeep does go for 15 in the over in the end, but should have had a wicket. He doesn't get it in the end, and the score at the end of 5, Whereas 90 for 2. So they needed 80 per half. They get 90 in the first half, means they need 70 in the second half to pull off a big 160 chase. Of course, we have so much cricket coming around the European continent this year, including pressure in just a couple of weeks in Estonia for the first time since 2020. England for the first time ever, although we were meant to have series there going back as long ago as 2020. Cyprus, Czechia, Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, Rome in Italy, then Austria and Croatia leading into the ECC. Malta finally gets a go. 4-weeker is planned for the 20th of October and back in Barcelona for the last 3 weeks before we go to the second ever ECCW. Here's Shahid. That's good running, though. He knows he can kind of sweep at this with immunity. Vishwakarma, because it pitches outside the leg stump. In fact, very quick to back up and get through for the single. Well judged. 1 from Stoneman. Again, just kind of floats into the block hole. They're looking for 2 here, but there's no fumble. That's what good players do. We saw that actually, the British and Irish Knights, particularly the English 11 players. They will run and basically say, look, if there's a fumble, we're running a second. So let's both watch the ball, and if there's a fumble, we're coming. I think that was the kind of strategy there from Stoneman, but it was well picked up. Walks at this one, drags it, tests the fielder, Shazab, but he's up to the test, just a single. Good game this, hovering around the 50-50. Imran's just gone off the field at the moment, maybe injured his hand in that catching attempt. But Rizwan comes on as a substitute fielder. Again, can't quite find the timing here, Faf. Have to settle for the one. Shahid putting the confusion rays on the ball. Yeah, Steve, just mentioning some of the changes, and yeah, Steve, still is a kind of an expected schedule, but the up-to-date schedule has Malta actually going a little bit longer, because originally they just had 2 weeks allocated, but because that's the first we can get there, made that 4. As this is taken away, and that's gone over the fence. Maximo, just at the right time again. He gets it slightly wrong to the left-hander. And Awaris, I like that. Brings up the 100 as well. Ball to go in this over. Yeah, Steve, so just be a little bit less moving around. Was going to be 2 in Malta, 2 in Cyprus, and 3 in Spain. All right, goes after this, fetches it and sends it. Maximo! And at the end of 6 overs, Awaris are right in the driver's seat once again. 106 for 2 after 6. Shahid, I mean, it's been a brilliant spell from him, but He ends up going back-to-back sixes. Only 10 came off his first 10 balls. But his last 2 go for 12. He finishes 1 for 22. 54 required off the last 4 overs. So, yeah, that's probably a good thing because we already have 4 weeks in Cyprus over the year. And why do we probably go to these places that time of year? Well, it's all to do with the weather, isn't it? When we get pre-ECL and post-ECC, we're kind of limited in our choices of where we can go due to the weather in Europe. But yeah, Malta is a place that we've been many times before. I'm looking forward to going there again. And then 3 weeks in Barcelona. And then, if you missed it, the ECCW will have 10 teams involved this year. They'll also have 2 divisions. Okay, here we go with over number 7 as Gondal comes in. He's clipped away. Just a long single first up. Vishwakarma on a bit of a heater. It's different what he's going to face now is Gondal, the closer, coming into bowl the 7th. What a catch. Unbelievable. That was a rocket at Amir Zaib, and he's taken it. And it was a very good shot from Vishwakarma, and it was the right shot. And to be fair, he's absolutely smushed it. But Zaib, the rock was in the way, and the rock didn't crack. So, yeah, check this one out. How hard does this hit? Bang. But clean as a whistle. Oh, that's such a good catch. I know it's straight at him. It's basically catch or be damaged. Maybe a bit of both. But Vishwakarma does his job, 23 off 11. 107 for 3, and I like this move. Wirakun comes in. And he was brilliant yesterday, actually, in a game that they'd ultimately lose to Gamblers by 4 runs. But, yeah, he really fought the good fight back in that one. And starts with a ball that's going to get through the field. That could run away. It does. 4 runs was just a push from Lucky. A good start for him, get him believing. Yeah, yesterday he scored 42 off 13 with 4 6s and 3 4s, was out late in the piece. In the end, Awaris couldn't quite steal the win. But I'm looking at who they got now, and probably situationally, I'm quite liking, maybe Junaid Khan next, and then you've got, obviously, Miguel Stoneman, you've got Girish Singh there as well, Nassim. Plenty of batting to come, but the question is, can you go at the rate? 14 and over required. Awarish with their noses in front. Wirakun just deflects this. Only a single. It has that tense feel about it. That tingle feel about it, doesn't it, at the moment? No, a bit of chat about the catches and drops. Let me come back to that in a minute. This will only be a single to Stoneman. So I know Dave's been tracking catches versus drops. Here's my suggestion. And it doesn't have to be Dave. It can be anyone there. Track catches versus drops when you're watching. So don't count anything when you're not watching, just when you're watching. And get to 100. And then let's see how many are caught out of total. And then you've got a representative sample. It doesn't have to be, it can be any time. It's a random sample of the time you're watching. Don't expect to watch every single ball. All right, this is down the ground, but not really timed. In fact, that's to Wirakun's advantage because it won't travel to side Meissen. That'll be the end of the over. It's 114 for 3 after 7. Looking at what's coming up next, and Waris, they've got to go back-to-back, taking on Punjab CC. Amadora in the next one. And whereas they can keep batting because they've won the toss. They'll bat first in that one. I don't think Punjab CC Amador are too worried, though, because they've been pretty good on the chase in this series so far. That should be an absolute belter of a game coming up in around about half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network. Yeah, so this is what I'd say. Anyone you like, try and just count the catches and drops. Keep a running total when you're watching. That way you don't feel like you're missing out on anything. If you can't catch some of the action, that's okay. All right, that one's lifted up and lifted up nicely by Wirakun. Maximo! Basically needing 15s. So let's check this over. 15 to draw. Over 15, Awarish win it. Under 15, Marlow win it. Big game here. Potentially double chance on the line. Yeah, but anyway, the reason I find that interesting is because there's no one ever really tracks that stuff. So yeah, just when you're watching, count catches versus drops. Keep a running total. Pause it when you're not watching and come back and start those totals when you're watching again. Oh, he's going to get lucky here. It is backwards and one bounce for Wirakun takes it on. Sometimes fortune favours the brave and he goes for the hook shot. Doesn't really connect the way he wanted. That's 10 off the first two. Off Shazad's over. Yeah, so I'd be curious to see what the proportion is of catches from total chances in 100. No one's actually done it yet. So there, if you want to know what I think would be useful for some of you guys that like to watch all the time, do that. And when you take a break from watching, just note it down. And you can start on that when you come back. And we'll get some. When we start getting samples of 100, we can start comparing. Like, what's an average amount of catches to take out of 100? That's a wide. Almost not a wide. I think Shazam knows it. But also knows probably not worth trying to win a debate that you know you're on the wrong side of. Straight over the line. The instinct of the bowler. And when the cameras are on, picture's worth 1,000 words. This one is played away by Wirakun, who has to motor. To be honest, I think they go the wrong end there. Dave said he might do that when he gets back from Drur. Yeah, please be my guest, Dave. Like I say, I'd be curious to see. Yeah. Just gets the bat down in time. Remember, once you put something behind the line, it's on the ground and you can do whatever you like. Good game, this. So the over's worth 12 now. This is up in the air and that's going to fly. Maximo! Whereas can see the finish line at the moment, but shades of last night when they went down 142 to 138 to Gamblers SC. Deep in the crease this time. Reaches, slices inside out. Good wrist work there. Does really well. Actually gets his head pretty close to that ball. Ends up flying for 6. So yeah, 18 have come off this over now, so Awarish win this over. But there's still 2 balls to go in it. Not really what he wanted. Probably not worth risking a run out at this stage either. Probably good they didn't go for 2 because the throw hits the stumps. Yeah, so I like that total catches out of 100 idea. And it might take a day, it might take a week, might take a month, who knows. But yeah, I have a feeling it'll be somewhere in the 60s. I just got a feeling, but that's why I want to kind of test the hypothesis, I guess. Now that's lifted up by Wirakun. Going, gone. Maximo! A bit of a teaser out there for Azim Sawa. But that's the over that puts Oesh miles in front in this contest. It goes for 25 off Najam Shazad. Wirakun once again delivering when the pressure's on. And at 8 over mark, it's 139 for 3. See, they kind of bounced off that red line and heading in the right direction. How important is it now when you look at that last over of the first innings that Badenhorst only conceded 3? It was 156 off 9 for Marlow. It looked like it was going to be 170s. And imagine it was 170s now. They'd have a long way to go. As it is, it's a tricky 21 off 12 required. Faf Stoneman faces up. The Rock gets a bowl in the 9th. Amizai, and he's going to bowl him. And it wasn't the option. It was probably an unnecessary risk. By probably, I mean definitely. And I heard the voice, I think, of Miguel Stoneman at the end of the over saying, just be sensible. This wasn't really. And why? Well, because they're not desperately needing a boundary here. They can afford to kind of make choices based on what's delivered. But he tries to lift that one over the fine leg in the circle. And this game takes another turn. Take nothing away from the innings of Faf Stoneman. He's batted very, very well there. It's looked in good form today. He'll go for 38 off 17. The score, 139 for 4. 11 balls left in this one. Okay, Miggy Stoneman. I think he was the man that was calling for sensibility. Now he's in the hot seat. He goes down the ground. Not really timed. It's not going to go too far at all. Now Wirakun. He'll have to take the ball by the horns here. Werash and Marlow. Looking back, I feel like this is the game that might determine who gets the double chance and who doesn't out of these two teams. Now Wirakun just flicks this up in the air. Won't carry. He was nervous and kind of paralysed after the shot. Wirakun gets one. Zaib delivering. Steve saying 10.5 should be a gimme. Easier said than done, though. The boundaries don't score themselves. 19 off 9. Looks like we're heading for a last over thriller here. Miguel Stoneman. He's looking at 2. He's not really there. Wirakun's the guy that needs to hit the boundaries. And really, this over kind of cancelling out what happened to Najam Shazad in the last over. He went for 25, but this over has only gone for 3. Wicket 1-1-1. Oh, that's almost castled Wirakun. Swings across it. Marlow have a way to find wins in games that they're not winning. This is one of them. Back to the action. That's actually a very good leave and also a brilliant take from Roshan. Imagine that going to the boundary at this stage. Top class wicket keeping. Will be one of the total. Last ball of the over coming up. Hits it, but it probably shouldn't be 4. It'll just be 1. Does mean Wirakun's on strike. I think he's the man for the job. We've got a last over thriller, people. Oeras now. They're 144 for 4 after 9. And just putting this out there, if there's 15 off this over, then we'll have Golden Ball 57 live from the Santarém cricket ground. Well, who knows? It's going to be a big finish, I think. We haven't had Golden Ball here since Golden Ball 29 on the 31st of March 2022, when Brothers 11 Portugal defeated the Indian Royals. And we're talking over 2 years since we've had a Golden Ball on this ground. 16 off 6, Gondal. Not a bad guy to have the ball in his hand. Wirrakun needs 16 to get the Swans over the line. Missing, but they'll get one. Oh, now, well, it's actually hit Wirrakun in the elbow. And hopefully he's all right. I mean, he had to hustle. They had a chance to run him out. This might have just got him on the funny bone. No one's laughing. Have a look here as the throw comes in. Anyway, he'll be okay. Now, this is where Miguel Stoneman, I mean, he can't afford a miss. I mean, a one's a bare minimum, but I do think he needs to try and hit a boundary. Again, he's quite a correct player, Migsy. So he'll just hope something can just time straight over the umpire's hat for 6. But let's see what he can do. 15 off 5 required now. That's the top ball. That's what they couldn't afford. Steps across early. That's why the line probably moves. See, he moves a bit. And even if that does get a bit of the line, I'm not sure if it does or if it doesn't. Top ball, 15 off 4 now. If ever Miggy needed to hit a 6 or a 4, it's now. Settle for a 1. Well, it gets a piece of it, but not the whole thing. Up. And interesting choice. I think you got to take the 1 based on what we've just seen. Probably the extra run doesn't help you that much. Also interesting that they don't really try and attempt to catch. Maybe spooked that it might get away and go for 4. But it makes it 14 off 3. And really, not sure how Aware's going to get out of this mess now. Gondal, credit to him. And Zayed before him. Only 5 runs coming off that 9th over. But Wirrakun needs to go bang. And I actually think if Stoneman gets back on strike, they should maybe try someone else, like Girish Singh. 14 off 3 required. Boundary needed. He needs to score off this ball as well. Well, they'll score. Where's it going? It's going to be 4. Wow. Unconvincing, but effective from Wirrakun. Awarash went down by only 4 runs yesterday to Gamblers SC. This is another single-digit margin, unless they can find a 6 and a 4 in the last 2 balls. So really, even now, if this is a 1 or even a 2, this game's over, unless Gondal delivers a wide or a no ball. You wouldn't think he'd do that. Wirrakun needs to find his batting boots. And putting the fine leg back. Never mind where the fielders are, Lucky. You got to swing. You got to hit it over the rope. Boundary or bust for the Swans. 2 to come. Edged and saved. And credit to the Marlow skipper, Mian Shahid. They might come back for 2. But unless they can get 3, this game is dead in the water. I said well done to Shahid because he put fielders back behind the wicket for the edge. Didn't want him streaking a lucky boundary. And this would have been a lucky boundary. So now with 8 runs required to win, 7 for the tie. They're relying on this being an illegal delivery. Just needs to keep it on the straight, Gondal. And he's going to finish with a wicket. Marlow back themselves out of a tight corner. What a game of cricket that was. Topsy-turvy. Plenty of curveballs in there. Once again, Wirrakun is good in a losing cause. And 7 runs will separate these fierce rivals. The final score in match 8 of the Super Fives. Marlow 159, Awarash 152. It was a game of immense over inequality because there were some big ones, there were some little ones. In the end, we see over 300 runs and plenty of entertainment. Marlow, they'll finish their Super 5 stage in pretty good shape for that double chance. They'll finish with a 3-1 record with 13 points. They do go to the top of the table for now, but other games still to be played, and they can be caught up. Awarash, no time to kind of dwell on that result. Again, they're near and near enough, but can't quite get the win. against one of their top 4 rivals. They will be batting first against Punjab CC Amadora when we return in about 15 minutes for that one. Some big stars on both teams. Conrad Greenshields, his 101st game, will be hoping to pick up the W. But Punjab CC Amadora, they're hunting for top spot and could potentially do that with a good result there in match 9. Let's go back and cast your mind back to the first over where Butternhorse went absolutely nuts, hitting 6 boundaries in the first 6 balls of this game. And then Mysom started with a minimo, which wasn't in the plans, but then he was able to get the false shot out of Butternhorse. Just probably a wrong choice there. Imran Khan took that one diving away, removing him for 28. And Stoneman came out. He batted pretty well, I think. Faf at number 3. Conrad Greenshields, he was looking powerful as well early in the piece. He made his way to 16 as well. Lorenzo not able to reel that one in. Might have a bit of a sore thumb. So at this stage, we're ticking nicely. Obviously, Conrad's a big wicket and all eyes on him, but Stoneman, he was also pretty influential in that number 3 position. A little bit of fire that he had to cop, but this is Conrad's undoing, just trying to flat bat Mian Shahid. Found the safe hands of Najam Shahzad at long off. He went for 16. And Vishwakarma came out at 4. He was able to strike 3 sixes. So actually he was going pretty well despite getting dropped by Imran Khan. So, okay, that was his good luck. And he obviously looks very well put together when he's there. And as Newton says, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. And he had the good luck and then the bad luck. Absolutely lacing one. And the Rock able to hold on to that one. Not really sure how he caught that, but he did. So Vishwakarma had to go for 23. Stoneman kept fighting bravely to pick up the boundaries they needed. This stage they were still considered ahead in the game, but you just know when you need 160, you need a lot of things to go your way. Zaib was absolutely incredible in the 9th. After Shahzad's over, went magical. Poor choice really by Faf Stoneman. Showed too much to the furniture, and Zaib cashed in with his first ball. And only 5 runs came off that 9th over. Left 16 to get in the 10th. And Weera he battled bravely for the 2nd day in a row, trying to get his team over the line. Couldn't quite do it despite this boundary in the last over. It was the only boundary in the last over, in fact. They would only get 8 off the 10th. Gondal, ice in his veins for Marlowe. That's exactly why they give him the ball in that situation. Knocks over the stumps to send this one to bed. 159 to 152. 311 runs in that game. In fact, and a high-class battle between 2 adversaries. You can see that top 5 all get some runs, but no one able to get that kind of 50-plus score that you normally need if you're going to chase 160 down. 38 for Faf Stoneman. The top scorer, I think he'll still be kicking himself. Maybe not a bad thing there, straight back on the park, because it was unnecessary to try the scoop at that stage. As far as the other batters, Vishwakarma played some nice shots. I mean, I liked Butternhorse first over. Greenshields, well, he looks in good form. Weera seems to be the guy to get them close, but he couldn't quite get him over the line this time. Gondal with 2 for 15. I suppose between him and Zaib, they're the best of the bowlers, doing it when it matters the most in the last couple. Wickets for Zaib, as well as Mysom and Mian Shahzad. Shahid in there, I should say. But a very, very tense contest. The Swans have no time to waste. They'll be back on in around about 10 minutes. Punjab CC Amadora, their opponents. Just 2 matches to go in these Super 5s before we officially make the cut, and we'll give the double chance to the top 2. Finals day tomorrow. Plenty of cricket to come here on a Super Saturday of action here at the SCG. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you very shortly for more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back. After a heart-stopping couple of matches, we're getting pretty much straight back into it. Still 2 matches to go here in the Super 5 stage. Our 19th day out of 20 days here in the European Cricket Series. Portugal coming up now. We have another blockbuster coming your way between Oeiras. The hosts are taking on Punjab CC Amadora in this one a little bit earlier. Tyrone Peters had the 2 captains. Let's see what happens at the all-important coin toss.
Punjab to call.
Yeah.
Tails the call. Oof. Dead.
Well, Faf Stoneman doing his best Marcel Marceau impression there. Saying too much, but indicating that they will have a hit. So Oeiras, just a couple of heartbreaking little losses in this Super 5 stage. They went down by 4 to Gamblers SC yesterday. Went down by 7 just then to Marlow. So pretty much within one swing of a bat both times. Now they take on the all-conquering Punjab CC Amadora. Do think that they've been the most impressive side over the last couple of days. 2 wins out of 2 games. But we haven't really seen them put to a serious test yet, I suppose. We got the jump on Marlow when those 2 teams played earlier in the day. Marlow recovered to 112, but couldn't defend it. In the end, it was chased down in 7.1. Okay, Oeiras, 64% favourites here. And well, what do you think about that? Obviously, that's on the totality of the tournament, obviously being given a bit more weight. Punjab CC based on current form. I'd say that they might be slight favourites. Vinny Sandu with you here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Just been running a few scenarios here these last couple of games. There's a real chance. I mean, Punjab CC Amadora lose their last 2 games in narrow fashion. Then it's actually quite possible that all 4 teams will end on 13 points and it'll just be net run rate that sorts them out. But I don't know if you can tip against a team that have had 2 wins. Lose twice in a row. Button Horse to get going out there with Conrad Greenshields. Here's the first run of the contest. Ranasawa opening up for Punjab CC Amadora. Hello to Diesel, Bruno Cavalieri, who's in the chat. Nice to see you as well. Hello to Kevin. He said, yeah, Oeiras would have backed themselves to finish that off, but didn't quite manage. Meanwhile, Conrad in his 101st game is going to send this ball flying. Maximo seis carreras. That's big. On the walk. Up and out of here. Not a bad start, to say the least. He does like to walk. I suppose he's got to pick his times. Tends to do it when it's not really a fast bowler. Ranasawa, he's a banana bender from way back. Just likes to curve them into the right-hander. That's why he takes the new ball. Oh, interesting, this one. Kind of holds its line. Maybe it's across the seam or something. Cricket's a tough game because you're forced into making decisions really quickly and thinking on the fly, especially in this form of the game. You can see one bad decision can cost you. We kind of saw that with Faf Stone in the last game, picking a bad time to try and scoop. Slightly slower ball this time from Sawa. It's worked away for one. Badenhorst started with 6 boundaries that last game. Ah, there's Martins. Well, he is still recovering from a big Peacock Friday, if you can't tell. Got to say, our crew at Spring Media, they're loving their time here in Portugal. Just say shout out with some of the amazing lunches we've had. Yeah, there he is. Staying hydrated. Might be delivering a bit of hydration to his teammate. Hit and run job here. I think he's home. This is pretty well done by Badenhorst because he has his priorities in order. He doesn't kind of veer off. He says, look, the most important thing is I make my crease. See, he sees the ball. He can see when it's coming in and he makes sure he makes his ground. So that'll take us to the end of the over. Pretty interesting start to this one. As Awarash are fighting to get back to a 2-2 record here in the Super Fives. Scores 9 without loss after 1 as we look at the ECC groupings. And what do you think about those? What do you think about the concept of having 2 divisions essentially with the promotion relegation system? Stay tuned for the ECC starting on the 23rd of September with the ECCX, all still in that same 4-week window. Here's Parveen. He gets hit down the ground, and that's going to be 4 runs to get us going. I think Greenshields, he doesn't quite middle this. It's Badenhorst, pardon me. That's facing up here, start of the over. It's very strong straight down the ground, isn't he? 1 bounce, 4 runs. Now lifted up and over backward point. Well, that's got some legs on it. Maximo! Badenhorst has been hitting runs of boundaries. Just be hoping he could turn this into a really big score. Slow ball, just fools him for pace. Just picked the slow ball, just didn't pick exactly how slow it was. That was actually like a fast leg spinner really from Parveen Singh. Expected 145. I feel like 130-ish is maybe about par. This is hit straight down the ground, out to the outstretched grasp of the bowler. That's going to be 4 into the fence as well. 4 carreras. Badenhorst doing his job to perfection at the top. Turns this into a half volley. Getting on top of Parveen in the second over. 4-6.6 so far. Now driven pretty strongly. That's going to be another 4 runs. Grizzly's been taking a bit of punishment so far. Parveen being taken to a little bit. Again, I like the way it holds his shape there. Probably got out getting a little bit lazy. Badenhorst in his last innings. Now he loves it here. Turned around. There's 4 more. So the boundaries just keep on coming here. And that'll take us to the end of the second over. The score is 31 without loss. That over ends up going magical with 22 coming off it. So yeah, I'll put a scenario to you. Let's say Punjab CC Amadora lose the next 2 games but keep their point. Then Awarish will get 3 more, Gamblers get 3 more, and Punjab CC get 2 more. You know what that means? Everyone is tied up on 13. I'm not saying that'll happen, but I'm saying it's possible. Rana Sarwat to come back and bowl out in the third. Awarish will have to play very, very well to sneak into the 2 from here. What you would say, though, looking at where they are on the table, they do have a pretty good net run rate. So there is a way they could get in. I think if they could win, even with a 3-point win, if they could go up above Marlow on net, or stay above Marlow on net run rate, which they'll do with a win. That one probably was going to be a huge wide, but it's been put down. Oh, really went after what he should have left alone here, Badenhorst. Yeah, I think this is going to be a no ball, so it wouldn't have been out anyway. It got put down, but I suppose that was all academic, as it has been called a no ball. Free hit, it probably would have been a wide. And kept in the infield, they'll get a single. Yeah, so let me, for you Awarish fans out there, if Awarish win, they'll go to 13 points. Let's say it's just a normal win. They'll go above Marlow, and then Punjab CC Amadora, if they win last game against Gamblers, then Awarish will actually get the top 2. If Gamblers were to then beat Punjab CC Amadora, then we'll be all locked up on 13. And to be honest, it's hard to see Awarish making it under that scenario. That's a cracking shot. Watch that one fly. Uh-oh. That's trouble. Tell me you're all right up there. I think Martha Maria's up there. Gets a little wave. I'm waiting for the thumbs up, but that is danger with a capital D. Just watch this. That's flying into Martha's office. Uh-oh. Are you okay out back there? All right. She said she's all right. Let's get back to the action. Well, lucky there's not a camera tower over there, because that's going to be 6 more. Maximal. Badenhorst drives down the ground, then kind of sweats on the back foot for this one. Lifting up and out of the ground as well. Yeah, so Awarish, for me, they are playing for a genuine tilt at the double chance in this game. And really, why is that? It's because when they have lost, they've only lost by single digits. They've lost by a very tiny amount. Last ball, the over coming up. All right. Last ball, the power play. It's the power play you want. Punjab CC Amadora. This is the first time they haven't got early wickets in their Super Fives. Badenhorst puts his sensible hat on and just knocks a single. Takes us to the end of the third over. Runs galore. No wickets just yet. Sawa finishes none for 26. It's 48 without loss after 3. Yeah, looking at the performance of Punjab CC Amadora throughout the group stage. Did lose a couple of games along the way. They lost one to the Lisbon Capitals when they made 139, couldn't defend it. Also had a bit of a shocker against Gorka 11. Not even taking a point out of that game. We got rolled for 72. That was on opening day. It was a long time ago now. In fact, it was actually just 2 days after the ECL final that we started this tournament. 3 weeks ago. And we're at the business end now. I'd say this end of power play signal. I don't think there's a need for it personally. Everyone should be able to read the scoreboard. But anyway, here we go. All right, this is lifted up. Is Kasim Manua's come on. And it's going to be in the gap. So Badenhorst will get 4. He's in some good form, isn't he? It's kind of looking like only he can get himself out. He's in one of those kind of veins of form. Again, I really like the way he holds his form, keeps his front shoulder in play. And for the first time in a while, Punjab CC Amadora, yeah, chasing their tail in the field. The pad. Don't think there's a, yeah, well said as well. Don't think there's a nick there at all. Worth trying though. Say, John has been doing a good job in this series. All right, this is a big in-swinger, and it's lifted up to the leg side, but it's going to be gone. Badenhorst going to go. So Kasim Anwar does the trick. The opening partnership worth 52, but now it's broken. Ranasawa takes the catch. And Awerash have lost their first wicket. 52 for 1. And Badenhorst, just the miss hit. Happens to everyone. Probably there to hit. Maybe swung a bit more than he thought. And that's why it goes towards the inside half of the bat. Bit of an ice cream cone there. But nonetheless, it's taken. Not a bad start from Badenhorst. He'll go for 42. Brings Faf Stoneman from the crease. He was hitting the ball pretty sweetly earlier in the day. This is a clash between two teams that both topped their group. Punjab CC Amadora 7-2 with 3 washouts in Group A, 28 points. Awerash 11-0 with just the 1 washout, 41 points. Both carried 4 points in to this Super 5 stage. Doing battle here in match number 9. Stoneman faces up for the first time. Misses out on one outside the off stump. Never really came through from Kasim. Nice little pickup shot from Stoneman. And it does have the journey. Maximo! Good start for him. Kind of getting on top of Kasim. Kasim's a guy, we have seen him playing a bit in Cyprus as well. Played a variety of matches there over the 2021 and 2022 seasons. There's 18 wickets on the network. Swings in a long way once again. There's Simranjit doing the fielding. Simranjit, we recently saw him in the ECL as a wild card for Gamblers SC. End of the 4th over. Pretty tidy one there from Kasim. And at the end of 4, Awaris 59 for 1. Expected 150. Feel like you might need that many against this powerful Punjab CC Amadora batting lineup. What I will say though, haven't really seen the surface scratch of the men in red so far in this Super 5s. We go kind of game by game. They've only lost 2 wickets in each of their first 2 games, so we've never seen deeper than 4. They typically do keep the order pretty consistent. Had an alley to bowl. Stoneman pushes the first one for a single. Yeah, they'll normally open up with Ranasawa and Aitzaz Arshad. And then Rao Imran at 3, Parveen at 4. But we haven't seen anyone else apart from that so far in the Super 5 series. Punjab CC Amadora, they'll play this match, they'll play the next match. Outswing it this time from Adnan. Hit along the ground. I say along the ground, but the old Tortuga allows a second round. Run now. They'll actually get a third. That's good running. Old non-standard three. And look at him goading to throw. Look at that. Boing. There's the Tortuga, which surprises Tariq. And then he launches it into the atmosphere. They come back for a third. So again, these two very, very comfortable running together. Full. I'm liking this length. This time Mubin Tariq, former Warish player, does the fielding. Saw him turning out for the side in the 2023 ECL and Warish on the back of their 2022 National Championship. We're the Portuguese representative club. Okay, this one in the air. Conrad doesn't like it. Should be gone. He is out. Caught in a very similar position. God, I think not really committed to this shot. He decides to go after it. Wasn't really there to hit down the ground. And so Mubin Tariq takes the catch. He's very, very solid down the ground. See here, it's a difficult one to drive because it wasn't really that full. Tariq does the rest, and Awaris lose their skipper for 12. And in the fifth over, it is 64 for 2. Vishwakarma will come out in the number 4 position. I feel like Vishwakarma could just go off in one game. He's pretty unlucky to be caught by Zaib in the last game. He absolutely crunched one to point. Having said that, he was pretty lucky to still be there after he got dropped for a fairly elementary chance by Imran Khan. Now, do you have it on some authority? Imran might have done some damage to his hand during that catching attempt. It's a nice shot to get going, and it'll actually get him 4. Well, there you go. It's hit hard. I like that he goes to hit that in the V. And we know this outfield is rapid. Even on these one bounces, just takes off, bang, comes quickly at Sawa, bursts through the hands. Vishwakarma with a perfect start. I'd like to see him just kind of playing the line of the ball a little bit more, not trying to fetch from outside off stump, because he is good through the offside. Sure, if it's on the legs, go for it. But if it's outside off, hit it to the off. That's one that is short enough to go leg side. He's going to get 4 more. Oh, brilliant fielding down there. It could be Fuzil that takes it in the yellow vest, but back-to-back boundaries of Vishwakarma. I like these left-hander as well. Left-hand, right-hand combination. We've seen that work many times before. Takes us to the end of the fifth over. The score 72 for 2. On track for 144 here. Time for some in-game analysis thanks to Paramatch. And right now, I think we had this debate many times, but the importance of getting your length right. And I actually think that length, in many ways, in this form of the game, it's even more important than line. So one length that I'd like to see is that block hole delivery, that Yorker delivery. If you can pump out kind of 4 or 5 of those and over, there's really not much the batter can do with it. So let's see if they can nail any Yorkers here. Kazim coming back. He does like to go full. About there. See, if you could even tell the batter that's where you're going to bowl it. They could get 2 here. A bit slow approaching the ball. Again, good fundamentals from these two. Vishwakarma, he's a former international under-19 representative in his native Nepal. So yeah, he has a good grounding in the fundamentals of the game. Also a pretty handy left-arm spinner. Charges a full toss here, Stoneman. And again, you see, erring on the side of full. I just think more things go your way. Now, sure, if it's a hanging full toss, occasionally you get smashed out of the ground, but you're almost guaranteed if you're banging it in too short in these conditions. False shot, again searching for the leg side, up it goes and into the hands. Gurjit perhaps has some issues with the sun. But again, Vishwakarma, just have a look at how he gets out. It's actually put in a pretty good area from Kasim, who's always angling across the left-hander. But again, he's on the charge. He's trying to hit a ball outside the off stump to leg. And you see, the Gurjit probably didn't see too much of that at all. Look at the shadow. But he does take the catch. So he'll go the 2 boundaries and out for Rahul. And Oerash are now 75 for 3. Miguel Stoneman brought in the number 5 position. Got to say, I thought maybe it's worth punting on Wirakun at the moment. I know he's been doing his work in the chase, but I mean, this is the kind of time he's come in before. I think maybe he just got a free shot with him to keep going how he's been going. 4.5 overs left in this innings. Can I understand maybe they don't want him batting in the first half. Maybe they feel it's a bit early. Wide. Surprises the keeper. Well, they could get another one if they're paying attention. Bowler actually comes and backs it up. Classic KLCCN cricket. That'll be 2 free runs. Whereas mentioned kind of 1 for 140s. What is the computer having to say about it though? What's going on their run rate? 139. Yeah. They want 140s minimum here. It's a pretty good bouncer. Otherwise, almost exclusively full. So Stoneman tries to get ahead of it and charges, hoping to turn it into a big full toss. But then he gets something up around his ears instead. Good bowling. I'd like to see Faf maybe just staying a bit stiller. Sami more or less does. Won't get it past Tariq, down long off. Good little phase of the game here. Kazim has bowled a very good over. Okay, there's that 2 wides, but he hasn't gone to the boundary. Last ball of the 6th. Miguel Stoneman won't have to hit this. Hello to Paul Tucker. Great to see you in the chat. Where are you watching from, Paul? Always great to have viewers interacting. Eastern European Cricket Network. Corey's busy this weekend in Spain, coaching the national team against Jersey. Pretty good inducker as well. 1 runs, 1 does it. Bowler's on, but it's a long throw. It would have been out. It was almost like a half-court Hail Mary from Faisal Mushtaq. Miguel would have been out. It was a risk worth taking. Have a look at this. Miguel probably watches the ball a bit too long, then realises he has to go. It goes over the bowler and just misses the stumps. End of 6 and the score 79 for 3. They have been pretty good with the extras so far. Punjab CC Amadora only giving up 2 wides and a no ball in this innings. Those 2 wides actually came off 1 ball in that previous over. All right, time for a new over. Off the pad. It's a run away for 4. I'm sure this isn't off the bat. And they were going crazy like it was going to be caught behind. But I think Faisal Mushtaq could be a bit upset that he couldn't quite pull that one in. See, off the thigh pad. Kind of gets there with 2 gloves. Just doesn't quite judge it. 4 runs to start the over. Stoneman will kick a 4, but he's still not off the mark. All handy runs. Look at that expected score, 136. About 130's par in this stage of the tournament. Just my feel. The actual numbers are saying kind of more like, I can tell you exactly, 12 runs and over now is the run rate through the entirety of this European Cricket Series. I just feel it's a point higher. Knock down the infield, but they will get a single there. I think he just satisfied to turn the strike over. I just feel maybe it's worth. This is why Miguel, obviously, we saw him strike his first half century, and that's fantastic. But given the game situation, I feel like he's a good insurance policy to have. But maybe at this stage you'd go where it couldn't because he's been hot. All right, this one's in the air, hanging for a while, but pitches before Sawa. And then you've got other born boundary hitters like Junaid at your disposal. So, yeah, Girish Singh's another one you might look at. At least, okay, positive is that wicket's probably not hurting them at this stage. As this is hit up and over cover. That's exactly what they're looking for. That kind of attacking intent, but he finds the fielder this time, just a single. Paul's watching from Kent in England. He loves ECN. He's watching with his son Lenny, who is 13. Hello, Lenny. Welcome. And hey, if you're in Kent, why don't you come down and join us? We'll be in Wimbledon on the 27th of May for the first ever ECS in England. All right, this one is up in the air and flying out of the ground. Maximo! Mav Stoneman finishes the 7th with a bang, and Awaris are 74 for 3. Kent's a very nice part of the country. I've spent a bit of time there myself. Let's have a look at what's coming up on Monday. I know that a lot of people looking forward to seeing ECS France for the first time. You can join Rico Full for day 1. And I'm a little bit worried. I think I might be on the plane, actually, when the first game's going. I'll have to watch it back when I get in. But we'll have the Grinny Vipers taking on VSK. That's the Villeneuve Super Kings. We'll also see Balbinians. We'll see Royal 94. And, in fact, we'll see 7 other teams, 11 in total in the ECS France. Join us from the 15th to the 26th of April for the first time at the Dreux Cricket Ground just outside of Paris. And I'm looking forward to the food and wine culture there is pretty strong. I think I'll be giving that a good go while I'm there in moderation. Here we go with over number 8 now, and Gurjit Singh is going to bowl for the first time. Down the ground, see Stoneman, Miguel Stoneman that is. He's satisfied to just kind of play the straight man role here. Leave it up to Faf. But I feel at this stage you want the idea to have 2 hitters together with 3 overs left. Miguel's got 4 off 6, but I've counted 5 leg byes when he's been batting, so it's not so bad. Uh-oh, that one's going to take off. Minimo time. It really actually takes off, and poor Mushtaq doesn't really have too much time to react. Look at that. Hits just past the stumps. The look says it all. Yeah, always nice to see a few new faces in the chat. And Lenny, are you into your cricket? See, AJ was absolutely cricket mad. Probably still am. Whoa. Well, this one almost knocks his head off. Good surprise ball from Gurjit, who went full. And then look at this. The idea is to play a pull shot here, but to do that, you generally have to keep your head on your shoulders. If it gets knocked off, that's no good. That's actually a really well-directed bouncer. He's late on the pull. Here's Faf Stoneman. So Gurjit recovering well. Muhammad Ashik wants to know who's going to win. We don't know that, but the kind of technology that got man to the moon is being used in the supercomputer. Percentages, we're at 58% at the moment. 100's up for them as well. Step away. Got to say though, again, you know, Miggsy, at this stage, I think at this stage of the tournament as well, I think I'm likely retiring him out at the end of this over, or even now. The only reason, it's nothing against him, but it's what their alternatives are. They've got Wirrakun as an alternative. I wonder if they're seriously considering this move. I mean, you never like to see it, but it's kind of becoming part of the game. And he might as well have a crack at this, because they don't really want to win. This is what I'm talking about. And everyone has innings where it doesn't really happen for them. This is one of them for Miguel Stoneman. Wow, I actually gets a fair bit of this. They'll probably run 2 if it's not caught. It is caught, so they won't have to worry about that ethical dilemma. And a pretty decent over from Grujic, considering there was a minimo. He only goes for 7 in the whole over. So, yeah, in the last 3 overs, we've only seen 1 boundary hit. We've seen a minimo, we've seen a 4-leg bias, but Punjab CC Amador are really shutting things down. That's the end of the 8th over. Miguel Stoneman doesn't have a great time there, goes for 4 off 9. And the score, 101 for 4. Yeah, I thought strategically, I know hindsight's 20/20, but I thought, you know, 5.3 overs when the last wicket fell, I thought it was a pretty good time for Wirrakun to come in. Maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't. But they've got hitting to come, so I think you need more than just to kind of turn the strike over option at this stage. Everyone's got their you know, pros and cons and their strengths and weaknesses. That's part and parcel of the game. This game now a genuine 50-50, according to the win predictor. Chucked into the ground. So a very, very good start to the 9th over. Parveen coming back. And this has been a good shutdown job in the second half of this innings. Where Ash was 72 after the first half. It's 29. Although this is a slow ball gone very, very wrong. Seen it a couple of times from Parveen. Back of the hand to see. No, easier said than done. Free hit to come then. Oh, it's another one. Well, it's either a no ball or a wide. Called a wide. I mean, it's probably irrelevant if it's a no ball or a wide because it actually is still a free hit. It's called a wide because it bounces off the pitch but after the stumps. And the free hit will remain in play where it couldn't. It's good old-fashioned backyard cricket rules. Can't get out first ball. This one, he's going to sneak through. Parveen is wide of the crease there. Ooh. Did that land on the line? Pretty close. This one, go. Yep. Yeah, it's been caught a no ball. Hey, good spot by the ref. Read my mind. Sometimes you just kind of see things out of the corner of your eye. All right, so still free hit. This time Wirrakun does get something on it. But straight to Ranasawa. So even when they have kind of made a couple of self-inflicted wounds, they've been able to cover them up. Stoneman 21 off 15. Hasn't really ever gotten going. In his innings, he's got 2 sixes, no 4s. 2 boundaries out of 15 faced. Now this is up in the air. How far? Far enough. Maximal. Right on cue. Faf Stoneman comes to the party. This is one up and out of the ground. Good powerful swing of the bat there from Francois. Goes again. How far is this one gone? It's gone far enough again. Back-to-back sixes. Maximal. This game takes another twist. Just kind of like an intermittent faster. Went without going back to the buffet for a few overs, but now they're back. Oeras cashing in this over. This will be a wide. Another extra. You can see there, he's fine that time, but he's got to be a bit careful. Now, driven again. That's a powerful shot from Stoneman, who goes again. Maximal. Parveen finds himself in the naughty 40s as this over has gone magical. Right on cue. After Gurjit only went for 7 in his previous over. Last ball of the ninth coming up. This one is manoeuvred away, and that's going to be 6 more. So it's 4 on the bounce. It's forceful from Francois in the ninth. It all happens in the ninth, and it goes supersonic as the Oeras pat themselves out of a hole and find themselves 131 for 4 after 9. They're 101 off 8. They're 131 after 9, and still an over to go. Perhaps that 150 is still on. What a topsy-turvy innings, but Parveen ends up as the owner of an unwanted half-century. He finishes with none for 52 off his 2 overs. Certainly a performance that he won't be reflecting on with any fondness. Hello to Jules Udebridge. Great to have you with us, I think for the first time today. 10th over, Wirakun. Well, he's the man with the plan. Here's Gurjit. And this is glanced away. That's pretty well to even knock it down there, to be honest. He'll get through for a single. See, Wira, he's a bit annoyed that he doesn't get this away for more. Pretty good fielding there. To keep Yunus doing the work. All right. Looking for boundaries here. That'll be a wide. Down the leg side. We saw him get surprised with a bouncer last time. That's a pretty good leave there. Knows he's going to get the wide as long as he can get inside it, which he does. 20 runs in extras in this innings. To be fair, 6 the Marleg buys, which probably can't do too much about. Decides to try and take off. Maybe he thinks that's going to be fuller because the bouncer came the ball before. But yeah, maybe it's just stand still, Faf. 45 off 20 now. Kind of middle of the road total, maybe slightly higher than par. All right, this is a mile high. Up, and it's going to drop in front of Rana. Well, it's so high they'll get 2. A little bit surprised Rana couldn't get there. Maybe didn't pick it up straight away. But yeah, it was so high. Rana, okay, look, it's on the edge of the circle, but yeah, credit to Lucky, who legs it out, spot straight away. There's a chance for 2 to get the established Stoneman back on strike. Faf Stoneman on 47. Now pulls away, and that'll be his 50. And he'll bring it up off 22 balls. It was a spicy one to deal with, but Faf, you can see it means a lot to him. brings up the 50 off 22 balls. That's his first 4. Has 6 sixes in his innings. Valuable runs coming late for the Swans. Again, give half those runs to Wirakun, who legged it back, so Faf could get the strike back. 2 to come. Now, this would have been a wide, but he does get bat on it this time. He goes to the scoop, and he's going to get 4. This was his undoing last time. Probably feels like there's not a lot to lose now. Make sure to get inside the ball. Now, this ball, you can actually tell, it's missing the leg stump. So if he misses it, he's going to get a wide. He's going to get the ball again. Whereas now up in the 140s. This will be the biggest test in the Super 5s for Punjab CC Amadora so far. And we've seen them only chasing 75 and chasing 113. This is going to be a 140s chase, maybe even a 150 chase if this one leaves the building. Seatbelts on last ball. Here we go. Whacked high. Rana wants it. And he won't get it. So it is over the top for 6. Maximo. Stoneman swings his way into the 60s. And Awerash recover late in the piece to score 149 for 4. Wow, we've had some topsy-turvy cricket today. And after they looked on the ropes, after the 8th over, they were 101. Awerash. There's that 3-over little mini period there where they only got 29 off the 3 overs, 6, 7, and 8. But then they finished with 48. In fact, with that last one, yeah, it's 48 off the last 2 overs, 30, then 18 off 9 and 10. And they'll end up with 149 for 4. Let's go back and have a look at some of the highlights of this one. Badenhorst having a really good series, isn't he? And he was out of the gates pretty quickly. 42 off 17 for Brendan. And including putting Martha under a little bit of pressure up there in the camera tower. She had a bit of company from the White Grizzly. Greenshields once again just caught in this region at long off. Not really able to get in a great position to drive that down the ground. Vishwakarma came out. Started with a stroke of luck. That went to the boundary. The next one did as well, but the third one, again searching for that leg side, was forced to go leading edge to Gurjit Singh. And then, well, Miguel Stoneman would eventually go after using up a few balls in the Stoneman partnership, but he was a good ally, even though he didn't have too much to do. Just had to face 3 balls. Faf Stoneman took matters into his own hands after a quiet period in 6, 7, 8. He went supersonic off Parveen in the 9th. 101 to 131, then 131 to 149. Exponential growth for the Swans. And they set 150 for Punjab CC Amadora. And let me tell you something. You don't want to miss this second innings because these big boys, they're going to come out. They'll be swinging the bat. And they'll feel this 150 is within reach. 61 not out for Francois Stoneman there with 7 sixes and 2 fours. And he's not striking it over 250. Apart from that, Badenhorst once again gets his team off to a solid start. 42 off 17. Greenshields kind of misses out again. Vishwakarma, Stoneman, M and Wirakun also feature in that innings, which contained 20 extras. Handful too many, I think, for a good side like Punjab CC Amadora. Kasim Anwar kind of kept his team in the contest, 2 for 17. I will say that he was pretty tight while he was there. And then Ali with the wicket, Gurjit Singh with the wicket. Parveen, though, kind of lost the plot. He ended up getting whacked all around town, finishing with none for 52 off his 2 overs. We'll take a break, back soon. Okay, just a few minutes to compose yourself, then come back. 150, that's the chase for Punjab CC Amadora to keep their undefeated Super 5s alive. Kanawarish gives themselves a shot at the top 2 by defending this 149. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Quick break, back soon here at the SCG with more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the Santarém Cricket Ground just out of Lisbon in Portugal. Beautiful time of the year. Spring in full bloom, blue skies, 29 degrees currently. Still hoping to reach that 30, but very, very pleasant conditions here for our final weekend in the European Cricket Series. Portugal Super 5 action. This is day number 2 and match number 9. Just this match and one other remain before we settle on the position of the final 4 that will go into finals day tomorrow. 149 on the board for Awarash. The Swans taking on Punjab CC Amadora in this one. So Punjab CC chasing 150 for victory. Awarash, well, I'll tell you what, if they could somehow keep Punjab CC Amadora to 104 or less, I actually think they're in great position to grab the double chart. So that's the power of the bonus point, really. Because Awarash would actually go to the top of the table, which means, in fact, just looking at this, it would mean that they guarantee themselves a double chance. If they were to win but not get the 4 points, they'd still be in a reasonably good position for the double chance. But then they would be relying on Punjab CC and Amadora beating Gamblers, I think, in the last game. So there's a few scenarios still to play out. But we'll wait and see. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Faf Stoneman is going to open up, and he really bowled a good first over last time. He's been consistently getting the ball to swing right to left on your screen. But I suppose the thing is, every ball's a bit different. So let's see if this one swings. 150 the target. Here's Ranasawa to face up. Out there with Arshad. Second innings. And the first one is in 2 minds to play it or not. Really well fielded out there. That's Krishna Nupane, who's come into the lineup. You see here, he was actually thinking maybe I should just leave this one alone. I don't want to nick it. Well, I suppose he does get it. Corner of the bat down on it. Here's Arshad. I like him at the top. Allows Imran to bat 3. Oh, wow. That's some shot from Arshad, who just kind of skips down the wicket and puts it out of the ground. Maximo! Seis carreras. Good job, CC, like that. Stoneman. Just a fraction too short there, I think. If you've been watching Arshad, I think you can have more luck if you pitch it up to him. Get him playing away from his body. Uh-oh, too short again, and that's trouble. Maximo! Back to back. Stoneman just dragging a couple down and paying the price. That's why they like Arshad at the top. They think he provides a little bit of balance. Doesn't let you down too often. Stoneman has got to read the room, pitch up here. They can play a different shot. He goes short again. Well, slower ball, shorter ball this time, and Arshad can't quite find the pace of it. Top ball, a bit of a lucky one if you ask me, for the Swans. Oh, Alex Macy, he's certainly trying to get the tan going over there. Don't know if he's got a sponsorship going. Some talk the paddling pool might not be too far away. That's probably a better length from Stoneman. Macy not in the lineup. So he's taking in the Portuguese afternoon sun. They're a particular type of swimmer as well. The Budgie Smugglers brand from Australia. Just dragged away. They won't get a run. So Stoneman trying to bring this over back. Look, if he can keep this ball on the field, it's probably a tie in the over, isn't it? 150. There's 15 and over. They've gone for 14 in the first 5. Hello to Champsy. Great to see you. And DDC was featuring Fuerash earlier in the series. But yeah, he's playing the Spain versus Jersey series this weekend. No ball called, and it's not a great result. Maximo. Macy does the fielding off the field, but he must have overstepped there, Faf Stoneman. And let's see once that foot gets out the way. Mustn't have had anything behind the line. Tough call, but umpire's in the best position. 7 up time. Now he's lost the over comprehensively. It's gone magical. Now this is dragged away for a single. And so that'll take us to the end of the over. And I make that, carry the 4, 22 without loss after 1. See if I'm right. $106 matches since our last golden ball. Having to tick that into the 3 figures, never that fun. Okay, time for over number 2. Yeah, they finally worked that out. Pretty sure it's 22 without loss after 1. I'll just wait and see. As Junaid looks like he's primed to bowl the second over. As we just wait for this over to get underway. Gives us a chance to have a look at the Euros of Cricket. September 23. Put it in your diary. Or put it in your phone. If you still have a diary, put it in that. But it is the Euros of Cricket featuring 32 nations. So we've added Slovenia this year. And we've added Serbia as well. It will be great to have them on the park for the first time in an ECC. And for the first time, we have 2 divisions. So we have 11 countries doing battle for the ECCX trophy. The ECCX has its own finals day, has its own final 4. And then see Portugal being drawn in Group A with the Ireland 11, Scotland 11, France, Portugal are in there, of course, and Guernsey. Also a very good cricket side. So one thing, if you look at the right of screen, there aren't any easy groups there. There's some debate about which are stronger than which. But yeah, they're going to be very competitive. Plenty of cricket to go throughout the long, hot northern summer before then. Hopefully plenty of sunshine here in the continent. Here's Junaid in over number 2. And this is lifted up and out of here. Maximo. Junaid has been a little bit too short at times here.
Going, Jang.
Harshad, he's come out in a heater right now. All right, high, uncontrolled. There's no idea where it's going, and it's been dropped. Well, Warriors have had such high standards in the field. Miguel Stoneman under that. Can't bring it back in.
Come on, Jang. Come on, Jang.
Well, 9 times out of 10. He catches that comfortably. Arshad, leading a charmed life, moves to 19. Ranasama only faced the 1 ball so far. Oh, that's a good one from Junaid. Someone trying to hit it over the leg side. Power play all important. Remember, the pace they need to go is 15 and over, so they'd want to be 30 after this over. They're already 29 halfway through it. Warash runs on the board. Still ahead on the percentages, though. Edge and gone. Flies through. And that's the risk when you're trying to look for that leg side. Junaid gets this one to hold its line. It's a healthy edge flying through to Girish Singh behind the stumps. And so the first wicket falls. And Rana will have to go for just one. Punjab CC Amadora 29 for one. Just watch this. You can see the deflection there. And comfortable sort of catch to take with the fingers up for Girish. Great angle of it there. Rana doesn't stick around and wait for the decision. He knew. He smashed the cover off that one. And so a big hitter goes. And this is the other thing. We've never seen anyone outside the top 4 in this Super 5 series. So I think we'll see Imran here coming to the crease. There he is, Rao Imran. We'll see Parveen at 4. And then, okay, players we know pretty well, but they just haven't had too much batting in the last couple of days. A lot of noise out there at the moment. Like I said, if Warish could defend this bonus point, then actually they're in the top 2. Full stop. Because they'll be top of the table, 1 point clear, and there's just 2 teams below them then going for points. They can't both overtake them. Imran, watchful this time. Yeah, so Warash, if they score 4 points here, they go to 14 points to go top of the table. And then Punjab CC Amadora will take on Gamblers in the last game there, 11 and 10. So, yeah, one of them could overtake Warash, but not both. This one is a bit wide of the off stump, and like a bullet off the bat of Ray Imran, Maximo says Carreras. All things considered, it's probably a win for Warash because even with the Sixers bookending the over, there's only one other run in the over, and the wicket falls. So 13 come off that one, and after 2, the score is 35 for 1. This is what I'm talking about. The Warash, if they get 4 points here, even if they get 3 points here, actually, they go to the top of the table. But, yeah, they're in a good position to get the top 2. If they lose, obviously, they can't do that. And a big game coming up, Gamblers versus Punjab CC Amadora, last game of the day. Taj Muhammad is going to bowl over number 3. They bring him on last over in the power play. Slightly newer ball for Taj as well. Shake, rattle and roll. Oh, well, very late there. Almost came back to Taj Muhammad. It's the extra pace he's shaping up to pull here, Arshad. But because it's late, it almost goes straight back to the bowler. Can Taj deliver? Goes at the stumps, thick edge, flying away and caught. Nupane with the catch. It was an uncontrolled shot from Arshad, who shoots a few fireworks here in match 9 of the Super 5s, but now has to shoot off for a quick fire, 26. Well held down there. It was probably heading for 6, you know, with the pace of Taj Muhammad. Punjab CC Amadora have lost a 2nd wicket in the score now. Is 35 for 2. Straight away, you could see Arshad was concerned. It's a pretty good catch. Nupane coming into the side for Alex Macy in this contest. Holds on to a good catch overhead. 35 for 2. So we haven't seen lower than 4 in the last couple of days for Punjab CC Amadora. This is the number 4, Parveen Singh, coming out. Creating and taking chances. Of course, we saw Miguel Stoma put one down, but to be honest, doesn't cost him too many in the end. Taj Muhammad, I think it's good he gets a wicket early because he's got 10 balls left in his spell. First one. Actually wraps him on the leg. Parveen probably be feeling that one in the morning. Punjab CC only just getting started though still to play a full game. Bowled him. That one has rock and rolled the middle stump, and Taj is taking off. The Swans penetrate the top four of Punjab CC Amadora. They got their tails up right now. This was just pure brute force. He jams his way in, and Parveen, well, he's had a shocking game, really. It happens to everyone. He's a very talented player, but yeah, just trying to whack this one away over the fence. The only thing gets whacked is the stumps, and I'm sure he'll come back strong in the last game, but right now, there's plenty of time to do some thinking. Top of the middle stump. And Derek is activated. 3 wickets down now for Punjab CC Amadora, 35 for 3. Hey to Christian, cool, nice to have you with us. Watching from the Netherlands, of course. We've got some cricket coming from the Netherlands pretty soon. At the end of May, we have 3 separate kind of events. We have the Tri-Series, T20 International Tri-Series, Netherlands, Ireland and Scotland heading into the World Cup. That's over about a week, I think 6 matches. And then we have the KNCB Dutch Domestic Finals Day there. That'll determine who'll go to ECL. And then we also have a 3-match T20 IW series featuring the Netherlands and Italy. Wow. I don't think he can even run there. Not sure if he was actually trying to get out of the way or just bracing himself. This is Simranjit Singh. But look, he's a good hitter as well. He's a guy we have seen playing for Gamblers SC. Has a wild card in the European Cricket League recently. That's why shoes these days need to have a little bit more padding than they used to. 2 for none, what an over. And now gets a bit of it. How's that from Simran? He bites back. And Punjab CC Amadora, they believe they can still do this. A few have waited for a hit, but that's a very good shot. You see just a fraction short there, Taj Muhammad. So it won't be a maiden after all, but 2 for 6. Still a very good over in the third end of the power play. It's 41 for 3. So just 4 runs behind that required rate. But how about that over from Taj? And I'd be tempted to bowl him out as soon as possible in the 5th. 22, 13 and 6 so far. You can see that Warish were just kind of quietened a little bit in over 6, 7 and 8. But then 30 off the 9th, 18 off the 10th, got them up to 149. Rao Imran. Don't underestimate this guy either. He's a beast. Vishwakarma comes on. Now this is a bit of a risk. Didn't bowl too well earlier, but he is, I just think he's a good bowler, and I think you got to bowl him. He provides variety in the attack, so you go from fast to slow here. He's a left armer. He'll try and spin the ball from right to left, or maybe just curve it in towards the right-hander. So 2 right-handers to bowl at. Here's over number 4. Field goes back now in the 4th over. And this is carved away over point. No fielder back here, that'll be 4. So that's probably good cricket IQ from Rao Imran. He spotted there was no fielder there and took the opportunity to hit it over the offside. That's what I like about Rao as well. I mean, does like the leg side, but he's also willing to go the other way. Chris asking, am I there for the Dutch T20 Finals Day? Yes, I am. Sunday the 26th of May. 3 matches. And this time he does drag it leg side, and he finds the gap again. So back-to-back boundaries. What's been great about some of the matches today, just the amount of momentum shifts in the game. So you can see Warish, they kind of get those couple of wickets in the last over, get a couple of outs, and now Imran strikes back. And I can tell you, I know that date very well, Chris, because that night I have to get on a plane and get to London because the ECS England starts the very next morning. Now in the air and gone. This time, Miguel Stoneman holds on. Frustrated that he dropped the last one. He spikes it like an NFL wide receiver. But that'll be the end of Imran. It's a big piece of the puzzle going down as well. And Punjab CC, they've lost a 4th wicket now. The top 4 all back in the shed. Vishwakarma comes up with a crucial breakthrough, and it's 49 for 4. Well, if there was any bumps in this Santarem cricket ground turf, there's one less. After Miguel pumps that ball into the ground. I got to say, I know it might be a divisive issue. I like the spiking the ball. You might say, oh, but you're damaging the ball. This ball's getting absolutely pounded 50 to 60 times in innings. I don't think that's going to do too much. It makes for good television. Anyway, Vishwakarma with a big wicket. Adnan Ali comes in at number 6. Oh, wow. Right off the end of the bat. The other thing is, if they could kind of get a bunch of wickets pretty quickly, then not a bad shout for the 4 points here. 4 wickets down the first 3.5 overs. This is in the air. Oh, almost turns that into a catch, Stoneman. Came sliding and does well to stop the boundary in the end. And this one, I think, gets a bit of the line. Vishwakarma, Nepali origin, played for the Nepal under-19s team. All right, in the air, and gets plenty of this one. Maximo! You can see why he wanted to kind of bowl around Simranjit Singh. And you know, in Japanese, they have the same word for crisis and opportunity. Simranjit Singh is the man that we haven't seen too much of with the bat this weekend, but he's very, very capable of pulling this off. And at the end of 4 overs, it's 57 for 4. Vishwakarma does take a wicket, but he also goes for 16. I suppose, though, 16 at the moment, it's about a par over. A little bit behind that red line, which is the 15 and over. Very good game, this. Both these two teams in very similar positions at this stage. I've heard that about Japanese, and I study Japanese. I'm going to check if that's actually right. Badenhorst bowled a brilliant last over before, so he's used a bit earlier. No Macy in the side in this one. That's why he's in his swimwear around the ground, trying to keep cool. Big swing this time. No contact. Wow, this is up. It's in the air, and it's going to get over the fielder. It's going to get into a pocket of space, and it's going to get Punjab CC Amadora 4 runs. Simranjit just swinging hard there. .88 off 33 required now. 4 runs given. Badenhorst pretty good at keeping it one side of the wicket. Oh, thin edge this time. That'll run down the hill. You're not winning too many races against the ball. All boundaries are downhill here. Some great parkour skills there from Nupane to get it from over the fence. And that's just a little bit unlucky, I think, for Badenhorst. Hey, Chris Jinkle saying that T20 finals are at his club, VCC. Yeah, well, I'm curious to see what's happening. I heard that all the Tri-Series games are at VRA. But anyway, we'll see. Well bowled. Doesn't want to risk a fingernail here, though, Badenhorst, so concede the single. Jules saying ECS England will be strange being there in person and not tapping on the keyboard while watching the screen. Well, you can still tap on your phone if you like. Badenhorst wins the over, I think, in the end. Despite a little bit of bad luck, he goes for 10. That's less than what's required at the moment. Halfway through this response, Punjab CC are 67 for 4. That means that they need 83 in the second half. Beautiful day here in Portugal. And look, some of you guys that have been to ECN events before, I know Dave's been before, I know Julian's been before if he's around. Steve obviously was here just last weekend for the Western Shield, but yeah, it certainly is a bit different. I even find it a bit different if I go outside, if I have a quick break from the commentary box. But there's something about the magic of television. And I think a lot of that credit has to go to our fantastic crew at Spring Media. They've really taken ECN to exciting new places over the past 4 years. All right, Miguel Stoneman comes on, and we had a bit of a horror over before, went supersonic 30 plus. Let's see how he goes here in the 6th. Well, it's not a great start because Simran is after him. Maximo. 6 carreras. Miggy just needs to get back to basics. He can't be bouncing the ball there. To someone like Simranjit Singh, you got to get full, you got to get outside the off stump. Try and kind of bounce it on the white line. That's probably what Faf's saying right now, though Faf, his recent experience wasn't much better. Bowled in the first over, got done for 22. Marathon, not a sprint this series. Yeah, kind of has the right idea, but misses the line. It's a long way back for Punjab CC Amadora. Simran, though, 27 off 8. Pretty good numbers. A little bit short. And out of the ground again, Maximo. They say insanity is trying the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Well, I'll have to get the scientists out there because Miguel, he bowls it in the same kind of spot, way too short. And Simran just kind of sweating on the back foot. Plays a powerful pull shot over the leg side boundary. Christian Cool talking about the USA-Canada tri-series as well. With the Netherlands, that'll be a good series as well. It might actually be in August, not September. Maybe double check that one. But, you know, through the summer, we'll be covering a fair bit of international cricket as well. It does stretch us a bit, but obviously we're trying to bring as much of the European cricket action as we can to the fans.
Let's go, Mick. Let's go, Mick.
And now,
Not a bad result, Mick. Not a bad result.
this is just going to be a single down the ground.
Let's go, Mick. Catch up.
Okay, this one in the air and gone. So the Stomans combine, and Adnan Ali's going to have to go for just 2. So it's not the man doing most of the damage, but still a handy feather in the cap for the Swans as Punjab CC Amadora lose their 5th wicket. It's 81 for 5. And catching, so important. Probably wasn't as short as the ones that disappeared. It's a fist pump so powerful it knocks his hat off. This will bring Mubin Tariq. Well, I'm sure he'll get a little bit of love from his former teammates out there. I suppose these guys, they know each other really well. Occasionally you do have movements of players between clubs. All right. Last ball is 6. Oh, what a feeling as Miguel goes up and couldn't quite bring it in. Tariq will retain the strike. 6 overs in. Punjab CC 82 for 5. Look at this. Oh, could have used an extra couple of inches. Anyway, 4 overs to go. 68 required, 17 required an over. So let's start looking at this over. Can they get 17 off it? 17 is the kind of par. The batting team need more. Fielding team need less. Simran is there. He won't be facing because Tariq's on strike to start. They've used 6 different bowlers in the first 6 overs as well, so they've got plenty of options. Bit surprised they didn't go back to Taj Muhammad, but they've just kind of kept him up their sleeve. And hey presto, here he is coming back. First one comes in late. Just a single. So, well, here's your ace versus ace now. You've got Simran on 34 off 11, having a very good game. You've got Taj Muhammad, who's got 2 outs for 7 in his first over. He's having a very good game. And now they're going to go head to head, like 2 bulls charging at each other. Went quick on Simran, who can't get a good swing on it. Just heard a second ago, remember what we're defending. I think that they're still believing that they could defend this 104. 20 runs to play with there. Okay, that would guarantee them a spot in the top 2, Awaras. Home club, who've been getting a hit for the first time in the series. Let's go straight through him. Girish gets a glove on it, but it's going to be 4 byes. It's going to end up in the cube. Oh, that one hurts a little bit, especially if you're trying to push for that 4-pointer. Girish just a little bit slow to move here initially. First step, kind of stood up a little bit. Okay, it's not easy. I get that. Swings late after the stumps as well. 4 byes. 4 more to the total. This one actually wraps him on the hands. Tariq forced to run. Get a single. .62 off 21. Remember I said let's track this over, see how many runs they get. Well, they get 17 or more. Well, the first 4 balls now have only gone for 7, and 4 of those weren't even hit. This one's hit down the ground. There's Naseem. He cops a Tortuga that'll concede 1. I mean, sometimes you just gotta block the line of the ball. Gets a kind of a bad bounce. Look, this last bounce, bang, see? So that's why he's just determined not to let it go to the boundary. Not happy about conceding the extra run, but it's better than conceding 4. Last ball the over. In the air, hit pretty well from Simranjit. So the fumble on the boundary, excusable as it might have been, it allows Simran to get back in position and put the last ball out of the ground, Maximal. So it's not quite the 17, but they do get 15 off the over. And with 2 overs remaining, the score, or 3 overs I should say, the score is 97 for 5. Coming up next, Gamblers versus Punjab CC in match 10, the final match of the Super 5, before we run into the finals day tomorrow. Punjab CC Amadora winning the toss. They'll be batting first in that one. So something different because they've been chasing in their first 3 matches in the Super 5s. Gamblers SC with some heavy hitters in there, including Natfi, who was a revelation yesterday, cracking his highest ECN score. Golia listed at the top. Kumar's been in good form. Karambir Singh, such a great addition to their lineup as well. Join us for that game starting in 30 minutes' time. Vishwakarma gets the 8th over. First one's hit down the ground. Not particularly forcefully, just a single. So, looks like they'll get to that 105 pretty comfortably. Can they have a dip at the game here? They need 3 a ball now, basically. Simran looks like the man that might be able to do it for Punjab CC Amadora. Reaches for this, and pretty well knocked down by Naseem. keeps it to 1. I like this line from Vishwakarma. It probably would have been a wide, but the battle thought it was too close to leave alone. Oh. Well, he kind of likes this. I'm not convinced the foot leaves the crease. Let's have a look at the back foot of Tariq here. It's kind of out. Is it back though? I think he's back. I think that's behind the line. But dot ball, that's the most important thing. Tariq finding it hard to get going here. 4 off 6 now. He runs at it, Tariq, but should only get a single. Taj Muhammad patrolling that part of the boundary at the moment. Well, Simran, he's batted very, very well, but his greatest challenge is ahead of him here. 50 required off 14. Right now he's 44 off 15. And he hits this a mile high. Oh, that one is going. It's going, and it is gone a long way. Maximal and 50 for Simranjit Singh. We haven't seen him in the Super 5s because he hasn't been needed. Right now they do need him. And brings up his 50 off 16 balls, but no real celebrations. Chasing the win here. Oh, now, huge swing. He misses out. Every ball's important. And it means he doesn't get the strike either at the end of 8. It's 106 for 5. Vishwakarma, pretty decent figures in the end. Even that over, he only went for 9 despite getting whacked into the stratosphere. See that they've made the point now, so that's something. But actually, although they're ahead of where Awarash were, remember Awarash took 30 off the 9th, they took 18 off the 10th. So really, good over here from Awarash. You put the game to bed with 44 required off the last 2. Here's Junaid bowling the 9th. Misses first up. This will be a wide. Junaid probably knows it in his soul. But not a bad spot to miss, as they say sometimes. And next week, this won't be a wide. Next week, the line belongs to the bowler. I think that might just get inside. It does. It's a frustration for Tariq. He was just hoping for the wide call there. But for me, it did look like this whole ball was inside the line. Boundaries required and plenty of them. The rates climb to about 4 a ball now. All right, in the air, but not going too far. Ball comes down. Oh, it's dropped by Greenshields. Might have copped that on the end of the finger as well. That's a nasty one. Had to go back and to his right. It wasn't quite going to reach the outfield. And he'll shake it off. I suppose more importantly, it's just a single. And it's kind of last chance loo now. Simran will get the strike. Conrad made good ground there to his right, but couldn't quite hold on. Drags a full toss here. And pretty good stop from Faf Stoneman. This game just creeping away.
Keep it going, Jay. Keep it going, Jay. Bring it, Jay.
Junaid can kind of bowl a decent 3 balls here. Even if he goes for a couple of boundaries, hard to see that last over total required being reasonable. Now this has popped up. And that's going to be caught. I mean, it was highish. I mean, it might be worth a look. I think they'll have a look at the height. Just the way he played it, just flicked it away. And Tariq is pretty tall, but you see where his waist is. His waist well above the fence when he's at the crease. So, yeah, that's completely fine. So, unfortunately for Tariq, he's going to have to go. He's out for 6 off 10. It's hard to get into a series, I suppose, if you haven't played the lead-up games. And Punjab CC Amadora, 109 for 6.
Let's go, turn.
8 balls remaining then. Net run rate's actually quite important as well, by the way. So margin of victory could be very important. You'll see why when you see the table after this game. Bowled him. Junaid gets 2 in a row as Kasi Manwa is going to have to go for a golden duck. So Junaid will burgle a 3rd wicket here. Golden Derek. He's going to follow Kazim back off the field, coming back almost as quickly as he went out. And Punjab CC really now, the writing's on the wall. Even with Siranjit still there, he's at the wrong end to make a difference at the moment. It's 109 for 7. So yeah, so what makes the table pretty interesting now is that Awaresh are going to take 1 point out of this game. You see, we're still waiting for hat-trick number 10. We've been stuck on 9 ever since St. Patrick's Day. It's the St. Patrick's Day curse. Can Junaid break it? To tell you what, you won't get too much of a better chance than here. Because you got to swing at it. Hat-trick ball. There's a hat-trick for Junaid. Oh, he called it a mile out. Gurjit comes out, swings across it, and what a great moment for Junaid Khan. Over 100 wickets on the network, and he gets this spot on. Well, there's your 10th hat-trick of the season. And what's even sweeter, it puts the game to bed as Punjab CC Amadora on their last legs now after 9, 109 for 8. Brilliant piece of work from Junaid. He read the room, didn't he? He knew exactly what he had to do. And he knew if he could put it full straight, batter had to swing. Gave him a good look. That is a picture-perfect Yorker. Look it up in the dictionary. You'll see that delivery. Makes no mistake. Junaid Khan, always pleased to see him succeed because he's such a great ambassador for the sport as well. He'll finish his spell. Unfortunately for him, he won't get a chance to take 4 and 4 because he's done for the day, in fact. 109 for 8 now after 9. 4 for 16. Junaid's figures. Well, won't be long before we'll get his name on there. Anyway, it's going to be last over. They need 41. That's a lot. Doesn't stop the effort, though. I like that. But it won't be stopped. It'll be 4 runs. Won't hurt. Where is too much, though. So the hat-trick curse is broken. Swing and a miss this time. Bardenhorst has emerged as a kind of genuine bowling option here, hasn't he? You know what he's going to give you. Now, this is a big swing from Simran. He'll get another boundary. Again, I'm loving the effort down there from Nupane. So, remember what I said about net run rate being quite important. I'll come back to that in a second. All right, this one is lifted up, and this time it's going to be caught. Well, he went to the left, he went to the right, but the third time, Nupane was just right. And Bardenhorst will get a wicket here. Taking a couple of Couple of catches down there. Great innings, though, from Simranjit Singh. He'll go for 59 off 22. Not his fault they're going to go down. That's a positive, all things considered. Good knock. Probably good to see him getting a bit of batting under his belt before finals day. Junaid Khan with that hat-trick in the 9th over. He becomes the 10th hat-trick taker on ECN in 2024. The first in April. 4 for 16, his figures. Okay, just quickly before we finish. Awarish with this win, they go to 13 points, just ahead of Marlow, also on 13 points. But I'm pretty sure that Awarish, their net run rate stays above Marlow's. It means that Punjab CC are a point behind. Gamblers are a point behind. This is up in the air, and that's going to be all she wrote. So a decent finish. Yeah, so what I was going to say is if Punjab CC Amadora lose, they'll probably still go above Awarish, depending on the size of the loss, because their net run rate's so good. But, you know, net run rate's a factor. That's why that was important. Anyway, when it's all said and done, Awarish will get the W here. 2-2. And to be honest, yeah, 2-2, it doesn't surprise me because there's a lot of 50-50 games here. And at last ball, ended up getting whacked for 6. Nice shot by Yunus. But in the end, the margin is 26 runs. Final score, Awarish 149, Punjab CC Amadora 123. Just a reminder that we have around about 20 minutes until the first ball of match number 10. With Punjab CC Amadora batting first after winning the toss against Gamblers SC. The first time and the only time we'll see Gamblers today. Gamblers with a win. I think we'll challenge for the top 2. But we could have a situation, by the way, if Gamblers win and it's not a bonus point, that all 4 teams will be on 13 points. And then it goes down to net run rate. So margins matter here. We said it would be tight between the top 4. It doesn't get much tighter than this. Join us for that back in about 15 minutes to take you into the broadcast. Let's go and have a look. And how about Arshad coming out and absolutely boning them early. 26 off 10 with 4 maximals for Ainsaz Arshad. Striking at 260. But unfortunately for Sawa, he wouldn't last too long. And it was a pretty decent performance. Praveen had a game to forget. No doubt about that. Miguel dropped one early, but recovered well to grab that one. And really, they needed someone to step up, didn't they? After those early 3 wickets, finally we saw Simranjit Singh come to the crease and really batted his team into a decent position. But meanwhile, the partners kept on getting lost at the other end. You can see Conrad might have copped that one in the hand late in the piece, but Tariq just couldn't get going. 6 off 10, so tough one for him. But Junaid comes up with the goods. He goes, 1, 2, 3. A hat-trick in the 9th. Set it up. Badenhorst had 40 to defend. And despite that nice shot from Saqib Yunus late in the piece, that was that. Now, a bit of net run rate news. Just looking at this and looking at the standings. So, you'll hear it here first. First, we'll go to the scorecard, but 59 for Simranjit Singh keeps his team in the game, but didn't have a lot of support there, did he, at the end? Arshad got them off to a flyer with 26. Sawa and Imran missed out, although Imran did whack a couple in his 14 off 5, and it fell away pretty quickly. Not too many extras in there as well. Pretty disciplined from Awarish in the field and with the ball. Just 4 wides and no ball through the 10 overs, and Punjab CC end up 123 for 9. Speaking of the bowling, well, Junaid 4 for 16, including a hat-trick, was the star there. Taj Muhammad, a pretty important performance from him as well, 2 for 17. Wickets for Vishal Karma, Badenhorst, and Miguel Stoneman as well. Faf went a little bit awry in the first over, but they had the coverage. And in the end, Awarish run out winners by 26 runs. Live net run rate news. Punjab CC Amadora, after that, They are ahead on net run rate. They're 3 and Uerish plus 2.3. And Marlow plus 1.5. Gamblers plus 3.1. Now, why am I mentioning this? If Gamblers win 3-1, there'll be a 4-way tie on 13 points. And net run rate will sort it out. So, we'll engage the mathematicians in the last game as well, if required. But the easy way for Punjab CC to play themselves into the top 2 is to win. Same for Gamblers. So it's all on the line. Back in 15 minutes with match 10 on a really exciting Super 5 Saturday on ECN. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Be back shortly here for the final game of day 2 of the Super 5 section here in the ECS Portugal. Right after this, this is ECN and you're watching the European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Time for the last game of the Super Fives. And look, no disrespect to fighters, but it has turned into a bit of a Super Fours, hasn't it? But what entertainment we've had with the 4 top teams essentially going through this last part of the day, all fighting for position and that double chance. And you can just tell they all want it as well. Really, anything's possible here. And now we're going to see the last game of the day, match number 10. It's going to be Punjab CC Amadora taking on Gamblers SC. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. A little while ago, Tyrone Peters had the 2 skippers.
Punjab to call.
Head.
Head is the call. It's a head. Making a bet.
Punjab CC Amadora will bat first for the first time in this Super 5 series. And it's been a really exciting 2 days of cricket. It is the last game of the day. So, of course, we normally like to have a few random questions, but also have our eyes on the cricket because there's all kinds of things happening. And really, anything's possible. Yeah, let's have a look at the 2 lineups. Zain Naqvi and Golly are likely to open up for Gamblers. But first, we'll see Punjab CC Amadora. Asha got them off to a cracking start in that last game. They couldn't quite do what they needed to do in the end to rein in that 150 they needed. So it was their first loss. And, well, really, how do I put this? I think Marlow are probably out of the picture, but all of the other 3 remaining sides are still in the picture for the top 2. And I've been asked a few times about the situation with the points. Let me just say this. It's complicated, okay? So I'll let you know as we go. It'll be easier to tell at the halftime break. Anyway, 69% Gamblers. Actually big favourites here over Punjab CC. But don't forget, Punjab CC actually finished above Gamblers on the table in Group A. Yeah, back then. Seems a long time ago now, but Punjab CC were top of the tree with a 7-2 record. Gamblers 5-3. Both teams suffering from a few washouts. Gamblers SC had 1 more washout, 4 washouts to Punjab CC Amadora's 3. Anyway, this should be good. There is Arshad. And to get us going, this looks like Nitin Kamboj. So, great to have your company. Mr. J. Grant has walked his dog. Impressive after your 30k run. Anyway, back to the action here in match 10. Wow, this first one gets up on Rana. Hello to Northern Ireland Nick as well. Great to have you with us in the chat. All right, that one, you can see it gets up and hits him right in the logo. That's unpleasant. Okay. I'm going to do my best to run some scenarios for you with the table, but it is tight. It is so tight. Kamboj gets pushed away by Rana. Just judging the infield initially. It'll be a comfortable single. So at the moment, Awarish and Marlow on 13 points, Punjab CC Amadora on 12, and Gamblers CC on 10. So one thing that, probably the most likely thing is it'll be a 3-1 result because these teams are pretty evenly matched, although we don't know. But if Gamblers SC beat Punjab CC 3-1, then we've got a 4-way tie on 13. It just goes to net run rate. It's amazing in a format where it's actually quite hard to tie in points these days. Gamblers SC, who are actually at the bottom of the table, but with a game in hand, they actually have the best net run rate of anyone in the table at all. Obviously, Fighters well out of the picture. So Punjab, with any win, they'll guarantee a spot in the top 2. Really good Yorker here from Kamboj. Dug out and they won't get a run. So let's just deal with these 2 teams first, okay? If Punjab CC Amadora win, then they're definitely in top 2. If Gamblers SC win, well, they are also definitely in the top 2 because they already have a superior net run rate. So literally, I can tell you that one of these 2 teams will get the double chance. Whoever wins this is guaranteed it, right? This one is going to be away from the field of 4 runs. Always tough fielding out here. That's Vikash Sikri, who is into the side. He dives to his left. He can't quite make the stop. Cuatro carreras. Yeah, so whichever team wins this, they're definitely getting the double chance. Top 2. Now, if Gamblers lose, they're definitely not. If Punjab CC lose, they might. As this is absolutely smacked by Arshad. Well, he just seems to be finding another gear today as he pounds that one over the offside. Maximo! And that will take us to the end of the first over. 11 without loss. And so Punjab CC Amadora, let's say they had a high scoring but close loss, then they could maybe just hold on, but otherwise Awarish looks like they might steal that spot. Vipers versus the Super Kings to start off on Monday morning. It's quite exciting. We're only about 40 hours away from the first ever ECS match in France. Rico Full will be there for day 1. I'll be with him for day 2. For more information, you can go to europeancricket.com. We'll get to see 9 new teams to ECN out of the 11 I mentioned earlier. That's probably the only day this year, as this one is clipped away. That'll be 4 runs. Sawa gets into his work. Karambir Singh coming on to bowl the second over, but gets a bit too close to Rana. Yeah, I mentioned that on Monday we'll have 4 new teams to the network. I think that'll be the first, maybe the only day all year that we'll have 4 brand new teams to the network. So literally every team that you see that day will be new to ECN. That's going to be great. All right, one's into the slot. Sawa swings away and gets the result. Maximo. Well, there's Macy. Those Budgie Smuggler brand swimwear. And yeah, a bit of a talk. The paddling pool might be around, so at least you know he's prepared. Liking the pattern there as well on Alex. What I will say as far as the point situation, this is crunched, but well, partially caught off, I suppose. Just a single. Because what I will say is it'll be a lot clearer when we're halfway through the game. So, yeah, we'll bear that in mind. Well, this one goes wrong, and Kuligoli gets a hand on it, makes sure it's only going to be 1 extra. Karambir losing his line. Better ball, much better ball there. That will take us to Sawa, 12 off 5. See there, a lot of chat. Very competitive here. This one is dragged to the leg side, and that'll be 4. Pretty entertaining stuff at the moment. Good contest. I knew when it got to this stage that anything can happen, it probably would. Now he's knocked over. So Karambir gets the last laugh as Sawa swings across the ball that takes out his off stump. Punjab CC Amadora lose their first wicket. It's a breakthrough for the Gamblers as the Austrian strikes with that ball and has gone out 28 for 1. Pretty nicely bowled. Rana does have that habit of going across the line, doesn't he? But it was a nice bit of control from the bowler. Okay, here's the table. You see what I'm saying? If Gamblers win, they get 3, but Punjab get 1, and everyone's tied up on 13. That's your scenario where we're going to have to go get the pen and paper out and start doing some pretty complicated algebra. But I can tell you, whichever team wins this, they will get the double chance because Gamblers already have a superior net run rate to the others. Yeah. Complicated. Let me see, if Gamblers were to win just, let's say just. I'm running a few scenarios here. Is there any way that because you can actually have a run rate drop if your win's close. Let's say it's a 160 golden ball. The Gamblers, yeah, they're still just ahead of Punjab CC Amadora and Awarash. So there is some scenario where these two could somehow capture the top 2 spots and Awarash would miss out. I think Marlow are out of the picture now because they're on 13 points, but the net run rate isn't good enough to challenge on 13 points. That's lifted up and out of here. Mandik Saini's come on and he disappears. Maximo. Seis carreras. Big hit. Well struck. Up and out of the ground. Now this one lifted up in the air, sliced away, but Cameras couldn't find it in the afternoon sun. Frustrating one. Imran coming in his customary number 3 position. It's going to be a wide. Kuldeep doesn't handle it cleanly. Yeah, so really it's wide open this. It's top 4. We've got absolutely no idea how it looks like. We know who will be in finals day tomorrow. The 4 teams that we've seen for most of the day. But what order? We don't know, and it really does matter who's in the top 2. All right, goes and fetches this one right, Imran, and now he watches it fly. Over the rope, Maximo. Seis carreras. I want to know, a bit of fashion chat, what do we think of the fashion of Alex Macy in the yellow vest over there? If you thought the yellow vest was bright, what about the togs? There he is. It is hot, I will say that. Anyway, it's going to have some more work to do because that's absolutely belted by Imran out of the ground. Maximo. Well, let's see how he deals. That's actually not Macy's zone. That might be Miguel over there. That's not an easy find over the fence. Yeah, well, any hands make light work, as they say in the classics. In the bushes seems pretty useful. This one could be in the bushes as well. Absolutely slammed away. Maximo. 6 more. 50's come up now. And Punjab CC look like they're in a hurry. That'll take us to the end of 3. 56 for 1. So despite losing the wicket, it's a powerful power play for Punjab CC. It's a very entertaining Super 5s match. I wouldn't expect anything less. Random questions time. If you have any random questions, like I said, throw them in. I love random questions time. And they don't even have to be about cricket. Spent a lot of time out here, so yeah, give us your best. I love the use. It's in the bush. And if you're trying to find basically a needle in a haystack, it's like someone yelling at you, it's in the haystack. All right, shake, rattle, and roll. Here we go with over number 4. And Nakvi gets the ball for the first time. The Italian international drafted in. It's nice to see, obviously, these connections being made. Different nations coming together and sharing their love of cricket. Cricketers that live in these different nations. This one gets a swing at it, but doesn't really get the contact that he would have liked. Now, it's in the bushes. I'm putting a lot of effort in. Tell you what. I hope the ball searching doesn't get out of hand over there. Put it that way. Well, this one kind of cramps. Arshad for room. Get through for a single. Dave thinking there's a little bit of the Baywatch about Alex Macy there. Actually, you're not wrong. We do normally have Alistair as our resident Mr. Baywatch, don't we? But yeah, not a bad shout. This one angles across and Nakvi tries a different mode of attack. Look at the odds in this one. Pretty close. This is just a sign of what's to come tomorrow. I'm licking my lips. Fraction short. Nakvi disappears over square leg. Maximo. Imran having a very good Super 5s, isn't he? Again, maybe got to question the plan of attack. Anything that pitches outside leg stump, Imran pretty much gets a free swing on the ball. Oh, Mr. J. Grant saying first look, he thought he had white shorts on, but it's just the tan lines. You can probably see why he's taking the opportunity to work on that issue. Maybe we need some slow-mo footage of Macy. He's jogging after a ball. It'll be very David Hasselhoff. Okay, slow ball, and it's miles and miles and miles high and out of the ground. Oh, Paolo, he's going to get there pretty quickly. Now, I just think if Macy's got them, everyone should be wearing them. And I think that Paolo could be sporting them as well. We're body positive here. And that will be the end of the over as well. So 71 for 1 after 4. I think Werash, they'd be big Punjab CC Amadora supporters here because pretty much guarantee that they would hold on to second spot. And actually the reason that they would be second spot rather than Marlow, because Marlow 3-1, Werash 2-2 in this Super 5s series, it would have been because of the 2 points they carried through. Because of their group performance. They can see the reward for finishing high. It matters. All right, this one is hit really nicely. Arshad coming good at the right time. Maximo. Hambudge comes out and disappears. Ball retriever's being kept busy at the moment. Dave says here's a random question. Can I think of any famous people? What would they be if their names were their opposites? So instead of Peter Sellers, Peter Byers. Well, that's an interesting one. mean, colours don't really have opposites, do they? This is hit to the leg side, just a single. So, like, instead of Barry White, he'd be Barry Black. And so on and so forth. My first effort probably isn't my best effort, I will say that. This is a rolling cutter, it's wide, and it gets Imran stretching up in the air and caught. Clever bit of bowling from Kambosh. Got Imran playing away from his body. He was on such a heater there, Imran, but he'll go for 39 off just 10. And Punjab CC Amadora lose a second wicket. I really like the way he kind of pushes this wide. He kind of rolls the fingers on it. Skying up in the air. And the partnership is broken. See, was never in control of that shot. He kind of played for it a bit, wanted to get it over point. But in the end, he could only sky a catch. Now Imran, disappointed, but has to go. 78 for 2, and I like that they've gone for a Simran here at number 4. He batted so well in the last game. Mandeep Saini with an important catch to bag Imran and grab a wicket for Kambosh. Oh. Mr. J. Grant thinks Paolo Butchamatsa is a bit of a ringer for Alonso from Formula 1. Well, what do you think? Well, bowled. Similar kind of ball. See, Golia goes back for the new batter. Probably think there's a bit more chance of a genuine nick. It's weird. A lot of nouns don't have direct opposites. I'm trying to think of cricket versions. Like Steve Peace and Mark Peace instead of Steve Waugh and Mark Waugh. How about that? All right, that one is hit. It's hit pretty well. Simran picking up where he left off. Well, there's Alonso. He'll be able to retrieve that one from well over the fence. Maximo. Alistair Freeze. Is that meant to be Alistair Cook? I think Boyle is the opposite of Freeze. Hey, Paolo. Geez, great host of Butchamatsas. It's going to be a wide. Goes a bit too far. So that's my best I got so far. Yeah, because Alistair Boyle would be the opposite of Alistair Freeze. I'll give you a partial credit for that one. This is actually hit into a bit of a gap, and it's going to be 4. Kokar throws himself to his right, but he can't keep it in the field of play. And Punjab CC up and away at the end of 5 overs. They are 89 for 2. This is an interesting random question. Michael Dew instead of Owen. Yeah, but it means the same. It should be Michael Pate if you're going to do that instead of Michael Owen. Tell us what you think about the ECC coming up in September. It'll come quicker than you think. So at the moment, we're about 5 months away from a start in that one. You've got ECCX on the left, you've got the ECC on the right. Be a bit of movement between those two competitions in 2025. 2 will be promoted from the ECCX and 1 will be demoted. Well, this goes very, very wrong. It's going to be a no ball. +1 by. Very harsh on the keeper, got to say. It was a terrible law change when they brought that in. Now, Julian, finally someone's got a good one. Stuart Narrow instead of Stuart Broad. I'll even get away with the fact that the opposite of narrow, I think, is wide, but I'm with you. All right, up in the air, and Verma is going to go over the fence on the free hit. Maximo. 7 off his first ball. There's Alonso. I'm going to have to do a picture check to see how accurate that lookalike is. Okay, while we're doing that, what about the singer Robin Thin? Not Robin Thicke. I'll keep them coming. Anyway, this is going to be up, and that's going to be 6 more. Maximo. Gamblers struggling to keep things the way that they need to be. Hey, Fernando Alonso. Yeah, I'm with you there. Pass that on to Paolo. Mr. J. Grant. Shane New instead of Shane Warne. I would have said it'd be Shane Unworn. New and older antonyms. This one sneaks past Simranjit Singh. Isn't he having some kind of day? John Refuse. All I can think is John Agree. Thank you, Julian. Julian's actually doing some good ones here. Brian Farr instead of Brian Close. Thank you. Don't have to be cricketers, by the way. That one is full. Missed. Good length, though. I always say, hit that line. Okay, I'm ruling out colours now. I want genuine antonyms, words that mean the opposite of each other. We've got to do better. Oh, dear. It's another one that could be off the pitch. Yeah, that is off the pitch. Verma's just lost his line completely here. Oh, okay. John Refuse instead of John Grant. Got you. Very good, Dave B. Take it back. Gladstone Large instead of Gladstone Small. Thank you. Julian Dawson, you're a star at this. All right, then. Free hit. Thanks for coming. That's going to disappear for 6. Maximo. Punjab CC. On kind of 180s pace here. Computer thinks they'll get high 160s. My brain's working quickly, and I'm not getting too much happening. How about Billy Land instead of Billy Ocean? Come on, everybody now. That's not bad, is it? Now, this is lifted up. It's a great shot. Simran's on a heater. I like that they've moved him up to number 4 because he's just continuing on where he left off. That over ends up going the journey. In the end, it goes for 27 in total. The score is 116 for 2 after 6. So for all of this that we're talking about, the top 4 and the top 2, I mean, if Punjab CC Amadora build a monster score, I mean, pretty sure then that we're looking at Punjab CC Amadora and Awerash in the top 2 spots, and then Marlow and Gamblers SC in 3rd and 4th. So that's one for everyone out there. Celebrities that if you change their last name to the opposite, it makes a different word. For example, there's a cricketer, Gladstone Small. He could be Gladstone Large. So if you can think of any celebrities, we're putting them in the chat right now. I said Billy Land instead of Billy Ocean. I thought that was one of the better efforts. Anyway, this is cracked away to 6 more. Maximo! So, right now, Gambler's not really having the answers to stop this assault. Full and hit square of the wicket. Should be cut off. It is just a single. All right, it's pretty good. Instead of Prince, the singer, Princess. Yeah, that's also a good one. Princess instead of Prince. I was thinking outside the box. This one's silly. Now, same direction. Take one to the infield. Have a pop. Not worth a go, you know. Just need a wicket to slow things down. Well, there was a cricketer called Alan Lamb. And so Alan in the chat has said, how about Alan Sheep? I mean, is a lamb an opposite of a sheep? Mr. J. Grant saying instead of the band Blur, they'd be called In Focus. Very good. We love last games of the day. Walks at this Arshad and breaks into a full toss. Just a single down there to Sikri, who comes into the side. Dave says Peter Raw, but is that meant to be Peter Cook? Peter Raw? Tell me. That took off. That was the effort ball from Prakash. Gets a lift off the surface, and not many have gotten past the bat of Simran Singh this afternoon. I said Billy Land instead of Billy Ocean. Dave thinks it should be Billy Continent because land and sea are opposites. I don't know. We've hit so many grey areas. That's all I can see at the moment. Julian, hope you're still there. You're the only one coming up with the good ones. Keep them coming. Pretty good over by Prakash. Only goes for 9 in the end. 7 overs down here. 125 for 2 after 7. We have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. And to be honest, sorry I can't help you more than this, but we do start with the eliminator, 3 versus 4. The qualifier is the top 2 teams after the Super 5s. And then, of course, the winner of the qualifier 1 goes straight through to the final. The loser plays the winner of the eliminator in qualifier 2, and then we'll have our finalists. So we start tomorrow. Actually, I think it might be it's a little bit later than that, actually. I think it's going to be 9:15 a.m. Still a bit of late mail there. So stay tuned for finals day here in Portugal. That should be a really fun way to end the series. Well, here we go with the start of a new over. All right, lifted up by Arshad. How far is that going? Well, far enough. Maximal. 6 more to the total. So, yeah, pretty impressive hitting here at the moment. Oh, this one gets past everyone, including Goliath. Does get a hand on it, though. Here's Nutfit, who's back. Gets this one past as well. They're fighting back here a little bit, aren't they, Gamblers? I love this one from Alan. Instead of the actor Dudley Moore, it'd be Dudley Less. Thank you very much. Turned away, gets past the fielder. Cambodge needed to get off of his feet, he couldn't. And so, it'll be 4 more to Punjab CC Amadora. Well, George Blunt becoming George Sharp, a former English player, but you might as well just go James Blunt to James Sharp then. Singers are very easy to do, we found. You've got to find people with adjectives as surnames. Got a brilliant one coming from inside the club rooms here. In the air and dropped. It was a tough one, had to climb the ladder. And was able to get a finger on it, but no more. I think it's Siney there. Behind point, look at him, goes up and almost takes it. Well, that would have been a crazy catch. Instead of Ariana Grande, Ariana Pequeña, which is Spanish for small. Of course, grande means large. Very, very good from our mystery viewer here in the back of the commentary box. That's actually one of my favourites so far. Petra's piped in. Travis Head plays for Australia. What about Travis Toe? Isn't finger the opposite of toe? Head and toe, yeah. Partial credit. Kroom. I love last games of the day. These random conversations. This is a very good random question. Kroom says instead of Morgan Freeman, how about Morgan Captive Man? Yeah, it should be Morgan Prisoner, I think. Dave says Ronnie Whimper. What's that the opposite of? Short again. Up in the air. Karambir turns on a sixpence. Won't be able to stop the run, though. Ronnie Whimper. Whimper's quiet. Someone will tell me. Flicked away. Just a single. We've kind of kept it back to an extent here, gamblers. We know you have a powerful batting lineup. Reminded with the table, we'll be able to give you the updated kind of scenarios at the end of this innings. Joss Master, I suppose, instead of Joss Butler. Okay, that's done. He's come up with that one. That's a pretty good one. Hit straight and powerfully by Simranjit Singh. Maximo. 47. Get back to back. 50s. He looks in good touch, doesn't he? Don't forget, Simranjit was actually playing for Gamblers SC at the recent ECL. In fact, he's wearing one of these exact shirts and trousers that he's playing against right now. Shirley Winters instead of Shirley Summers. That's pretty good. Oh, a first name change from Kroom. Now you're getting creative. Karan Beer is going to disappear. It's right in the slot. Adios, Pelota. Maximo. And 50 for Simranjit Singh. Good knock this. Coming off his 59 in the last game. He has absolutely smashed that, and it's always nice to score runs in these big matches, potentially taking Punjab CC Amadora to a double chance. But really, that was kind of that slot length from Karan Beer. Punjab CC breathing pretty easy over there. 10 balls to go. There are now actually 7 balls to go. They're 151. Yeah, so instead of dawn French, Kroom says dusk French. Very good. Okay, Ronnie Barker was Ronnie Whimper. But if you're going to go the opposite of Ronnie Barker, wouldn't you go Ronnie Meower? Think about it. Sarah thinks instead of Simranjit Singh, would it be Simranjit Speak? Okay. Keep these coming. All right, last ball of the ninth. Now this is a top edge hanging in the air. I can't see anyone reaching it. Cambodge doesn't. They'll come back for a pretty easy 2. Throwing at the stumps, but nobody's home. 2 to Simranjit at the end of 9 overs. It is 153 for 2. Looking at the bowling figures. Parkash bowled a pretty good first over. I think he'll probably come back. Really trying to bend the back. Not too many extras in this, which is always good to see. Having said that, there's been some pretty firm striking from the Punjab guys. Just a reminder, tomorrow I've adjusted that now. We're actually starting 15 minutes later. So we start 9:15 GMT, which is 11:15 in Central Europe, and 2:45 in India. So I'm commanding you out there to have an extra 15 minutes sleep. I know I will. We'll be back tomorrow with finals day here in this European Cricket Series. Wait. They're quite ready here. I wonder what's happened. Have they run out of time here? Well, there's obviously something going on. Malik attempts to clothesline. Is there any further signal there? Don't think so. So we're all good. And Sikri gets a bowl last over. 153 on the board, make that 154. Mr. J. Grant says, how about Tom Fly instead of Tom Cruise? Yeah. Well, what about the actor Jeffrey Rush? Would it be Jeffrey, take your time? Lift it up, that's power. Sikri coming on, they throw him the ball. I think what's the worst that can happen? Well, if you want to see a man in Speedos try and go over a wire fence, you've come to the right place. I hope his insurance is in order, Alex Macy, but powerful strike out of the ground. That's pretty well bowled. Sneaks inside, so 160's up now. All right, that one is lifted up. That's going to be 6 more. Right in the slot, Maximo. Absolutely belted out of the ground. Punjab CC. Remember, if they win, then they're for sure topping the table. So that's probably what they're playing for. One out. It's going to be more. And it's now up in the 170s, 172 for 2. Well, Punjab CC, their batting's been on song. Okay, maybe a slightly off performance against the Warash, who put their feet to the fire in match 9. But even then, they managed to get 123. Last ball coming up, or not, because that'll be a wide. 173 now, as the 10th goes magical. Okay, here's my challenge in the second innings. We've talked about people. I want song titles or movies where you change it, okay? That's wide as well, you know. Well, Malik says no. So they'll get away with that. And you can see that these guys, they know each other pretty well. Yeah, fantastic innings, that one from Simranjit Singh. He will finish on 73 not out of 26 balls. And they'll finish with 173. So very, very dominant performance from Punjab CC here. I'll start crunching some numbers into the computer, but I mean, it's pretty simple. If Punjab CC win, doesn't matter how much they win by. If they win it all, then you're looking at Punjab CC and Oerash in the top 2. But let's go back and have a look at the first 10 overs here in match 10. Ranasawa able to lift one out of the ground and grab a couple of 4s as well. Ashad, though, continues his good form in this one. Actually ends up batting through. He did lose Ranasawa for 16 as he swung around. Karanbir Singh coming up with that wicket. And that brought Imran to the crease, and he was looking in a hurry. He actually scored 39 off 9 before. Off the 10th ball, he skied one. Mandeep Saini took the catch. And that was a window of opportunity, wasn't it? With the second wicket halfway through the 5th over. Kind of just hanging on, but then Simranjit came in and he just absolutely obliterated things, lighting up the second half of this innings. And look, they were 89 off the first half and 84 off the second. That's good hitting in both halves. So really not really able to get the breakthroughs they wanted when they wanted them. Gamblers SC, Simran with a very dominant display with the bat, 73 off 26 for him. And the score ends up 173 for 2. Plenty of big overs in there. 3 magicals, but just the one single figure over of only 9. Parkash in the 7th, but a bit surprised they never brought him back. Curious decision making. Simranjit with 73 off 26 was the top scorer, an absolute star there at number 4. Right, Imran was good while he was there, 39 off 10. Apart from that, 36 not out from Arshad, who bats through. Didn't have a lot of the strike. Wicket apiece for Kamboj and Karanbir Singh, but you can see why I was a bit surprised. They could have gone back to Parkash. They tried Sikri. Didn't work out too well as he went magical in the last, and that's why they're chasing 174 for victory. Well, we'll crunch the numbers here. We'll let you know the scenarios when we return. But Gamblers, their only way into the top 2 is to chase 174. We've seen it done before in the ECN, but not too often. We'll see if it's possible after the break. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. My challenge to you, give us some movie titles or song titles that you can turn into opposites. And we'll have some of those as well as the cricket when we return to the SCG here in Europe for the last innings of the Super Fives here in the European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back. Great to have your company. The afternoon sun baking down on this Anthrome cricket ground, and we're getting ready for the last innings of the day in the last of the Super 5 clashes. Match 10 in this phase of the tournament, and it's Punjab CC with a healthy 173 on the board. And you can see bonus point. Well, it's an interesting one. Obviously, I don't think you're going to see 174 chased in 7 overs, so I think you can rule that out. So Punjab CC, Amadora. There's a few scenarios here, actually. So, because it is so close, if gamblers were to chase this down, then everyone would be tied on 13 points. And it really depends how quickly they chase it down. Now, if they chase it down in 9.4 overs or less, Punjab CC, Amadora, their net run rate would cause them to drop out of the top 2. If it's chased in 9.5 or off the last ball or in a golden ball, then actually Oerash will drop out and both these two will have superior net run rates. Because the thing is, if one team's net run rate gets bigger between these two teams, the other gets smaller. So there's only a very specific margin, if it's very close, that they will be above Oerash. Anyway, about to see how realistic this 174 chase is. This is pretty close to the fielder, but it gets over the top 4 runs. And we're away. Now, I did ask, give us your random questions. Change a word to an opposite in a movie title or a song. And I'm loving some of these ones straight away. Supper Club, like Breakfast Club, getting that one. Kroom says Mission Possible instead of Mission Impossible. Love it. Forward to the future, although I would say forward to the past. Yeah, Dave's straight onto it. Empty metal jacket instead of full metal jacket. This is one that's in the air. It's probably tram line. Could have left it alone. Ball wins the race. 4 runs. They're going to have a real crack at this. They've got nothing to lose here, gamblers. Beware the gambler with nothing to lose. The found girls instead of the lost girls. Small trouble in Big China. The found boys instead of the lost boys. These are good. Well, Pretty Woman's a pretty easy one to, to switch. All right, sliced. Really high in the air and gone. Well taken. Kuldeep Gollier goes 4-4 and out, and an early blow for Punjab CC. Amadora. Ranasawa gets the early wicket. And you can see there, judge that one pretty well. I suppose he's on the right side of the field. By that I mean the left side of the field as far as the sun goes. Hatzaz Ashad takes the catch and Gollier goes early. 8 for 1. Magdaji comes to the crease at number 3. Oh, the Tiger Queen instead of Tiger King. Okay, with you. Sun Woman instead of Rain Man. All right. I think Warm Runnings is pretty good for cool runnings. You could say warm walkings maybe. A soft night's day is obviously the opposite of a hard day's night. I think at the end of the day, I'm going to sit down, pour myself a nice, neat glass of Johnny Runner to get me through the Saturday night. Wow, that one really does bend. Watch this. Oh, that swings a long way. Darji can't deal with it. This one probably does get a little bit of the line on the way through, so I'll have to bowl that one again. I like this fairly simple one. Just a TV series. Found. Of course, instead of lost. Lost went off the rails, didn't it? changes angle, but he loses his swing because he loses his mechanics there. A little bit short. Darji backs away and he'll punch it over backward point. He'll get 4. So you need to be going at a great pace here. That'll end the first over. Not a bad one for Gamblers. They do lose their captain along the way. 14 for 1 after 1. Give us more of your classics. 107 matches since the Golden Ball. If this is a Golden Ball, it'll be our highest scoring Golden Ball ever. Wouldn't rule it out though, with some of the quality in this Gamblers SC batting lineup. Also Punjab CC, probably more of a batting team than a bowling team as well. If there is a Golden Ball, it's because it's a tie, and if it's a Golden Ball, and Gamblers win it, means Awarish will drop out of the top 2. Kazim Anwar to bowl. He gets some good swing as well, but Naqvi is all over it. And I think this has gone all the way. I want to have a look at this. I just had a feeling that it's gone all the way. Let's see what the pictures tell us. Going, and gone. Maximal, 6 runs. Now again, he goes wide of the crease. Doesn't learn his lesson. That'll be 4. This time pitches well inside, but Naqvi off to the races, 6 and 4, and he is hungry for more. Kroom with south by southeast instead of north by northwest. Yeah, good. Wow, that's short and pulled away powerfully. That's going to be 6 more, Maximo. Well, you can set your watch to the fact that Kasim's going to swing the ball into you, and so you can get across. You can see he's setting up for it. That's a great shot. Just watches that ball fly out of the ground. How about the U2 song? I've found what I'm looking for. Would that work? This is hit back over the head of Amman. That's going to be 4. Well, this game's alive. I'm telling you that right now. They're on the rate now. In fact, they're ahead of the rate after this assault by Zain Naqvi. I suppose wouldn't the opposite of Pretty Woman be Ugly Man? Hey, Ugly Man, that's a song and a movie. Your daddy coming into the chat saying easy chase. Well, I don't know if you're talking opposites or not. I don't think a 174 chase is ever easy. This is probably a better length for Anwar, but doesn't really help him out too much because that's also going to disappear. Good player, Naqvi. So we get 100 in the ECIs last year and 100 in the ECC as well. All right, lift it up again. Well, it's kind of hitting practice right now. There's the budgie smugglers. Naqvi just going to town on Anwar. Takes him supersonic, 30 off the over. Gamblers 44 for 1. It's nice to see some sunshine. Yeah, so here's the scenario. If Gamblers SC win, if they do it in 9.4 or less, actually Punjab sees the Amadora, their net run rate takes enough of a hit for them to drop out of the top 2 or not make the top 2, even though they'll get the point for losing because they won't lose in 7 overs. But yeah, Werish would actually qualify in second place. Darji has just seen enough and says, right, you're on. That was just a single he was looking for. I do like Sour Caroline as well from Kroom. Obviously not Sweet Caroline. I think it's acceptable to just change one word. You have to change both or multiple words in the title. Look, you can, I suppose. Rana coming back in this third over for his second. This is hit, and it's going to be over mid-off. Still in the power play. 4 runs. Naqvi having an absolute heater here. I did say that Punjab CC Amadora, they're a little bit, I suppose, batting heavy. And they do have Parveen as a strike bowler, the left armour. But he did get taken to town a bit. I think they'll have to go to him sooner or later. They tried Kasim. That didn't work out too well. He went for 30. How about Find Yourself by Eminem? One of my favourites from the early 2000s. Gee, that's a pretty clever ball. It's like a backdoor in swing. It looks like it's going to miss the line or hit the line, then just sneaks in at the last moment. All right. See ya. That one's going to go miles off the bat of Naqvi's 40 off 9. You see why they brought him in. He only scored 1 and 6 in his first 2 innings. And then he's come to the party with a big ton. And now, in the 4th match, he's got 40 off 9. He's a player they're going to have to get pretty quickly. Thanks, everyone, for those. I like this last one from Dave. Instead of Home Alone, Outside Together. Swinging too much, it's going down the leg side, but dot ball feels like a win at the moment. They've gotten that rate down from 17.4 and over to 16.6, so despite this start, they've only brought it down slightly. Now takes this on down the ground, Naqvi to 46. Maximo sees Carreras. And look at this. He's not really moving that much. He sees it, gets a good swing on it. Often we see people dancing all around the crease. Don't have to. Let that come into his arc and put it out of the park. Takes us to the end of the over. So the end of the power play. And what a power play. 61 for 1 after 3. At the moment, they're on 203 pace. Naqvi holds the key, you feel. He's got such a good start, Darji. He's playing the straight man role, isn't he? I think Darji, unless it's something crazy here, that's begging to be hit. He's just looking to get a single and hand it back to Naqvi. Probably worth doing that at the moment because Naqvi is so hot right now, a bit like Hansel in Zoolander. So you watch a little push and run here. Actually would probably bring the field up a little bit and at least try and keep Darji on strike for a bit. Actually leaves this one and it's going to be a wide. Good discipline because that one does go just cutting across the line. And Mubin Tariq being asked to bowl the 4th over with his off spin. Wasn't used earlier today. Now it's a little nick and, well, who needs 1 when you can get 4? It's an instinctive kind of cut from Darji. He gets it on the action. His second boundary. Chris saying man in blue, maybe instead of men in black. Interesting. I think I said shallow impact earlier instead of deep impact. See Tariq, he'll kind of mix up his delivery stride. Sometimes he puts that front foot about a metre back from the front line, more in line with the stumps. Yeah, Darji gets a bit carried away with this one. I like this one from Kroom. Careful shouting, a George Michael song. And of course, he's talking about Careless Whisper. Great song. I think Nakfi's just kind of said to Darji, look, appreciate you're trying to whack a few, but remember your main role here. Doesn't get a run here because actually bounces straight off the keeper to the field. And now they think about an overthrow. It's not quite there. Darji goes high. And he likes it off the bat. Maximo and Macy. It's the first ever catch from someone wearing Speedos. Have a look at this. Alex Macy, take a bow. Actually, maybe don't, because we might get more than we bargained for. How about this? Oh, yeah. Come for the catch, stay for the view. Darji now puts another one over the fence. Maximo and Gamblers are running away with this at the moment. And Punjab CC, if they don't hold this out, they could actually lose the double chance here. Gamblers have got it down to 15.4 and over required. Tariq's had a bit of a rough start, to say the least, to his tournament. We did see him feature in the group stages. Last ball, the fourth. Wide. Bowl that one again, pretty well taken down the leg side. How about Darji, though? Says, no more second violin for me, thank you. I can share the top billing. 19 off this over. Make that 25, because that's out of here. Maximo! Magical stuff. Now, well, avert your eyes, but enjoy the show. Gamblers, you wouldn't believe it. They're ahead in this game right now. They've gone over 50% on the win predictor. That'll be the end of the over. It's 86 for 1 after 4. And they're actually pretty much halfway there with 6 overs to go. So kind of an over ahead, if you like. Yeah, they want to be, let's say, 85 after 5, 86 after 5. They're there after 4. So I think it's all about this partnership continuing to go. Oh, Christian Cool saying man in blue. That was meant to be instead of lady in red. Very clever. All right, here's Adnan Ali. High. Now, how high, how far? He's dropped it. Simranjit is having a very good day, but that one was right into the teeth of the sun. And Nakvi dropped on 46. This one almost burned up in the Earth's atmosphere. On the way down, Simran, he knew the gravity of the moment, but he couldn't quite hold on. A few whispers going round the ground. You've just dropped match 10 of the Super 5s, mate. We'll see. Simranjit, well, you can give him a pass on that, because he's probably the reason they have this many on the board in the first place. Darji, well, he's come incredibly good, incredibly fast. Maximo! Says Carreras Mas now. It's the good old-fashioned double click that's happening. Both batters going large. Doesn't matter who you're bowling to now. Too short from Adnan Ali. That's out of here. What a game. Oh, good in-swinger, though. Finally pitches it up. Darji's been good on anything short of a length. Got a live net run rate calculator at the moment. Punjab CC at 2.67 and Gamblers SC at 2.56. They're catching up. Now he's bowled and he pitches up. Goes back to basics. And Darji, after a bright 33, he's going to have to go. Adnan Ali rattles the off stump and the game takes a turn. Gamblers had a great partnership there for the second wicket, but now it's over. It's 93 for 2. But they put on 85 in 4 overs. Punjab CC just probably saying, relax, relax. Easier said than done. Well bowled, and they didn't learn their lesson quick enough, if you ask me, to Darji. He was very good square of the wicket. Drawn forward into a mistake here. Couple to come in the 5th. Here's Ankush Kumar. Not a bad replacement for Darji. With only 4 matches as well in this Super 5 stage, the net run rates do swing around quite significantly. Just a ball or 2. Ankush Kumar, another powerful striker of the ball, coming in at 4. Watches a wide fly, first ball. Gamblers with that wicket falling, just falling a little bit behind, but only a little bit in the percentages. This one's driven, and driven pretty well into the gap, and Ankush Kumar gets ticking his first runs. 4 carreras. Right now they're on this 200 pace. Crazy stuff. Just think about this going into tomorrow. We've got 4 genuine teams that could lift the trophy. Great fielding by Crute there. Still on the top of his game. All right, last ball of the 5th. Adnan Ali does have the wicket of Darji here. Can he double down? High and 6. Thank you, come again. Maximo. And that brings up the 100 in the 5 over mark. Well, 104 for 2 after 5. Game on. And I can tell you right now, Punjab CC Amadora have a net run rate of 2.597 and Gamblers 2.582. So they're catching up. Coming up, you can join Rico Full from Monday morning. First ever ECS in France. I'll be there on Tuesday, and I will be watching pretty closely the Dura Cricket Ground. Pretty as a picture. I've seen some pictures. Can't wait to bring them to you live on ECN. Brescia next stop after that on the European Cricket Tour. Some T20 international cricket as well. In fact, our season runs all the way, I think, to the 20th of December this year. So, talking at over an 11-month season. 49 weeks, in fact. Anyway, let's get back to the action here. Here's Gurjit Singh. He's going to start with a ball that just sneaks inside. Too many chases this big. 174 the target in this one. It would be the equal 6th highest chase of all time, equaling Hungary 174, which I think was a record at the time. That was in an ECI. And guess who was on the other end of that? As this one is going to be carved away for 4. 1 bounce. And that brings up Naqvi's 50. What a good innings. Hasn't had too much of the strike last couple of overs. But with him there, I think he's a good chance of chasing this down. Yeah, it was Portugal. Set 173. 174 for victory, went down in 8. But honestly, that was an insane weekend. That day where we had actually 2 massive chases. We had, yeah, I think Portugal did something similar. I'm going to go to the numbers so I don't give any false info. Low full toss, hit straight, and beats the fielder. 4 more to Nakfi. Gamblers running away with this. They have it down below 14 and over now. How's this for a day? So Sweden made 162. Portugal chased it down at the very last ball. That was a banger of a game. And that actually was one of the highest chases at the time, if not the highest, if I remember correctly. And then the very next game, 174 was chased against Portugal. Nakfi gets one on the hip, turns it up, and doesn't quite get the contact, but he will get a single. And then to finish the afternoon, Sweden put on 199 against Hungary, 146, and then Sweden 175 against 146. In 4 matches, we had 1,341 runs, scored at 17.2 and over. That was back on the 16th of July last year. Quite a few players here in Portugal were playing that day at the GB Oval in Zöldligen, just out of Budapest in Hungary. Now goes and hits what would have been a wide. That's actually a decent result for Punjab CC Amadora. If Gamblers chase, they are through, to answer your question, Steve, because they had a pretty good net run rate to start with. Gamblers, if they win this game, they're in. Full stop. Let's go wide. Right now, Gamblers. How's this for a live net run rate? Gamblers SC, their net run rate is 2.558, and Punjab CC Amadora is 2.554. And that is close. Gucci tries to close out his over. Uh-oh! That's not good news. Do not pull there to Nakfi, because he'll hurt you, and he'll hurt you every single time. Maximo takes Zayn Nakfi into the 60s, and at the end of 6, they're still in that magical pace, 122 for 2. I actually remember in Portugal here in 2021, we had a 7-team series. They all played 6 matches, and it was very close to every team having 3 and 3. There's only one team that was 4 and 2, one team 2 and 4. Have a look at these highest chases. You can see where this would come in. Just under that 175, chased by Rome Bangla Morning Sun. At that stage, that was a record as well. Some very good games in there. Zayn Nakfi, actually, he was on the wrong side of that one at number 9 when Spain chased 171 in the ECC. Kumar can see how hot Nakfi is and says, all right, over to you. Here's 5 balls, do whatever you can. All the supercomputers working very hard at the moment. Anwar gets a second over. That's a low full toss drilled away from the field of 4 runs. Nakfi will move to 66. And kind of shin high full toss. Bang. Good shape from Nakfi. Just pitches about a metre inside. Next one will be called a wide. Wow. This is some chase we're watching right now. But they're not there yet. And we saw that with Awesh earlier today. And 1 or 2 wickets can throw this game completely back in the direction of Punjab CC. Where's the wickets going to come from? A bowl by Anwar. Silkesh is a big fan of Zayn Nakfi. Good to see you, Silkesh. Saying he's only a young man, Zayn Nakfi, and that's true. Again, we'll see him. If you like the look of Zayn, good news. You'll see him in the Brescia series playing for Fresh Tropical. Great name, by the way. See Kumar, he's just happy to score and say, right, over to you. Doing a lot of damage. Hey, he's only 22, Zayn Nakfi. I think you can kind of track his improvement in real time, especially against very, very good bowling. I know that Zayn, personally, I know that he was a little bit miffed that he didn't get a look in for Team Europe. It's obviously pretty difficult to get selected. I think it's sending a strong message right now. This one's called a wide as well. Nice one, misses the mark by a fair bit. Just losing a bit of that shape that he had earlier. Is the returning point in this? What a super fives we've had. No disrespect to finers, but it has become a bit of a super fours. Full toss. This is in the air, and that's going to carry as well. Maximal. Well, there's Macy entertaining the crowds around the world. But, well, the big hits just keep on coming at the moment, don't they? Just cannot find this turning point at the moment, can they? Well, there's a false shot, but he gets away with it. Still some work to do, but they get it down to 2 a ball in the last 3. 138 for 2 after 7. It gives us a chance to see what's coming up tomorrow. And right now we can't fill in any spaces here because really we don't know what's going to happen. But I can tell you that the teams in 3rd and 4th place in this Super Fives will play in the Eliminator. That means you get drawn in that, you have to win 3 games straight. So you basically have to win against every other team on finals day. That's going to be tough. That's why the teams here, everyone wants a piece of the qualifier 1. Really 3 teams competing for 2 spots at the moment. These 2 on the field, and Werish are in the mix as well. Werish are pretty much in the mix because of their margins of loss being so little. They have a 2-2 record, plus don't forget they took 4 points through to this stage. Here's Gurjit over 8. They've been very, very happy to give Nakfi the strike, haven't they? You can understand why. All right, hit down the field and out of here. Maximo! What a player. What an absolute terror. Here's Nakfi. That's what they brought him in for, and he's delivering right now. A few laughs off the field from the batting side. Shows you how relaxed they are at the moment. Now, in the air. Well, huge moment. To have any chance, you've got to hold on to this. Oh, they can't get there. And luck's a fortune there for Nakfi, who wears it on the way back, but he'll survive. He'll get 2 more runs as well towards the target. Thing is, The way things are looking here, Punjab CC could drop out of the top 2, and they will the way things are going. Naqvi to 87. Looking at back-to-back hundreds on the network. Maximo. Played again, Sam. Bouncer. About shoulder high, maybe a touch above. Do not bowl it short to him. I suppose he's driving powerfully as well, but it's almost like they have to wait for a mistake. We get it down to 21 or 14 balls. Now hits this off the back foot. It's well cut off on the run. Adnanali. So live net run rate. Gamblers now 2.75 versus Punjab CC 2.22. And remember, if Gamblers lose in 9.4 or less, if Punjab CC lose in 9.4 or less, they won't make the top 2. So we're going to miss, think about it. They'll get the wide, they'll be happy with that. Don't need to take any crazy risks at the moment. You also don't want to go back into your shell either, because obviously you got this far. You're dominating the game, so you don't really want to allow Punjab CC back into it either. Oh, Dave Bod saying, is Naqvi the new Nubby? Maybe. Trying to hit Jim a bit more. Big swing and a miss, and that'll be the end of the 8th over. 19 required off the last 2. It's 155 for 2 after 8. What a chase, honestly. It's been huge. And just a couple of overs away. It's not a foregone conclusion, though. We know that. The Gamblers could go from 4th to 1st on the ladder after this game. Two overs to go in the day. Tell you what, we need to keep this Super 5s. It has been thriller-minute stuff. Well, there's 6 to start the over. Maximo. Naqvi to 94. Oh, wow. This is a great knock. We always thought with a player like Naqvi there, they might be able to pull this off. He's seen some of these big chases, and he's dealing at the moment. Wow. Just have a look who the last century maker was. It was Zain Naqvi. Could he be 41 and 42? Find out shortly. All right, back to the action. Naqvi on 94. In the air, it's high, it's long, it's strong. It's back-to-back centuries for Zain Naqvi. Maximo. And what a knock. It's exactly what he's brought in for. And you don't often see it. Consecutive centuries in consecutive innings in the European Cricket Series. He now has 4 centuries on ECN, and he's not done yet. Now it goes again. Out ties the scores. Well, they're going to do this easily, really. What a fantastic exhibition of class hitting we're seeing here from Zain Naqvi. Now, game over. They'll do it with 8 balls to spare. Remarkable hitting. And so, Zain Naqvi is going to finish 112 out of 29. And Gamblers are going to finish on 179. What a game. What a chase. And yes, that will be in our top 10 chases of all time. Gamblers are going to finish top of the table. And Punjab CC Amadora, after such a great start with 2 big wins in their first 2 games, I'm pretty sure that they will drop out on net run rate, and Awarish, it will be reward for them being competitive in their losses. They will finish in second place, I'm pretty sure. We'll wait for confirmation. And so, well, let's just have a look. And there we go. So Punjab CC Amadora, they drop out and they finish in third position. Marlow in fourth. But here's the thing, all four teams, they finish on 13 points here. But this is literally on net run rate, and how important were the points carried through, particularly for Awarish, who carried fourth through to the Super Fives by finishing on top of the table. Punjab CC Amadora and Marlow will be in the eliminator tomorrow. So two big teams, well, four big teams really, coming your way. Slightly later start on a Sunday morning. I order you to have 15 more minutes sleep. 9:15 a.m. GMT, which is 11:15 in Central Europe. It's 2:45 in India. Join us for Finals Day, Day 20. And even after 19 days, we've still got plenty of action left as we'll take you into the second half of this one. And it was a big mountain to climb, wasn't it? 174 required. But never count out a team with the firepower of Gamblers SC, particularly with Natvi coming in. It's made such a big difference to their unit. And just look at the top 10 all-time chasers. Well, now, you've got to be up in the 170s to stay in there. Goliath whacked a couple early and then had to go. Darji played his role as well. But it was all about Natvi really in the end. Darji eventually went, but he got swinging while he was there. Was quite an important partner. But, well, to think they could do this with 8 balls to spare, it's pretty remarkable, isn't it? And how quickly things can change. And look, if they can change, they can change back. That's the other thing. But really, tomorrow, it's anybody's guess. Just that double chance, I think, gives those two teams, Gamblers SC and Warish, a little bit of a better chance, considering that all games are more or less even. So it just, if everything's a 50-50, it doubles your chances of being there at the business end. Wow. I'm kind of lost for words at the end of a really, really exciting day of action. Looking at the scorecard, dominated by Zayn Nakvi with 13 Maximos and also 7 4s in there, dominating the scoring. A little bit of support as well. Goliath went 2 boundaries and out, but Mayank Darji was pretty important in there as well. He was able to manage 33 runs off his own bat. As far as the bowling went, well, fair bit of violence in there. Ranasawa went for only 31 of his 2 overs, picking up a wicket. He was the most economical, 1 for 42 as well for Adnan Ali. Great to have your company once again. What a day. I mean, okay, fighters, obviously, we knew that they were kind of heading for the exit, but the 4 teams remaining really trying to battle it out for this top 2, and it was about as close as you can get. And I wonder if we will see the table eventually as well. Just a reminder, if you are watching, of course, on our YouTube channel, it'd be great if you like this video and also subscribe to the channel. Tell your family, tell your friends about ECN. There's nothing else like it in the whole world. Also, don't forget our social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com. Bit of housekeeping, though. Did mention that if they pulled off this chase, it would be right up there as far as the best chases of all time. And in the end, have a look, there it is. Number 7 was broken by the tie. Hungary scored it. There was 174 in 8. They did 8.4, but basically equal 6th. And now to get on that top 10, you need to chase 171 or more. That is crazy. Probably 172 or more. But yeah, not too far off the 183 chase. And I said scores would go up. They certainly did. here on day 19, day 2 of the Super Fives. Reminder then, in case you missed it, this is how the table finished. Gamblers with that big win, that big chase, they end up in top position. Awerash in second. And reward for consistency really there, even though they finished with a 2-2 record. And also reward for their undefeated run through Group B. Punjab CC Amadora played themselves out of the top 2, even though they were there pretty much the whole time in the Super Fives. Despite carrying 4 points in, they can't hold on. Marlow finished in 4th. But when you have a look at the table, and you can always do that on our website, EuropeanCricket.com, you'll see that they are all on 13 points, and only net run rate is the difference. And in 4 matches, the margins, they end up mattering a lot. And fighters actually end up having quite a big bearing on how this final 4 looks. So we will be back tomorrow. See the timing there, 9:15 GMT, which is 11:15 in Central Europe. It's 2:45 p.m. in India. Big thank you from all of us here on the ground in Portugal, the Blue Crew. Big thanks to everyone around the ground as well, the ball retrievers, as well as everyone in the clubhouse. Again, lunch was magnificent. Time to catch our breath on a sunny day in Portugal. We hit the 30 degrees and it's hotting up in the kitchen as well, because the final 4 will go to the last dance tomorrow. The final fling in Portugal, the top 4 teams going head to head. Will Marlow defend their title, or will there be a new champion here for the first time in the Santarém Cricket Ground, ECS? Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Max, on behalf of everyone at ECN and the European Cricket family. Hope you have a happy and a safe Saturday night. Join us bright and early in the morning. For now, here's the best bits of day 2 of the Super Fives. We'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. For now, it's hasta pronto.